This eBook was produced by Charles Aldarondo and the distributed proofreaders team. The Notebooks of Leonardo da Vinci. Volume 1. Translated by Jean-Paul Richter. 1888. Preface. A singular fatality has ruled the destiny of nearly all the most famous of Leonardo da Vinci's works. Two of the three most important were never completed, obstacles having arisen during his lifetime, which obliged him to leave them unfinished, namely the Sforza monument and the wall painting of the Battle of Anghiari, while the third, the picture of the Last Supper at Milan, has suffered irremediable injury from decay and the repeated restorations to which it was recklessly subjected during the XVth and XVIIth centuries. Nevertheless, no other picture of the Renaissance has become so well-known and popular through copies of every description. Vasari says, and rightly in his Life of Leonardo, that he labored much more by his word than in fact or by deed, and the biographer evidently had in his mind the numerous works in manuscript which have been preserved to this day. To us, now, it seems almost inexplicable that these valuable and interesting original texts should have remained so long unpublished, and indeed forgotten. It is certain that during the XVth and XVIIth centuries their exceptional value was highly appreciated. This is proved not merely by the prices which they commanded, but also by the exceptional interest which has been attached to the change of ownership of merely a few pages of manuscript. That, notwithstanding this eagerness to possess the manuscripts, their contents remained a mystery, can only be accounted for by the many and great difficulties attending the task of deciphering them. The handwriting is so peculiar that it requires considerable practice to read even a few detached phrases, much more to solve with any certainty the numerous difficulties of alternative readings, and to master the sense as a connected whole. Vasari observes with reference to Leonardo's writing. He wrote backwards, in rude characters, and with the left hand, so that anyone who is not practiced in reading them cannot understand them. The aid of a mirror in reading reversed handwriting appears to me available only for a first experimental reading. Speaking from my own experience, the persistent use of it is too fatiguing and inconvenient to be practically advisable, considering the enormous mass of manuscripts to be deciphered. And as, after all, Leonardo's handwriting runs backwards, just as all Oriental character runs backwards, that is to say, from right to left, the difficulty of reading, direct from the writing, is not insuperable. This obvious peculiarity in the writing is not, however, by any means the only obstacle in the way of mastering the text. Leonardo made use of an orthography peculiar to himself. He had a fashion of amalgamating several short words into one long one, or, again, he would quite arbitrarily divide a long word into two separate halves. Added to this, there is no punctuation whatever to regulate the division and construction of the sentences, nor are there any accents, and the reader may imagine that such difficulties were almost sufficient to make the task seem a desperate one to a beginner. It is therefore not surprising that the good intentions of some of Leonardo's most reverent admirers should have failed. Leonardo's literary labors in various departments, both of art and of science, were those essentially of an inquirer. Hence the analytical method is that which he employs in arguing out his investigations and dissertations. The vast structure of his scientific theories is consequently built up of numerous separate researches, and it is much to be lamented that he should never have collated and arranged them. His love for detailed research, as it seems to me, was the reason that in almost all the manuscripts, the different paragraphs appear to us to be in utter confusion. On one and the same page, observations on the most dissimilar subjects follow each other without any connection. A page, for instance, will begin with some principles of astronomy or the motion of the earth. Then come the laws of sound, and finally some precepts as to color. Another page will begin with his investigations on the structure of the intestines, and end with philosophical remarks as to the relations of poetry to painting, and so forth. Leonardo himself lamented this confusion, and for that reason I do not think that the publication of the texts in the order in which they occur in the originals would at all fulfill his intentions. No reader could find his way through such a labyrinth. Leonardo himself could not have done it. Added to this, more than half of the 5,000 manuscript pages which now remain to us are written on loose leaves, and at present arranged in a manner which has no justification beyond the fancy of the collector, who first brought them together to make volumes of more or less extent. Nay, even in the volumes, the pages of which were numbered by Leonardo himself, their order, so far as the connection of the texts was concerned, was obviously a matter of indifference to him. The only point he seems to have kept in view, when first writing down his notes, was that each observation should be complete to the end on the page on which it was begun. The exceptions to this rule are extremely few, and it is certainly noteworthy that we find in such cases, in bound volumes with his numbered pages, the written observations. Turn over, this is the continuation of the previous page, and the like. Is not this sufficient to prove that it was only in quite exceptional cases that the writer intended the consecutive pages to remain connected, when he should, at last, carry out the often planned arrangement of his writings? What this final arrangement was to be, Leonardo has in most cases indicated with considerable completeness. In other cases, this authoritative clue is wanting, but the difficulties arising from this are not insuperable. For, as the subject of the separate paragraphs is always distinct and well defined in itself, it is quite possible to construct a well-planned whole out of the scattered materials of his scientific system, and I may venture to state that I have devoted especial care and thought to the due execution of this responsible task. The beginning of Leonardo's literary labors dates from about his 37th year, and he seems to have carried them on without any serious interruption till his death. Thus the manuscripts that remain represent a period of about 30 years. Within this space of time, his handwriting altered so little that it is impossible to judge from it of the date of any particular text. The exact dates, indeed, can only be assigned to certain notebooks in which the year is incidentally indicated, and in which the order of the leaves has not been altered since Leonardo used them. The assistance these afford for a chronological arrangement of the manuscripts is generally self-evident. By this clue I have assigned to the original manuscripts now scattered through England, Italy, and France, the order of their production. As in many matters of detail, it is highly important to be able to verify the time and place at which certain observations were made and registered. For this purpose, the bibliography of the manuscripts given at the end of volume Roman II may be regarded as an index, not far short of complete, of all Leonardo's literary works now extant. The consecutive numbers, from 1 to 1566, at the head of each passage in this work, indicate their logical sequence with reference to the subjects, while the letters and figures to the left of each paragraph refer to the original manuscript and number of the page, on which that particular passage is to be found. Thus the reader, by referring to the list of manuscripts at the beginning of Volume 1 and to the bibliography at the end of Volume 2, can, in every instance, easily ascertain not merely the period to which the passage belongs, but also exactly where it stood in the original document. Thus, too, by following the sequence of the numbers in the bibliographical index, the reader may reconstruct the original order of the manuscripts and recompose the various texts to be found on the original sheet, so much of it, that is to say, as by its subject matter came within the scope of this work. It may, however, be here observed that Leonardo's manuscripts contain, besides the passages here printed, a great number of notes and dissertations on mechanics, physics, and some other subjects, many of which could only be satisfactorily dealt with by specialists. I have given as complete a review of these writings as seemed necessary in the bibliographical notes. In 1651, Raphael Trichet da Fresne of Paris published a selection from Leonardo's writings on painting, and this treatise became so popular that it has since been reprinted about 22 times and in 6 different languages. But none of these editions were derived from the original texts, which were supposed to have been lost, but from early copies, in which Leonardo's text had been more or less mutilated, and which were all fragmentary. The oldest and on the whole the best copy of Leonardo's essays and precepts on painting is in the Vatican Library. This has been twice printed, first by Manzi in 1817 and secondly by Ludwig in 1882. Still, this ancient copy, and the published editions of it, contain much for which it would be rash to hold Leonardo responsible, and some portions such as the very important rules for the proportions of the human figure are wholly wanting. On the other hand, they contain passages which, if they are genuine, cannot now be verified from any original manuscript extant. These copies, at any rate, neither give us the original order of the texts, as written by Leonardo, nor do they afford any substitute, by connecting them on a rational scheme, indeed. In their chaotic confusion, they are anything rather than satisfactory reading. The fault, no doubt, rests with the compiler of the Vatican copy, which would seem to be the source whence all the published and extensively known texts were derived. For, instead of arranging the passages himself, he was satisfied with recording a suggestion for a final arrangement of them into 8 distinct parts, without attempting to carry out his scheme. Under the mistaken idea that this plan of distribution might be that, not of the compiler, but of Leonardo himself, the various editors, down to the present day, have very injudiciously continued to adopt this order or, rather, disorder. I, like other inquirers, had given up the original manuscript of the Trattato della Pittura for lost, till, in the beginning of 1880, I was enabled, by the liberality of Lord Ashburnham, to inspect his manuscripts, and was so happy as to discover among them the original text of the best-known portion of the Trattato in his magnificent library at Ashburnham Place. Though this discovery was of a fragment, only but a considerable fragment inciting me to further search. It gave the key to the mystery, which had so long enveloped the first origin of all the known copies of the Trattato. The extensive researches I was subsequently enabled to prosecute, and the results of which are combined in this work, were only rendered possible by the unrestricted permission granted me to investigate all the manuscripts by Leonardo dispersed throughout Europe, and to reproduce the highly important original sketches they contain by the process of photogravure. Her Majesty the Queen graciously accorded me special permission to copy for publication the manuscripts at the Royal Library at Windsor. The Commission Centrale Administrative de l'Institut de France, Paris, gave me, in the most liberal manner, in answer to an application from Sir Frederick Leighton, P.R.A., corresponding member of the Institut, free permission to work for several months in their private collection at deciphering the manuscripts preserved there. The same favor which Lord Ashburnham had already granted me was extended to me by the Earl of Leicester, the Marchese Trivolsi, and the curators of the Ambrosian Library at Milan, by the Count Manzoni at Rome, and by other private owners of manuscripts of Leonardo's, as also by the directors of the Louvre at Paris, the Accademia at Venice, the Uffizi at Florence, the Royal Library at Turin, and the British Museum and the South Kensington Museum. I am also greatly indebted to the librarians of these various collections for much assistance in my labors, and more particularly to Monsieur Louis Lallan, of the Institut de France, the Abbate Siriani of the Ambrosian Library, Mr. Maud Thompson, keeper of manuscripts at the British Museum, Mr. Holmes, the Queen's Librarian at Windsor, the Revd Vere Bain, Librarian of Christ Church College at Oxford, and the Revd A. Napier, Librarian to the Earl of Leicester at Holcombe Hall. In correcting the Italian text for the press, I have had the advantage of valuable advice from the Commendator Giove, Morley, Senator Del Rigno, and from Signor Gustavo Frazzoni of Milan. The translation, under many difficulties, of the Italian text into English is mainly due to Mrs. R.C. Bell, while the rendering of several of the most puzzling and important passages, particularly in the second half of Volume I owe to the indefatigable interest taken in this work by Mr. E.J. Poynter, R.A. Finally, I must express my thanks to Mr. Alfred Marks, of Long Ditton, who has most kindly assisted me throughout in the revision of the proof sheets. The notes and dissertations on the texts on architecture in Volume Roman II I owe to my friend Baron Henry de Jameler, of Paris. I may further mention with regard to the illustrations, that the negatives for the production of the photogravures by Monsieur Dujardin of Paris were all taken direct from the originals. It is scarcely necessary to add that most of the drawings here reproduced in facsimile have never been published before. As I am now, on the termination of a work of several years' duration, in a position to review the general tenor of Leonardo's writings, I may perhaps be permitted to add a word as to my own estimate of the value of their contents. I have already shown that it is due to nothing but a fortuitous succession of unfortunate circumstances, that we should not long since have known Leonardo, not merely as a painter, but as an author, a philosopher, and a naturalist. There can be no doubt that in more than one department, his principles and discoveries were infinitely more in accord with the teachings of modern science than with the views of his contemporaries. For this reason, his extraordinary gifts and merits are far more likely to be appreciated in our own time than they could have been during the preceding centuries. He has been unjustly accused of having squandered his powers by beginning a variety of studies and then, having hardly begun, throwing them aside. The truth is that the labors of 3 centuries have hardly sufficed for the elucidation of some of the problems which occupied his mighty mind. Alexander von Humboldt has borne witness that he was the first to start on the road towards the point where all the impressions of our senses converge in the idea of the unity of nature. Nay, yet more may be said. The very words which are inscribed on the monument of Alexander von Humboldt himself, at Berlin, are perhaps the most appropriate in which we can sum up our estimate of Leonardo's genius. Majestati Naturae par Ingenium. London, April 1883. FPR. Contents of Volume 1. Prolegomena and General Introduction to the Book on Painting. Clavis Sigillorum and Index of Manuscripts. The author's intention to publish his MSS. 1. The preparation of the MSS. For publication. 2. Admonition to readers. 3. The disorder in the MSS. 4. Suggestions for the arrangement of MSS. Treating of particular subjects. 5.8. General introductions to the book on painting. 9.13. The plan of the book on painting. 14.17. The use of the book on painting. 18. Necessity of theoretical knowledge. 19. 20. The function of the eye. 21.23. Variability of the eye. 24. Focus of sight. 25. Differences of perception by one eye and by both eyes. 26.29. The comparative size of the image depends on the amount of light. 30.39. 2. Linear perspective. General remarks on perspective. 40.41. The elements of perspective of the point. 42.46. Of the line. 47.48. The nature of the outline. 49. Definition of perspective. 50. The perception of the object depends on the direction of the eye. 51. Experimental proof of the existence of the pyramid of sight. 52.55. The relations of the distance point to the vanishing point. 55.56. How to measure the pyramid of vision. 57. The production of the pyramid of vision. 58.64. Proof by experiment. 65.66. General conclusions. 67. That the contrary is impossible. 68. A parallel case. 69. The function of the eye. As explained by the camera obscura. 70.71. The practice of perspective. 72.73. Refraction of the rays falling upon the eye. 74.75. The inversion of the images. 76. The intersection of the rays. 77.82. Demonstration of perspective by means of a vertical glass plane. 83.85. The angle of sight varies with the distance. 86.88. Opposite pyramids in juxtaposition. 89. On simple and complex perspective. 90. The proper distance of objects from the eye. 91.92. The relative size of objects with regard to their distance from the eye. 93.98. The apparent size of objects denned by calculation. 99.106. On natural perspective. 107.109. 3. 6 books on light and shade. General Introduction Prolegomena. 110. Scheme of the books on light and shade. 111. Different principles and plans of treatment. 112-116. Different sorts of light. 117-118. Definition of the nature of shadows. 119-122. Of the various kinds of shadows. 123-125. Of the various kinds of light. 126-127. General remarks. 128-129. First book on light and shade. On the nature of light. 130-131. The difference between light and luster. 132-135. The relations of luminous to illuminated bodies. 136. Experiments on the relation of light and shadow within a room. 137-140. Light and shadow with regard to the position of the eye. 141-145. The law of the incidence of light. 146-147. Second book on light and shade gradations of strength in the shadows, 148-149. On the intensity of shadows as dependent on the distance from the light. 150-152. On the proportion of light and shadow, 153-157. Third book on light and shade, definition of derived shadow, 158-159. Different sorts of derived shadows, 160-162. On the relation of derived and primary shadow, 163-165. On the shape of derived shadows, 166-174. On the relative intensity of derived shadows, 175-179. Shadow as produced by two lights of different size, 180-181. The effect of light at different distances, 182. Further complications in the derived shadows, 183-187. Fourth book on light and shade on the shape of cast shadows. 188-191. On the outlines of cast shadows, 192. On the relative size of cast shadows, 196-197. Effects on cast shadows by the tone of the background, 198. A disputed proposition, 199. On the relative depth of cast shadows, 200-202. Fifth book on light and shade, principles of reflection, 203. 204. On reverberation, 205. Reflection on water, 206. 207. Experiments with the mirror, 208-210. Appendix, on shadows in movement, 211-212. Sixth book on light and shade, the effect of rays passing through holes, 213. 214. On gradation of shadows, 215-216. On relative proportion of light and shadows, 216-221. 4. Perspective of disappearance. Definition, 222. 223. An illustration by experiment, 224. A guiding rule, 225. An experiment, 226. On indistinctness at short distances, 227-231. On indistinctness at great distances, 230-234. The importance of light and shade in the prospettiva de perdimenti, 235. The effect of light or dark backgrounds on the apparent size of objects, 240-250. Propositions on prospettiva de perdimenti from Ms. C, 250-262. 5. Theory of colors. The reciprocal effects of colors on objects placed opposite each other, 263-271. Combination of different colors in cast shadows, 272. The effect of colors in the camera obscura, 273. 274. On the colors of derived shadows, 275. 276. On the nature of colors, 277. 278. On gradations in the depth of colors, 279. 280. On the reflection of colors, 281-283. On the use of dark and light colors in painting, 284-286. On the colors of the rainbow, 287-288. 6. Perspective of color and aerial perspective. General rules, 289-291. An exceptional case, 292. An experiment, 293. The practice of the prospettiva de colory, 294. The rules of aerial perspective, 295-297. On the relative density of the atmosphere, 298-299. On the color of the atmosphere, 300-307. 7. On the proportions and on the movements of the human figure. Preliminary observations, 308. 309. Proportions of the head and face, 310-318. Proportions of the head seen in front, 319-321. Proportions of the foot, 322-323. Relative proportions of the hand and foot, 324. Relative proportions of the foot and of the face, 325-327. Proportions of the leg, 328-331. On the central point of the whole body, 332. The relative proportions of the torso and of the whole figure, 333. The relative proportions of the head and of the torso, 334. The relative proportions of the torso and of the leg, 335. 336. The relative proportions of the torso and of the foot, 337. The proportions of the whole figure, 338, 341. The torso from the front and back, 342. Vitruvius, scheme of proportions, 343. The arm and head, 344. Proportions of the arm, 345, 349. The movement of the arm, 350, 354. The movement of the torso, 355, 361. The proportions vary at different ages, 362, 367. The movement of the human figure, 368, 375. Of walking up and down, 375, 379. On the human body in action, 380, 388. On hair falling down in curls, 389. On draperies, 390, 392. 8. Botany for painters and elements of landscape painting. Classification of trees, 393. The relative thickness of the branches to the trunk, 394, 396. The law of proportion in the growth of the branches, 397, 402. The direction of growth, 403, 407. The forms of trees, 408, 411. The insertion of the leaves, 412, 419. Light on branches and leaves, 420, 422. The proportions of light and shade in a leaf, 423, 426. Of the transparency of leaves, 427, 429. The gradations of shade and color in leaves, 430, 434. A classification of trees according to their colors, 435. The proportions of light and shade in trees, 436, 440. The distribution of light and shade with reference to the position of the spectator, 441, 443. The effects of morning light, 444, 448. The effects of midday light, 449. The appearance of trees in the distance, 450, 451. The cast shadow of trees, 452. 453. Light and shade on groups of trees, 454, 457. On the treatment of light for landscapes, 458, 464. On the treatment of light for views of towns, 465, 469. The effect of wind on trees, 470, 473. Light and shade on clouds, 474, 477. On images reflected in water, 478. Of rainbows and rain, 479. 480. Of flower seeds, 481. 9. The practice of painting. Moral precepts for the student of painting. How to ascertain the dispositions for an artistic career, 482. The course of instruction for an artist, 483, 485. The study of the antique, 486. 487. The necessity of anatomical knowledge, 488. 489. How to acquire practice, 490. Industry and thoroughness the first conditions, 491, 493. The artist's private life and choice of company, 493. 494. The distribution of time for studying, 495, 497. On the productive power of minor artists, 498, 501. A caution against one-sided study, 502. How to acquire universality, 503, 506. Useful games and exercises, 507. 508. Roman 2. The artist's studio instruments and helps for the application of perspective. On judging of a picture, on the size of the studio, 509. On the construction of windows, 510, 512. On the best light for painting, 513, 520. On various helps in preparing a picture, 521, 530. On the management of works, 531. 532. On the limitations of painting, 533, 535. On the choice of a position, 536. 537. The apparent size of figures in a picture, 538. 539. The right position of the artist when painting and of the spectator, 540, 547. Roman 3. The practical methods of light and shade and aerial perspective gradations of light and shade, 548. On the choice of light for a picture, 549, 554. The distribution of light and shade, 555–559. The juxtaposition of light and shade, 560. 561. On the lighting of the background, 562–565. On the lighting of white objects, 566. The methods of aerial perspective, 567–570. Roman 4. Of portrait and figure painting of sketching figures and portraits, 571. 572. The position of the head, 573. Of the light on the face, 574–576. General suggestions for historical pictures, 577–581. How to represent the differences of age and sex, 582. 583. Of representing the emotions, 584. Of representing imaginary animals, 585. The selection of forms, 586–591. How to pose figures, 592. Of appropriate gestures, 593–600. V. Suggestions for compositions of painting battle pieces, 601–603. Of depicting night scenes, 604. Of depicting a tempest, 605. 606. Of representing the deluge, 607–609. Of depicting natural phenomena, 610. 611. Roman 6. The artist's materials of chalk and paper, 612–617. On the preparation and use of colors, 618–627. Of preparing the panel, 628. The preparation of oils, 629–634. On varnishes, 635–637. On chemical materials, 638–650. Roman 7. Philosophy and history of the art of painting, the relation of art and nature, 651. 652. Painting is superior to poetry, 653. 654. Painting is superior to sculpture, 655. 656. Aphorisms, 657. On the history of painting, 660. 661. The painter's scope, 662. 10. Studies and sketches for pictures and decorations. On pictures of the Madonna, 663. Bernardo di Bandino's portrait, 664. Notes on the Last Supper, 665. On the Battle of Anghiari, 669. Allegorical representations referring to the Duke of Milan, 670–673. Allegorical representations, 674–678. Arrangement of a picture, 679. List of drawings, 680. Mottos and emblems, 680–702. The author's intention to publish his MSS. 1. How by a CERT machine many may stay some time underwater. And how and wherefore I do not describe my method of remaining underwater, and how long I can remain without eating. And I do not publish nor divulge these, by reason of the evil nature of men, who would use them for assassinations at the bottom of the sea by destroying ships, and sinking them, together with the men in them. Nevertheless, I will impart others, which are not dangerous, because the mouth of the tube through which you breathe is above the water, supported on air sacs or cork. Footnote: the leaf on which this passage is written is headed with the words Cassie 39, and most of these cases begin with the word come, like the two here given, which are the 26th and 27th. 7. Sughero. In the Codex Atlanticus 377a, 1170a, there is a sketch drawn with the pen, representing a man with a tube in his mouth, and at the farther end of the tube a disc. By the tube the word Channa is written, and by the disc the word Sughero. The preparation of the MSS for publication. 2. When you put together the science of the motions of water, remember to include under each proposition its application and use, in order that this science may not be useless. Footnote: a comparatively small portion of Leonardo's notes on water power was published at Bologna in 1828, under the title Del modo e misura dell'acqua di L. da Vinci. Admonition to readers. 3. Let no man who is not a mathematician read the elements of my work. The disorder in the MSS. 4. Begun at Florence, in the house of Piero di Braccio Martelli, on the 22nd day of March 1508. And this is to be a collection without order, taken from many papers which I have copied here, hoping to arrange them later each in its place, according to the subjects of which they may treat. But I believe that before I am at the end of this, I shall have to repeat the same things several times, for which, O reader, do not blame me, for the subjects are many and memory cannot retain them and say, I will not write this because I wrote it before. And if I wished to avoid falling into this fault, it would be necessary in every case when I wanted to copy that, not to repeat myself, I should read over all that had gone before, and all the more since the intervals are long between one time of writing and the next. Footnote: one in the history of Florence in the early part of the X-5th century, Piero di Braccio Martelli is frequently mentioned as Commissario della Signoria. He was famous for his learning, and at his death left 4 books on mathematics ready for the press. Comp. Litta Famigli Celebri Italian, Famiglia Martelli di Firenze, in the official catalogue of MSS. In the Brit. Muse New Series Volume I, where this passage is printed, Bardo has been wrongly given for Braccio. 2 Addi 22, Di Marzo 1508. The Christian era was computed in Florence at that time from the Incarnation, Lady Day, March 25th. Hence this should be 1509 by our reckoning. 3 Raccolto tratto di molte carte, le quali io ho qui copiate. We must suppose that Leonardo means that he has copied out his own MSS, and not those of others. The first 13 leaves of the Ms in the Brit. Muse are a fair copy of some notes on physics. Suggestions for the arrangement of MSS treating of particular subjects. 5-8. 5. Of digging a canal. Put this in the book of useful inventions, and in proving them bring forward the propositions already proved. And this is the proper order, since if you wish to show the usefulness of any plan, you would be obliged again to devise new machines to prove its utility, and thus would confuse the order of the 40 books and also the order of the diagrams. That is to say, you would have to mix up practice with theory, which would produce a confused and incoherent work. 6. I am not to blame for putting forward, in the course of my work on science, any general rule derived from a previous conclusion. 7. The book of the science of mechanics must precede the book of useful inventions. Have your books on anatomy bound. Footnote: for the numerous notes on anatomy written on loose leaves and now in the Royal Collection at Windsor can best be classified in 4 books, corresponding to the different character and size of the paper. When Leonardo speaks of li tua libri di anatomia, he probably means the MSS, which still exist. If this hypothesis is correct, the present condition of these leaves might seem to prove that he only carried out his purpose with one of the books on anatomy. A borrowed book on anatomy is mentioned in FO. 8. The order of your book must proceed on this plan. First simple beams, then those supported from below, then suspended in part, then wholly. Then beams as supporting other weights. Footnote: for Leonardo's notes on mechanics are extraordinarily numerous, but, for the reasons assigned in my introduction, they have not been included in the present work. General introductions to the book on painting 913. 9. Introduction. Seeing that I can find no subject specially useful or pleasing, since the men who have come before me have taken for their own every useful or necessary theme, I must do like one who, being poor, comes last to the fair, and can find no other way of providing himself than by taking all the things already seen by other buyers, and not taken, but refused by reason of their lesser value. I then will load my humble pack with this despised and rejected merchandise, the refuse of so many buyers, and will go about to distribute it, not indeed in great cities, but in the poorer towns, taking such a price as the wares I offer may be worth. Footnote: it need hardly be pointed out that there is in this promio a covert irony. In the second and third prefaces, Leonardo characterizes his rivals and opponents more closely. His protest is directed against Neo-Latinism as professed by most of the humanists of his time. Its futility is now no longer questioned. 10. Introduction. I know that many will call this useless work. Footnote 3. Questa esser opera inutile. By opera we must here understand Libro di Pitera and particularly the treatise on perspective, and they will be those of whom Demetrius. Footnote for Demetrio. With regard to the passage attributed to Demetrius, Dr. H. Müller-Strubing writes, I know not what to make of it. It is certainly not Demetrius Phalereus that is meant, and it can hardly be Demetrius Poliorcetes. Who then can it be, for the name is a very common one? It may be a clerical error for Demades, and the maxim is quite in the spirit of his writings. I have not, however, been able to find any corresponding passage either in the fragments, see Muller, or at Roman 2, 441, nor in the supplements collected by Dietz, Rhine, Muss, Volume 29, p. 108. The same passage occurs as a simple memorandum in the Ms. Tr. 57, apparently as a note for this Promio, thus affording some data as to the time where these introductions were written. Declared that he took no more account of the wind that came out their mouth in words than of that they expelled from their lower parts. Men who desire nothing but material riches and are absolutely devoid of that of wisdom, which is the food and the only true riches of the mind. For so much more worthy as the soul is than the body, so much more noble are the possessions of the soul than those of the body. And often, when I see one of these men take this work in his hand, I wonder that he does not put it to his nose, like a monkey, or ask me if it is something good to eat. Footnote, in the original, the Promio di Prospettivatio dell'Officio dell'Occhio, see number 21, stands between this and the preceding one, number 9. Introduction. I am fully conscious that, not being a literary man, certain presumptuous persons will think that they may reasonably blame me, alleging that I am not a man of letters. Foolish folks. Do they not know that I might retort as Marius did to the Roman patricians? Footnote 21, cum Mario de se ai patridi Romani. I am unable to find the words here attributed by Leonardo to Marius, either in Plutarch's Life of Marius or in the Apophthegmata Moralia, p. 202. Nor do they occur in the writings of Valerius Maximus, who frequently mentions Marius, nor in Velleius Paterculus, Roman 2, 11-43, Dio Cassius, Aulus Gellius, or Macrobius. Professor E. Mendelssohn of Dorpat, the editor of Herodian, assures me that no such passage is found in that author. Communication from Dr. Muller-Strubing. Leonardo evidently meant to allude to some well-known incident in Roman history, and the mention of Marius is the result probably of some confusion. We may perhaps read, for Marius, Menenius Agrippa, though in that case it is true we must alter patridi to plebe. The change is a serious one, but it would render the passage perfectly clear. By saying that they, who deck themselves out in the labors of others, will not allow me my own. They will say that I, having no literary skill, cannot properly express that which I desire to treat of. Footnote 26, Lamicos, chi d'altra parola. This can hardly be reconciled with Mons, Ravaisin's estimate of L. da Vinci's learning. Leonard da Vinci edat un admiratur et un disciple des anciens, aussi bien dans l'art que dans la science et il tenait a passer pour tel même aux de la posterite. Gaz, des Beaux-Arts. Oct. 1877. But they do not know that my subjects are to be dealt with by experience rather than by words, and has been the mistress of those who wrote well. And so, as mistress, I will cite her in all cases. 11. Though I may not, like them, be able to quote other authors, I shall rely on that which is much greater and more worthy, on experience, the mistress of their masters. They go about puffed up and pompous, dressed and decorated with, not of their own labors, but of those of others, and they will not allow me my own. They will scorn me as an inventor, but how much more might they who are not inventors but vaunters and declaimers of the works of others be blamed? Introduction. Having already treated of the nature of shadows and the way in which they are cast. Footnote 2, Avendo io tractato, we may suppose that he here refers to some particular Ms., possibly Paris C. I will now consider the places on which they fall, and their curvature, obliquity, flatness, or, in short, any character I may be able to detect in them. Shadow is the obstruction of light. Shadows appear to me to be of supreme importance in perspective, because, without them, opaque and solid bodies will be ill-defined. That which is contained within their outlines and their boundaries themselves will be ill understood unless they are shown against a background of a different tone from themselves. And therefore, in my first proposition concerning shadow, I state that every opaque body is surrounded, and its whole surface enveloped in shadow and light. And on this proposition I build up the first book. Besides this, shadows have in themselves various degrees of darkness, because they are caused by the absence of a variable amount of the luminous rays, and these I call primary shadows because they are the first, and inseparable from the object to which they belong. And on this I will found my second book. From these primary shadows, there result certain shaded rays which are diffused through the atmosphere, and these vary in character according to that of the primary shadows whence they are derived. I shall therefore call these shadows derived shadows because they are produced by other shadows, and the third book will treat of these. Again, these derived shadows, where they are intercepted by various objects, produce effects as various as the places where they are cast, and of this I will treat in the fourth book. And since all round the derived shadows, where the derived shadows are intercepted, there is always a space where the light falls and by reflected dispersion is thrown back towards its cause, it meets the original shadow and mingles with it, and modifies it somewhat in its nature. And on this I will compose my fifth book. Besides this, in the sixth book one will investigate the many and various diversities of reflections resulting from these rays, which will modify the original by some of the various colors from the different objects, whence these reflected rays are derived. Again, the seventh book will treat of the various distances that may exist between the spot where the reflected rays fall and that where they originate, and the various shades of color which they will acquire in falling on opaque bodies. Different principles and plans of treatment, 112-116. 112. First I will treat of light falling through windows, which I will call restricted, and then I will treat of light in the open country, to which I will give the name of diffused light. Then I will treat of the light of luminous bodies. 113. Of painting. The conditions of shadow and light by the eye are three of these. The first is when the eye and the light are on the same side of the object seen. The second is when the eye is in front of the object and the light is behind it. The third is when the eye is in front of the object and the light is on one side, in such a way as that a line drawn from the object to the eye and one from the object to the light should form a right angle where they meet. 114. Of painting. This is another section, that is, of the nature of a reflection from an object placed between the eye and the light under various aspects. 115. Of painting. As regards all visible objects, three things must be considered. These are the position of the eye which sees, that of the object seen to the light, and the position of the light which illuminates the object. B is the eye, A the object seen, C the light, A is the eye, B the illuminating body, C is the illuminated object. 116. Let A be the light, B the eye, C the object seen by the eye and in the light. These show, first, the eye between the light and the body, the second, the light between the eye and the body, the third, the body between the eye and the light, or is the eye, B the illuminated object, C the light. 117. Of painting. Of the three kinds of light that illuminate opaque bodies. The first kind of light which may illuminate opaque bodies is called direct light, as that of the sun or any other light from a window or flame. The second is diffused light, such as we see in cloudy weather or in mist and the like. The third is subdued light, that is when the sun is entirely below the horizon, either in the evening or morning. 118. Of light. The lights which may illuminate opaque bodies are of four kinds. These are diffused light as that of the atmosphere within our horizon, and direct as that of the sun or of a window or door or other opening. The third is reflected light, and there is a fourth which is that which passes through transparent bodies, as linen or paper or the like, but not transparent like glass or crystal or other diaphanous bodies, which produce the same effect as though nothing intervened between the shaded object and the light that falls upon it. And this we will discuss fully in our discourse. Definition of the nature of shadows, 119-122. 119. What light and shadow are. Shadow is the absence of light, merely the obstruction of the luminous rays by an opaque body. Shadow is of the nature of darkness. Light is of the nature of a luminous body, one conceals and the other reveals. They are always associated and inseparable from all objects. But shadow is a more powerful agent than light, for it can impede and entirely deprive bodies of their light, while light can never entirely expel shadow from a body, that is, from an opaque body. 120. Shadow is the diminution of light by the intervention of an opaque body. Shadow is the counterpart of the luminous rays, which are cut off by an opaque body. This is proved because the shadow cast is the same in shape and size as the luminous rays which are transformed into a shadow. 121. Shadow is the diminution alike of light and of darkness, and stands between darkness and light. A shadow may be infinitely dark, and also of infinite degrees of absence of darkness. The beginnings and ends of shadow lie between the light and darkness, and may be infinitely diminished and infinitely increased. Shadow is the means by which bodies display their form. The forms of bodies could not be understood in detail, but for shadow. 122. Of the nature of shadow. Shadow partakes of the nature of universal matter. All such matters are more powerful in their beginning and grow weaker towards the end. I say at the beginning, whatever their form or condition may be, and whether visible or invisible. And it is not from small beginnings that they grow to a great size in time, as it might be a great oak which has a feeble beginning from a small acorn. Yet I may say that the oak is most powerful at its beginning, that is where it springs from the earth, which is where it is largest, to return darkness, then is the strongest degree of shadow and light is its least. Therefore, O painter, make your shadow darkest close to the object that casts it, and make the end of it fading into light, seeming to have no end. Of the various kinds of shadows, 123-125. 123. Darkness is absence of light. Shadow is diminution of light. Primitive shadow is that which is inseparable from a body, not in the light. Derived shadow is that which is disengaged from a body in shadow and pervades the air. A cast transparent shadow is that which is surrounded by an illuminated surface. A simple shadow is one which receives no light from the luminous body which causes it. A simple shadow begins within the line which starts from the edge of the luminous body a B. 124. A simple shadow is one where no light at all interferes with it. A compound shadow is one which is somewhat illuminated by one or more lights. 125. What is the difference between a shadow that is inseparable from a body and a cast shadow? An inseparable shadow is that which is never absent from the illuminated body. As, for instance, a ball, which so long as it is in the light always has one side in shadow, which never leaves it for any movement or change of position in the ball. A separate shadow may be and may not be produced by the body itself. Suppose the ball to be one brachia distant from a wall with a light on the opposite side of it. This light will throw upon the wall exactly as broad a shadow as is to be seen on the side of the ball that is turned towards the wall. That portion of the cast shadow will not be visible when the light is below the ball and the shadow is thrown up towards the sky, and finding no obstruction on its way is lost. 126. How there are two kinds of light, one separable from and the other inseparable from bodies. Of the various kinds of light, 126, 127. Separate light is that which falls upon the body. Inseparable light is the side of the body that is illuminated by that light. One is called primary, the other derived. And, in the same way, there are two kinds of shadow, one primary and the other derived. The primary is that which is inseparable from the body. The derived is that which proceeds from the body, conveying to the surface of the wall the form of the body causing it. 127. How there are two different kinds of light, one being called diffused, the other restricted. The diffused is that which freely illuminates objects. The restricted is that which, being admitted through an opening or window, illuminates them on that side only. Footnote: at the spot marked in the first diagram, Leonardo wrote lum castrato, restricted light. At the spot B on the second diagram, he wrote lum libero, diffused light. General remarks, 128-129. 128. Light is the chaser away of darkness. Shade is the obstruction of light. Primary light is that which falls on objects and causes light and shade, and derived lights are those portions of a body which are illuminated by the primary light. A primary shadow is that side of a body on which the light cannot fall. The general distribution of shadow and light is that sum total of the rays thrown off by a shaded or illuminated body passing through the air without any interference, and the spot which intercepts and cuts off the distribution of the dark and light rays. and the eye can best distinguish the forms of objects when it is placed between the shaded and the illuminated parts. 129. Memorandum of things I require to have granted in my explanation of perspective. I ask to have this much granted me to assert that every ray passing through air of equal density throughout travels in a straight line from its cause to the object or place it falls upon. First book on light and shade. On the nature of light, 130-131. 130. The reason by which we know that a light radiates from a single center is this. We plainly see that a large light is often much broader than some small object which nevertheless although the rays are much more than twice the extent of the small body always, has its shadow cast on the nearest surface very visibly. Let CF be a broad light, and N be the object in front of it, casting a shadow on the plane, and let a B be the plane. It is clear that it is not the broad light that will cast the shadow N on the plane, but that the light has within it a center is shown by this experiment. The shadow falls on the plane as is shown at M, OTR. Footnote 13. In the original Ms. no explanatory text is placed after this title line, but a space is left for it, and the text beginning at line 15 comes next. Why, to two or in front of two eyes, do three objects appear as two? Why, when you estimate the direction of an object with two sights, the nearer appears confused? I say that the eye projects an infinite number of lines which mingle or join those reaching it, which come to it from the object looked at. And it is only the central and sensible line that can discern and discriminate colors and objects. All the others are false and illusory. And if you place two objects at half an arm's length apart, if the nearer of the two is close to the eye, its form will remain far more confused than that of the second. The reason is that the first is overcome by a greater number of false lines than the second, and so is rendered vague. Light acts in the same manner, for in the effects of its lines, equals rays, and particularly in perspective, it much resembles the eye, and its central rays are what cast the true shadow. When the object in front of it is too quickly overcome with dim rays, it will cast a broad and disproportionate shadow, ill-defined. But when the object which is to cast the shadow and cuts off the rays near to the place where the shadow falls, then the shadow is distinct, and the more so in proportion as the light is far off, because at a long distance the central ray is less overcome by false rays. Because the lines from the eye and the solar and other luminous rays passing through the atmosphere are obliged to travel in straight lines, unless they are deflected by a denser or rarer air, when they will be bent at some point, but so long as the air is free from grossness or moisture, they will preserve their direct course, always carrying the image of the object that intercepts them back to their point of origin. And if this is the eye, the intercepting object will be seen by its color, as well as by form and size. But if the intercepting plane has in it some small perforation, opening into a darker chamber not darker in color, but by absence of light you will see the rays enter through this hole, and transmitting to the plane beyond all the details of the object, they proceed from both as to color and form. Only everything will be upside down. But the size where the lines are reconstructed will be in proportion to the relative distance of the aperture from the plane on which the lines fall and from their origin on the other. There they intersect and form two pyramids with their point meeting and their bases opposite. Let a B be the point of origin of the lines, DE the first plane, and C the aperture with the intersection of the lines. FG is the inner plane. You will find that a falls upon the inner plane below at G, and B which is below will go up to the spot F. It will be quite evident to experimenters that every luminous body has in itself a core or center, from which and to which all the lines radiate which are sent forth by the surface of the luminous body and reflected back to it, or which, having been thrown out and not intercepted, are dispersed in the air. 131. The rays, whether shaded or luminous, have greater strength and effect at their points than at their sides. Although the points of luminous pyramids may extend into shaded places, and those of pyramids of shadow into illuminated places, and though among the luminous pyramids one may start from a broader base than another. Nevertheless, if by reason of their various length these luminous pyramids acquire angles of equal size, their light will be equal. And the case will be the same with the pyramids of shadow. as may be seen in the intersected pyramids, a BC and DEF, which though their bases differ in size, are equal as to breadth and light. Footnote 5155. This supplementary paragraph is indicated as being a continuation of line 45 by two small crosses. The difference between light and luster, 130 to 135. 132. Of the difference between light and luster, and that luster is not included among colors, but is saturation of whiteness and derived from the surface of wet bodies. Light partakes of the color of the object which reflects it to the eye as gold or silver or the like. 133. Of the highest lights, which turn and move as the eye moves, which sees the object. Suppose the body to be the round object figured here, and let the light be at the point A, and let the illuminated side of the object be BC and the eye at the point D. I say that, as luster is everywhere and complete in each part, if you stand at the point D, the luster will appear at C, and in proportion as the eye moves from D to A, the luster will move from C to N. 134. Of painting. High light or luster on any object is not situated in the middle of an illuminated object, but moves as and where the eye moves in looking at it. 135. Of light and luster. What is the difference between light and the luster, which is seen on the polished surface of opaque bodies? The lights which are produced from the polished surface of opaque bodies will be stationary on stationary objects, even if the eye on which they strike moves. But reflected lights will, on those same objects, appear in as many different places on the surface as different positions are taken by the eye. What bodies have light upon them without luster? Opaque bodies which have a hard and rough surface never display any luster in any portion of the side on which the light falls. What bodies will display luster but not look illuminated? Those bodies which are opaque and hard with a hard surface reflect light from every spot on the illuminated side, which is in a position to receive light at the same angle of incidence as they occupy with regard to the eye. But, as the surface mirrors all the surrounding objects, the illuminated is not recognizable in these portions of the illuminated body. 136. The relations of luminous to illuminated bodies. The middle of the light and shade on an object in light and shade is opposite to the middle of the primary light. All light and shadow expresses itself in pyramidal lines. The middle of the shadow on any object must necessarily be opposite the middle of its light, with a direct line passing through the center of the body. The middle of the light will be at A, that of the shadow at B. Again, in bodies shown in light and shade, the middle of each must coincide with the center of the body, and a straight line will pass through both and through that center. Footnote, in the original Ms., at the spot marked O of the first diagram Leonardo wrote primitivo, and at the spot marked C primitiva primary. At the spot marked B, he wrote derivatio, and at D derivativa derived. Experiments on the relation of light and shadow within a room, 137-140. 137. Shows how light from any side converges to one point. Although the balls of BC are lighted from one window, nevertheless, if you follow the lines of their shadows, you will see they intersect at a point forming the angle N. Footnote, the diagram belonging to this passage is slightly sketched on PL, Roman 32, a square with 3 balls below it. The first 3 lines of the text belonging to it are written above the sketch and the 6 others below it. 138. Every body in light and shade fills the surrounding air with infinite images of itself, and these, by infinite pyramids diffused in the air, represent this body throughout space and on every side. Each pyramid that is composed of a long assemblage of rays includes within itself an infinite number of pyramids, and each has the same power as all, and all as each. A circle of equidistant pyramids of vision will give to their object angles of equal size, and an eye at each point will see the object of the same size. The body of the atmosphere is full of infinite pyramids composed of radiating straight lines, which are produced from the surface of the bodies in light and shade, existing in the air. And the farther they are from the object which produces them, the more acute they become, and although in their distribution they intersect and cross, they never mingle together, but pass through all the surrounding air, independently converging, spreading, and diffused. And they are all of equal power, all equal to each, and each equal to all. By these, the images of objects are transmitted through all space and in every direction, and each pyramid in itself includes, in each minutest part, the whole form of the body causing it. 64. The body of the atmosphere is full of infinite radiating pyramids produced by the objects existing in it. These intersect and cross each other with independent convergence without interfering with each other and pass through all the surrounding atmosphere, and are of equal force and value, all being equal to each to all. And by means of these, images of the body are transmitted everywhere and on all sides, and each receives in itself every minutest portion of the object that produces it. Proof by experiment 6566. 65. Perspective. The air is filled with endless images of the objects distributed in it, and all are represented in all, and all in one, and all in each, whence it happens that if two mirrors are placed in such a manner as to face each other exactly, the first will be reflected in the second, and the second in the first. The first being reflected in the second takes to it the image of itself with all the images represented in it, among which is the image of the second mirror. And so, image within image, they go on to infinity in such a manner as that each mirror has within it a mirror, each smaller than the last and one inside the other. Thus, by this example, it is clearly proved that every object sends its image to every spot whence the object itself can be seen. And the converse, that the same object may receive in itself all the images of the objects that are in front of it. Hence the eye transmits through the atmosphere its own image to all the objects that are in front of it and receives them into itself, that is to say, on its surface, whence they are taken in by the common sense, which considers them, and if they are pleasing commits them to the memory. Whence I am of opinion that the invisible images in the eyes are produced towards the object, as the image of the object to the eye, that the images of the objects must be disseminated through the air. An instance may be seen in several mirrors placed in a circle, which will reflect each other endlessly. When one has reached the other, it is returned to the object that produced it, and thence being diminished it is returned again to the object, and then comes back once more, and this happens endlessly. If you put a light between two flat mirrors with a distance of 1 brachio between them, you will see in each of them an infinite number of lights, one smaller than another, to the last. If at night you put a light between the walls of a room, all the parts of that wall will be tinted with the image of that light. And they will receive the light, and the light will fall on them, mutually, that is to say, when there is no obstacle to interrupt the transmission of the images. This same example is seen in a greater degree in the distribution of the solar rays which altogether, and each by itself, convey to the object the image of the body which causes it. That each body by itself alone fills with its images the atmosphere around it, and that the same air is able, at the same time, to receive the images of the endless other objects which are in it. This is clearly proved by these examples. And every object is everywhere visible in the whole of the atmosphere, and the whole in every smallest part of it, and all the objects in the whole, and all in each smallest part, each in all and all in every part. 66. The images of objects are all diffused through the atmosphere which receives them, and all on every side in it. To prove this, let us see be objects of which the images are admitted to a dark chamber by the small holes NP and thrown upon the plane FI opposite to these holes. As many images will be produced in the chamber on the plane as the number of the said holes. 67. General conclusions. All objects project their whole image and likeness, diffused and mingled in the whole of the atmosphere, opposite to themselves. The image of every point of the bodily surface exists in every part of the atmosphere. All the images of the objects are in every part of the atmosphere. The whole, and each part of the image of the atmosphere is in each point of the surface of the bodies presented to it. Therefore both the part and the whole of the images of the objects exist, both in the whole and in the parts of the surface of these visible bodies. Whence we may evidently say that the image of each object exists, as a whole and in every part, in each part and in the whole interchangeably in every existing body, as is seen in two mirrors placed opposite to each other. 68. That the contrary is impossible. It is impossible that the eye should project from itself, by visual rays, the visual virtue, since, as soon as it opens, that front portion which would give rise to this emanation would have to go forth to the object, and this it could not do without time. And this being so, it could not travel so high as the sun in a month's time when the eye wanted to see it. And if it could reach the sun, it would necessarily follow that it should perpetually remain in a continuous line from the eye to the sun, and should always diverge in such a way as to form between the sun and the eye the base and the apex of a pyramid. This being the case, if the eye consisted of 1,000,000 worlds, it would not prevent its being consumed in the projection of its virtue. And if this virtue would have to travel through the air as perfumes do, the winds would bent it and carry it into another place. But we do see the mass of the sun with the same rapidity as at the distance of a brachio, and the power of sight is not disturbed by the blowing of the winds nor by any other accident. Footnote: the view here refuted by Leonardo was maintained among others by Bramantino, Leonardo's Milanese contemporary. Lamazzo writes as follows in his Trattato dell'arte della pittura and c. Milano 1584. Liber, VCP. Roman 21. Savami di Avergia letto inserti scritti alcune cose di Bramantino Milanese, celebratissimo pitter, attenent alla prospettiva, la quali ho voluto rifrare, e quasi intesser in questo luogo, affinch sappiamo qual fos ella peniani di cosi, Chiaro e famoso pitter intorno alla prospettiva. Scrive Bramantino ci la prospettiva e grave una cosa ci contrafa il naturale, e ci si fa in tre modi. Circa il primo modo ci si fa con ragioni, per esser la cosa in poch parole conclusa de Bramantino, in maniera ci giudico non potersi dire meglio, contenendovi citata part del principio al fine, io refero per appunto la propria parole su, cp. Roman 22, prima prospettiva di Bramantino. La prima prospettiva fa la cos di punto, e l'altra non mai, e la terza più appresso. Adunc la prima si demanda prospettiva, sio ragioni, la quale fa l'effetto dell'occhio, facendo crescere e calare secondo gli effetti degli occhi. Questo crescere e calare non procede della cosa propria, ci in si per esser lontana, avvero vicina per quello effetto non più crescere sminuire, ma procede dagli effetti degli occhi, ai quali sono piccioli, e persio volendo vedir tanto gran cosa, by sognici mendino fuor la virtu visiva, la quale si dilata in tanta larghezza, ci piglia tutto quello ci viu vedir, ed arrivando a quella cosa la vid dovi grave. E de lei igli occhi per quello circuito fino, all occhio, e tutto quello termin e grave pino di quella cosa. It is worthy of note that Leonardo had made his memorandum refuting this view, at Milan in 1492. 69. A parallel case. Just as a stone flung into the water becomes the center and cause of many circles, and as sound diffuses itself in circles in the air, so any object placed in the luminous atmosphere diffuses itself in circles and fills the surrounding air with infinite images of itself, and is repeated, the whole everywhere and the whole in every smallest part. This can be proved by experiment, since if you shut a window that faces west and make a whole footnote, 6. Here the text breaks off. Footnote, compare Library, Histoire des Sciences Mathématiques en Italie. Tome Roman 3, p. 43. The function of the eye as explained by the camera obscura, 7071. 70. If the object in front of the eye sends its image to the eye, on the other hand, sends its image to the object, and no portion whatever of the object is lost in the images it throws off, for any reason either in the eye or the object. Therefore we may rather believe it to be the nature and potency of our luminous atmosphere which absorbs the images of the objects existing in it, than the nature of the objects, to send their images through the air. If the object opposite to the eye were to send its image to the eye would have to do the same to the object, whence it might seem that these images were an emanation. But if so, it would be necessary that every object became rapidly smaller, because each object appears by its images in the surrounding atmosphere. That is, the whole object in the whole atmosphere, and in each part, and all the objects in the whole atmosphere and all of them in each part, speaking of that atmosphere which is able to contain in itself the straight and radiating lines of the images projected by the objects. From this, it seems necessary to admit that it is in the nature of the atmosphere, which subsists between the objects, and which attracts the images of things to itself like a lodestone, being placed between them. Prove how all objects placed in one position are all everywhere and all in each part. I say that if the front of a building or any open piazza or field which is illuminated by the sun has a dwelling opposite to it, and if, in the front which does not face the sun, you make a small round hole, all the illuminated objects will project their images through that hole and be visible inside the dwelling on the opposite wall, which may be made white. And there, in fact, they will be upside down. And if you make similar openings in several places in the same wall, you will have the same result from each. Hence the images of the illuminated objects are all everywhere on this wall, and all in each minutest part of it. The reason, as we clearly know, is that this hole must admit some light to the said dwelling, and the light admitted by it is derived from one or many luminous bodies. If these bodies are of various colors and shapes, the rays forming the images are of various colors and shapes, and so will the representations be on the wall. Footnote 701523. This section has already been published in the Saggio dell'Opere di Leonardo da Vinci, Milan 1872, pp. 13-14g. Govey observes upon it that Leonardo is not to be regarded as the inventor of the camera obscura, but that he was the first to explain by it the structure of the eye. An account of the camera obscura first occurs in Cesare Cesarini's Italian version of Vitruvius, pub. 1523, 4 years after Leonardo's death. Cesarini expressly names Benedetino Don Papnudio as the inventor of the camera obscura. In his explanation of the function of the eye by a comparison with the camera obscura, Leonardo was the precursor of G. Cardano, professor of medicine at Bologna. Died 1576. And it appears highly probable that this is, in fact, the very discovery which Leonardo ascribes to himself in section 21 without giving any further details. 71. How the images of objects received by the eye intersect within the crystalline humor of the eye. An experiment showing how objects transmit their images or pictures intersecting within the eye and the crystalline humor is seen when by some small round hole penetrate the images of illuminated objects into a very dark chamber. Then, receive these images on a white paper placed within this dark room and rather near to the hole, and you will see all the objects on the paper in their proper forms and colors, but much smaller, and they will be upside down by reason of that very intersection. These images being transmitted from a place illuminated by the sun will seem actually painted on this paper, which must be extremely thin and looked at from behind. And let the little perforation be made in a very thin plate of iron. Let a BEDE be the object illuminated by the sun, and OR the front of the dark chamber, in which is the said hole, ad NM. Let ST be the sheet of paper intercepting the rays of the images of these objects upside down, because the rays being straight, O on the right hand becomes K on the left, and E on the left becomes F on the right, and the same takes place inside the pupil. Footnote: this chapter is already known through a translation into French by Venturi. Compare his essay sur les ouvrages physico-mathématiques de L. da Vinci avec des fragments tirés de ses manuscrits, apportés de l'Italie. Lu à la première classe de l'Institut National des Sciences et Arts. Paris, and v. 1797. The Practice of Perspective, 72-73. 72. In the practice of perspective, the same rules apply to light and to the eye. 73. The object which is opposite to the pupil of the eye is seen by that pupil, and that which is opposite to the eye is seen by the pupil. Refraction of the rays falling upon the eye, 74-75. 74. The lines sent forth by the image of an object to the eye do not reach the point within the eye in straight lines. 75. If the judgment of the eye is situated within it, the straight lines of the images are refracted on its surface, because they pass through the rarer to the denser medium. If, when you are under water, you look at objects in the air, you will see them out of their true place, and the same with objects under water seen from the air. The intersection of the rays, 76-82. 76. The inversion of the images. All the images of objects which pass through a window from the free outer air to the air confined within walls are seen on the opposite side. And an object which moves in the outer air from east to west will seem in its shadow, on the wall which is lighted by this confined air, to have an opposite motion. 77. The principle on which the images of bodies pass in between the margins of the openings by which they enter. What difference is there in the way in which images pass through narrow openings and through large openings, or in those which pass by the sides of shaded bodies? By moving the edges of the opening through which the images are admitted, the images of immovable objects are made to move. And this happens, as is shown in the ninth, which demonstrates. Footnote 11, per law 9 He Disi. When Leonardo refers thus to a number, it serves to indicate marginal diagrams. This can in some instances be distinctly proved. The ninth sketch on the page WL 145b corresponds to the middle sketch of the three reproduced. The images of any object are all everywhere, and all in each part of the surrounding air. It follows that if one of the edges of the hole by which the images are admitted to a dark chamber is moved, it cuts off those rays of the image that were in contact with it, and gets nearer to other rays which previously were remote from it and see. Of the movement of the edge at the right or left, or the upper or lower edge. If you move the right side of the opening, the image on the left will move of the object which entered on the right side of the opening, and the same result will happen with all the other sides of the opening. This can be proved by the second of this, which shows all the rays which convey the images of objects through the air are straight lines. Hence, if the images of very large bodies have to pass through very small holes, and beyond these holes recover their large size, the lines must necessarily intersect. Footnote 77.2. In the first of the three diagrams, Leonardo had drawn only one of the two margins, et M. 78. Necessity has provided that all the images of objects in front of the eye shall intersect in two places. One of these intersections is in the pupil, the other in the crystalline lens, and if this were not the case, the eye could not see so great a number of objects as it does. This can be proved since all the lines which intersect do so in a point, because nothing is seen of objects excepting their surface, and their edges are lines, in contradistinction to the definition of a surface. And each minute part of a line is equal to a point, for smallest is said of that than which nothing can be smaller, and this definition is equivalent to the definition of the point. Hence it is possible for the whole circumference of a circle to transmit its image to the point of intersection, as is shown in the fourth of this, which shows all the smallest parts of the images cross each other without interfering with each other. These demonstrations are to illustrate the eye. No image, even of the smallest object, enters the eye without being turned upside down, but as it penetrates into the crystalline lens, it is once more reversed, and thus the image is restored to the same position within the eye as that of the object outside the eye. 79. Of the central line of the eye. Only one line of the image, of all those that reach the visual virtue, has no intersection, and this has no sensible dimensions because it is a mathematical line which originates from a mathematical point, which has no dimensions. According to my adversary, necessity requires that the central line of every image that enters by small and narrow openings into a dark chamber shall be turned upside down, together with the images of the bodies that surround it. 80. As to whether the central line of the image can be intersected, or not, within the opening. It is impossible that the line should intersect itself, that is, that its right should cross over to its left side, and so, its left side become its right side. Because such an intersection demands two lines, one from each side, for there can be no motion from right to left or from left to right in itself without such extension and thickness as admit of such motion. And if there is extension, it is no longer a line but a surface, and we are investigating the properties of a line and not of a surface. And as the line, having no center of thickness, cannot be divided, we must conclude that the line can have no sides to intersect each other. This is proved by the movement of the line at F to a B and of the line EB to EF, which are the sides of the surface at FEB. But if you move the line AB and the line EF, with the front ends at E, to the spot C, you will have moved the opposite ends FB towards each other at the point D. And from the two lines you will have drawn the straight line CD, which cuts the middle of the intersection of these two lines at the point N without any intersection. For you imagine these two lines as having breadth, it is evident that by this motion, the first will entirely cover the other being equal with it without any intersection, in the position CD. And this is sufficient to prove our proposition. 81. How the innumerable rays from innumerable images can converge to a point. Just as all lines can meet at a point, without interfering with each other being without breadth or thickness in, the same way all the images of surfaces can meet there. And as each given point faces the object opposite to it, and each object faces an opposite point, the converging rays of the image can pass through the point and diverge again beyond it to reproduce and remagnify the real size of that image. But their impressions will appear reversed as is shown in the first, above, where it is said that every image intersects as it enters the narrow openings made in a very thin substance. Read the marginal text on the other side. In proportion as the opening is smaller than the shaded body, so much less will the images transmitted through this opening intersect each other. The sides of images which pass through openings into a dark room intersect at a point which is nearer to the opening in proportion as the opening is narrower. To prove this, let a B be an object in light and shade, which sends not its shadow, but the image of its darkened form through the opening D, E, which is as wide as this shaded body. And its sides of B, being straight lines, as has been proved, must intersect between the shaded object and the opening, but nearer to the opening in proportion as it is smaller than the object in shade. As is shown, on your right hand and your left hand, in the two diagrams of BCNMO where, the right opening DE, being equal in width to the shaded object AB, the intersection of the sides of the said shaded object occurs halfway between the opening and the shaded object at the point C. But this cannot happen in the left-hand figure, the opening O being much smaller than the shaded object NM. It is impossible that the images of objects should be seen between the objects and the openings through which the images of these bodies are admitted. And this is plain, because where the atmosphere is illuminated, these images are not formed visibly. When the images are made double by mutually crossing each other, they are invariably doubly as dark in tone. To prove this, let DEH be such a doubling, which although it is only seen within the space between the bodies in B and I, this will not hinder its being seen from FG or from FM, being composed of the images of BIK which run together in DEH. Footnote 81. On the original diagram at the beginning of this chapter, Leonardo has written azzurro, blue, where in the facsimile I have marked A, and giallo, yellow, where B stands. An experiment showing that though the pupil may not be moved from its position, the objects seen by it may appear to move from their places. If you look at an object at some distance from you, and which is below the eye, and fix both your eyes upon it, and with one hand firmly hold the upper lid open, while with the other you push up the under lid still, keeping your eyes fixed on the object gazed at, you will see that object double, one remaining steady, and the other moving in a contrary direction to the pressure of your finger on the lower eyelid. How false the opinion is of those who say that this happens because the pupil of the eye is displaced from its position. How the above-mentioned facts prove that the pupil acts upside down in seeing. Footnote 82, 1417. The subject indicated by these two headings is fully discussed in the two chapters that follow them in the original, but it did not seem to me appropriate to include them here. Demonstration of perspective by means of a vertical glass plane, 8385. 83. Of the plane of glass. Perspective is nothing else than seeing place behind a plane of glass, quite transparent, on the surface of which the objects behind that glass are to be drawn. These can be traced in pyramids to the point in the eye, and these pyramids are intersected on the glass plane. 84. Pictorial perspective can never make an object at the same distance, look of the same size as it appears to the eye. You see that the apex of the pyramid FCD is as far from the object CD as the same point F is from the object B. And yet CD, which is the base made by the painter's point, is smaller than a B, which is the base of the lines from the objects converging in the eye and refracted at ST, the surface of the eye. This may be proved by experiment, by the lines of vision, and then by the lines of the painter's plumbline, by cutting the real lines of vision on one and the same plane, and measuring on it one and the same object. 85. Perspective. The vertical plane is a perpendicular line, imagined as in front of the central point where the apex of the pyramids converge. And this plane bears the same relation to this point as a plane of glass would, through which you might see the various objects and draw them on it. And the objects thus drawn would be smaller than the originals, in proportion as the distance between the glass and the eye was smaller than that between the glass and the objects. Perspective. The different converging pyramids produced by the objects will show, on the plane, the various sizes and remoteness of the objects causing them. Perspective. All those horizontal planes of which the extremes are met by perpendicular lines forming right angles. If they are of equal width, the more they rise to the level of eye, the less this is seen. And the more the eye is above them, the more will their real width be seen. Perspective. The farther a spherical body is from the eye, the more you will see of it. The angle of sight varies with the distance, 86-88. 86. A simple and natural method, showing how objects appear to the eye without any other medium. The object that is nearest to the eye always seems larger than another of the same size at greater distance. The eye, seeing the spaces OVX, hardly detects the difference between them, and the reason of this is that it is close to them. Footnote 6. It is quite inconceivable to me why M. Ravaisin, in a note to his French translation of this simple passage, should have remarked, Il est clairque, c'est par errorque Leonard a écrit per esser vicino, au lieu de per non esser vicino. See his printed ed. Of Ms. A.P. 38. But if these spaces are marked on the vertical plane, NO the space OV will be seen at OR, and in the same way the space VX will appear at RQ. And if you carry this out in any place where you can walk round, it will look out of proportion by reason of the great difference in the spaces OR and RQ. And this proceeds from the eye being so much below the plane that the plane is foreshortened. Hence, if you wanted to carry it out, you would have to see the perspective through a single hole which must be at the point M, or else you must go to a distance of at least 3 times the height of the object you see. The plane OP being always equally remote from the eye will reproduce the objects in a satisfactory way, so that they may be seen from place to place. 87. How every large mass sends forth its images, which may diminish through infinity. The images of any large mass being infinitely divisible may be infinitely diminished. 88. Objects of equal size, situated in various places, will be seen by different pyramids, which will each be smaller in proportion as the object is farther off. 89. Perspective, in dealing with distances, makes use of 2 opposite pyramids, one of which has its apex in the eye and the base as distant as the horizon. The other has the base towards the eye and the apex on the horizon. Now, the first includes the universe, embracing all the mass of the objects that lie in front of the eye, as it might be a vast landscape scene through a very small opening. For the more remote the objects are from the eye, the greater number can be seen through the opening, and thus the pyramid is constructed with the base on the horizon and the apex in the eye, as has been said. The second pyramid is extended to a spot which is smaller in proportion as it is farther from the eye, and this second perspective results from the first. 90. Simple perspective. Simple perspective is that which is constructed by art on a vertical plane which is equally distant from the eye in every part. Complex perspective is that which is constructed on a ground plan in which none of the parts are equally distant from the eye. 91. Perspective. No surface can be seen exactly as it is if the eye that sees it is not equally remote from all its edges. 92. Why, when an object is placed close to the eye, its edges are indistinct? When an object opposite the eye is brought too close to it, its edges must become too confused to be distinguished. As it happens with objects close to a light, which cast a large and indistinct shadow, so is it with an eye which estimates objects opposite to it. In all cases of linear perspective, the eye acts in the same way as the light. And the reason is that the eye has one leading line of vision, which dilates with distance and embraces with true discernment large objects at a distance, as well as small ones that are close. But since the eye sends out a multitude of lines which surround this chief central one, and since these which are farthest from the center in this cone of lines are less able to discern with accuracy, it follows that an object brought close to the eye is not at a due distance, but is too near for the central line to be able to discern the outlines of the object. So the edges fall within the lines of weaker discerning power, and these are to the function of the eye like dogs in the chase which can put up the game but cannot take it. Thus these cannot take in the objects, but induce the central line of sight to turn upon them when they have put them up. Hence the objects which are seen with these lines of sight have confused outlines. The relative size of objects with regard to their distance from the eye, 93-98. 93. Perspective. Small objects close at hand and large ones at a distance, being seen within equal angles, will appear of the same size. 94. Perspective. There is no object so large, but that at a great distance from the eye, it does not appear smaller than a smaller object near. 95. Among objects of equal size, that which is most remote from the eye will look the smallest. Footnote. This axiom, sufficiently clear in itself, is in the original illustrated by a very large diagram, constructed like that here reproduced under number 108. The same idea is repeated in CAIA. IA, stated as follows: Infra lacos diquel grandas aquelisi demonstrati minor, figura cicera più distante dal occhio. 96. Why an object is less distinct when brought near to the eye, and why with spectacles or without the naked eye sees badly either close or far off. 97. Perspective. Among objects of equal size, that which is most remote from the eye will look the smallest. 98. Perspective. No second object can be so much lower than the first as that the eye will not see it higher than the first, if the eye is above the second. Perspective. And this second object will never be so much higher than the first as that the eye, being below them, will not see the second as lower than the first. Perspective. If the eye sees a second square through the center of a smaller one, that is nearer, the second, larger square will appear to be surrounded by the smaller one. Perspective proposition. Objects that are farther off can never be so large, but that those in front, though smaller, will conceal or surround them. Definition. This proposition can be proved by experiment. For if you look through a small hole, there is nothing so large that it cannot be seen through it, and the object so seen appears surrounded and enclosed by the outline of the sides of the hole. And if you stop it up, this small stopping will conceal the view of the largest object. The apparent size of objects defined by calculation, 99.1/5. 99. Of linear perspective. Linear perspective deals with the action of the lines of sight, in proving by measurement how much smaller is a second object than the first, and how much the third is smaller than the second, and so on by degrees to the end of things visible. I find by experience that if a second object is as far beyond the first as the first is from the eye, although they are of the same size, the second will seem half the size of the first, and if the third object is of the same size as the second, and the third is as far beyond the second as the second from the first, it will appear of half the size of the second. And so on by degrees, at equal distances, the next farthest will be half the size of the former object. So long as the space does not exceed the length of 20 brachia. But beyond 20 brachia figures of equal size will lose 2-4, and at 40 brachia they will lose 9-10, and 19/20 at 60 brachia, and so on diminishing by degrees. This is if the picture plane is distant from you twice your own height. If it is only as far off as your own height, there will be a great difference between the first brachia and the second. Footnote: this chapter is included in FRESNE'S and Manzi's editions of the treatise on painting. H. Ludwig, in his commentary, calls this chapter Eins der wichtigsten im ganzen Traktat, but at the same time he asserts that its substance has been so completely disfigured in the best Ms. copies that we ought not to regard Leonardo as responsible for it. However, in the case of this chapter, the old Ms. copies agree with the original as it is reproduced above. From the chapters given later in this edition, which were written at a subsequent date, it would appear that Leonardo corrected himself on these points. 100. Of the diminution of objects at various distances. A second object as far distant from the first as the first is from the eye will appear half the size of the first, though they be of the same size really. Of the degrees of diminution. If you place the vertical plane at 1 brachio from the eye, the first object, being at a distance of 4 brachia from your eye, will diminish to 3/4 of its height at that plane. And if it is 8 brachia from the eye, to 7/8. And if it is 16 brachia off, it will diminish to 15/16 of its height, and so on by degrees. As the space doubles, the diminution will double. 101. Begin from the line MF with the eye below. Then go up and do the same with the line NF. Then with the eye above and close to the 2 gauges on the ground, look at MN. Then as CM is to MN, so will NM be to NS. If a N goes 3 times into FB, MP will do the same into PG. Then go backwards so far as that CD goes twice into a N, and PG will be equal to GH. And MP will go into HP as often as DC into OP. I give the degrees of the objects seen by the eye, as the musician does the notes heard by the ear. Although the objects seen by the eye do, in fact, touch each other as they recede, I will nevertheless found my rule on spaces of 20 brachia each, as a musician does with notes, which, though they can be carried on one into the next, he divides into degrees from note to note, calling them first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and has affixed a name to each degree in raising or lowering the voice. 103. Perspective. Let F be the level and distance of the eye, and A the vertical plane, as high as a man. Let E be a man, then I say that on the plane this will be the distance from the plane to the second man. 104. The differences in the diminution of objects of equal size in consequence of their various remoteness from the eye will bear among themselves the same proportions as those of the spaces between the eye and the different objects. Find out how much a man diminishes at a certain distance and what its length is, and then at twice that distance and at 3 times, and so make your general rule. 105. The eye cannot judge where an object high up ought to descend. 106. Perspective. If 2 similar and equal objects are placed one beyond the other, at a given distance, the difference in their size will appear greater in proportion as they are nearer to the eye that sees them. And conversely, there will seem to be less difference in their size in proportion as they are remote from the eve. This is proved by the proportions of their distances among themselves. For, if the first of these 2 objects were as far from the eye as the second from the first, this would be called the second proportion. Since, if the first is at 1 brachia from the eye and the second at 2 brachia, 2 being twice as much as 1, the first object will look twice as large as the second. But if you place the first at 100 brachia from you and the second at 101, you will find that the first is only so much larger than the second as 100 is less than 101. And the converse is equally true. And again, the same thing is proved by the 4th of this book, which shows that among objects that are equal, there is the same proportion in the diminution of the size as in the increase in the distance from the eye of the spectator. On natural perspective, 107-109. 107. Of equal objects, the most remote look the smallest. The practice of perspective may be divided into parts. Footnote 4. In part, the space for the number is left blank in the original, of which the first treats of objects seen by the eye at any distance, and it shows all these objects just as the eye sees them diminished, without obliging a man to stand in one place rather than another so long as the plane does not produce a second foreshortening. But the second practice is a combination of perspective derived partly from art and partly from nature, and the work done by its rules is in every portion of it, influenced by natural perspective and artificial perspective. By natural perspective, I mean that the plane on which this perspective is represented is a flat surface, and this plane, although it is parallel both in length and height, is forced to diminish in its remoter parts more than in its nearer ones. And this is proved by the first of what has been said above, and its diminution is natural. But artificial perspective, that is that which is devised by art, does the contrary. For objects equal in size increase on the plane where it is foreshortened in proportion as the eye is more natural and nearer to the plane, and as the part of the plane on which it is figured is farther from the eye. And let this plane be DE, on which are seen 3 equal circles which are beyond this plane DE, that is the circles ABC. Now you see that the eye H sees on the vertical plane the sections of the images, largest of those that are farthest and smallest of the nearest. 108. Here follows what is wanting in the margin at the foot on the other side of this page. Natural perspective acts in a contrary way, for at greater distances the object seen appears smaller, and at a smaller distance the object appears larger. But this said invention requires the spectator to stand with his eye at a small hole, and then, at that small hole, it will be very plain. But since many men's eyes endeavor at the same time to see one and the same picture produced by this artifice, only one can see clearly the effect of this perspective, and all the others will see confusion. It is well, therefore, to avoid such complex perspective and hold to simple perspective, which does not regard planes as foreshortened, but as much as possible in their proper form. This simple perspective, in which the plane intersects the pyramids by which the images are conveyed to the eye at an equal distance from the eye, is our constant experience. From the curved form of the pupil of the eye, on which the pyramids are intersected at an equal distance from the visual virtue. Footnote 24. La prima di sopra, i.e., the first of the three diagrams which, in the original Ms., are placed in the margin at the beginning of this chapter. 109. Of a mixture of natural and artificial perspective. This diagram distinguishes natural from artificial perspective. But before proceeding any farther, I will define what is natural and what is artificial perspective. Natural perspective says that the more remote of a series of objects of equal size will look the smaller, and conversely, the nearer will look the larger, and the apparent size will diminish in proportion to the distance. But in artificial perspective, when objects of unequal size are placed at various distances, the smallest is nearer to the eye than the largest, and the greatest distance looks as though it were the least of all. And the cause of this is the plane on which the objects are represented, and which is at unequal distances from the eye throughout its length. And this diminution of the plane is natural, but the perspective shown upon it is artificial, since it nowhere agrees with the true diminution of the said plane. Whence it follows that when the eye is somewhat removed from the perspective that it has been gazing at, all the objects represented look monstrous, and this does not occur in natural perspective, which has been defined above. Let us say, then, that the square ABCD figured above is foreshortened, being seen by the eye situated in the center of the side which is in front. But a mixture of artificial and natural perspective will be seen in this tetragon called Almain. Footnote 20. Almain is quite legibly written in the original. The meaning and derivation of the word are equally doubtful. That is to say, EFGH, which must appear to the eye of the spectator to be equal to a BCD so long as the eye remains in its first position between C and D. And this will be seen to have a good effect, because the natural perspective of the plane will conceal the defects which would seem monstrous. Roman 3. 6 books on light and shade. Linear perspective cannot be immediately followed by either the prospettiva de perdimenti, or the prospettiva de colori, or the aerial perspective, since these branches of the subject presuppose a knowledge of the principles of light and shade. No apology, therefore, is here needed for placing these immediately after linear perspective. We have various plans suggested by Leonardo for the arrangement of the mass of materials treating of this subject. Among these, I have given the preference to a scheme propounded in No. Roman 3, because, in all probability, we have here a final and definite purpose expressed. Several authors have expressed it as their opinion that the Paris manuscript C is a complete and finished treatise on light and shade. Certainly, the principles of light and shade form by far the larger portion of this Ms., which consists of 2 separate parts. Still, the materials are far from being finally arranged. It is also evident that he here investigates the subject from the point of view of the physicist rather than from that of the painter. The plan of a scheme of arrangement suggested in No. Roman 3 and adopted by me has been strictly adhered to for the first 4 books. For the 3 last, however, few materials have come down to us, and it must be admitted that these 3 books would find a far more appropriate place in a work on physics than in a treatise on painting. For this reason, I have collected in Book 5 all the chapters on reflections, and in Book 6 I have put together and arranged all the sections of Ms. C that belong to the book on painting, so far as they relate to light and shade, while the sections of the same MS, which treat of the prospettiva de perdimenti, have, of course, been excluded from the series on light and shade. Footnote Roman 3. This text has already been published with some slight variations in Dozio's pamphlet Degli Scritti e Disegni di Leonardo da Vinci, Milan 1871, pp. 30-31. Dozio did not transcribe it from the original MS, which seems to have remained unknown to him, but from an old copy, Ms. H. 227 in the Ambrosian Library. General Introduction. Prolegomena. 110. You must first explain the theory and then the practice. First, you must describe the shadows and lights on opaque objects and then on transparent bodies. Scheme of the books on light and shade. 111. Every shadow cast by a body has a central line directed to a single point produced by the intersection of luminous lines in the middle of the opening and thickness of the window. The proposition stated above is plainly seen by experiment. Thus, if you draw a place with a window looking northwards, and let this be SF, you will see a line starting from the horizon to the east, which, touching the two angles of the window OF, reaches D, and from the horizon on the west another line, touching the other two angles RS, and ending at C. And their intersection falls exactly in the middle of the opening and thickness of the window. Again, you can still better confirm this proof by placing two sticks, as shown at GH. And you will see the line drawn from the center of the shadow directed to the center M and prolonged to the horizon NF. Footnote, B here stands for Cerchio del Orizzonte Tramontano on the original diagram, the circle of the horizon towards the north, A for Levante, east, and C for Ponente, west. 139. Every shadow with all its variations, which becomes larger as its distance from the object is greater, has its external lines intersecting in the middle, between the light and the object. This proposition is very evident and is confirmed by experience. For, if AB is a window without any object interposed, the luminous atmosphere to the right hand at A is seen to the left at D. And the atmosphere at the left illuminates on the right at C, and the lines intersect at the point M. Footnote, A here stands for Levante, east, B for Ponente, west. 140. Every body in light and shade is situated between two pyramids, one dark and the other luminous. One is visible, the other is not. But this only happens when the light enters by a window. Supposing a B2 be the window and R the body in light and shade, the light to the right hand Z will pass the object to the left and go on to P. The light to the left at K will pass to the right of the object at I and go on to M, and the two lines will intersect at C and form a pyramid. Then again, a B falls on the shaded body at IG and forms a pyramid FIG. F will be dark because the light a B can never fall there. IGC will be illuminated because the light falls upon it. Light and shadow with regard to the position of the eye, 141-145. 141. Every shaded body that is larger than the pupil, and that interposes between the luminous body and the eye will be seen dark. When the eye is placed between the luminous body and the objects illuminated by it, these objects will be seen without any shadow. Footnote, the diagram which in the original stands above line 1 is given on plate Roman 2, no 2. Then, after a blank space of about 8 lines, the diagram plate Roman 2, no 3 is placed in the original. There is no explanation of it beyond the one line written under it. 142. Why the two lights one on each side of a body, having two pyramidal sides of an obtuse apex, leave it devoid of shadow. A body in shadow situated between the light, and the eye can never display its illuminated portion unless the eye can see the whole of the primary light. The eye which looks at a spot, halfway between the shadow and the light, which surrounds the body in shadow, will see that the deepest shadows on that body will meet the eye at equal angles. That is at the same angle as that of sight. Footnote, in both these diagrams A stands for lume, light, B for ombre, shadow. 145. Of the different light and shade in various aspects, and of objects placed in them. If the sun is in the east and you look towards the west, you will see everything in full light and totally without shadow, because you see them from the same side as the sun. And if you look towards the south or north, you will see all objects in light and shade, because you see both the side towards the sun and the side away from it. And if you look towards the coming of the sun, all objects will show you their shaded side, because on that side the sun cannot fall upon them. The law of the incidence of light. 146. The edges of a window, which are illuminated by two lights of equal degrees of brightness, will not reflect light of equal brightness into the chamber within. If B is a candle and a C are hemisphere, both will illuminate the edges of the window MN, but light B will only illuminate FG, and the hemisphere O will light all of DE. 147. Of painting. That part of a body which receives the luminous rays at equal angles will be in a higher light than any other part of it. And the part which the luminous rays strike between less equal angles will be less strongly illuminated. Second book on light and shade. Gradations of strength in the shadows. 148-149. 148. That portion of a body in light and shade will be least luminous which is seen under the least amount of light. That part of the object which is marked M is in the highest light because it faces the window a D by the line a F. N is in the second grade because the light BD strikes it by the line B. EO is in the third grade, as the light falls on it from CD by the line CH. P is the lowest light, but one as CD falls on it by the line DV. Q is the deepest shadow, for no light falls on it from any part of the window. In proportion as CD goes into a D, so will NRS be darker than M, and all the rest is space without shadow. Footnote: the diagram belonging to this chapter is number 1 on plate Roman 3. The letters a B, E, D, and R are not reproduced in facsimile of the original, but have been replaced by ordinary type in the margin. 512. The original text of these lines is reproduced within the diagram. Compare Note 275. 149. The light which falls on a shaded body at the acutest angle receives the highest light, and the darkest portion is that which receives it at an obtuse angle, and both the light and the shadow form pyramids. The angle C receives the highest grade of light because it is directly in front of the window a B and the whole horizon of the sky MX. The angle A differs but little from C because the angles which divide it are not so unequal as those below, and only that portion of the horizon is intercepted which lies between Y and X. Although it gains as much on the other side, its line is nevertheless not very strong because one angle is smaller than its fellow. The angles EI will have less light because they do not see much of the light MS, and the light VX and their angles are very unequal. If angle K and the angle F are each placed between very unequal angles and therefore have but little light, because at K it has only the light PT, and at F only TQ. OG is the lowest grade of light because this part has no light at all from the sky. And thence come the lines which will reconstruct a pyramid that is the counterpart of the pyramid C. And this pyramid L is in the first grade of shadow. For this too is placed between equal angles directly opposite to each other on either side of a straight line, which passes through the center of the body and goes to the center of the light. The several luminous images cast within the frame of the window at the points A and B make a light which surrounds the derived shadow cast by the solid body at the points 4 and 6. The shaded images increase from OG and end at 7 and 8. Footnote: the diagram belonging to this chapter is number 2 on plate Roman 3. In the original it is placed between lines 3 and 4, and in the reproduction these are shown in part. The semicircle above is marked horizon. The number 6 at the left-hand side, outside the facsimile, is in the place of a figure which has become indistinct in the original. On the intensity of shadows, as dependent on the distance from the light, 151-52. 150. The smaller the light that falls upon an object, the more shadow it will display. And the light will illuminate a smaller portion of the object in proportion as it is nearer to it, and conversely, a larger extent of it in proportion as it is farther off. A light which is smaller than the object on which it falls will light up a smaller extent of it in proportion as it is nearer to it, and the converse, as it is farther from it. But when the light is larger than the object illuminated, it will light a larger extent of the object in proportion as it is nearer, and the converse when they are farther apart. 151. That portion of an illuminated object which is nearest to the source of light will be the most strongly illuminated. 152. That portion of the primary shadow will be least dark, which is farthest from the edges. The derived shadow will be darker than the primary shadow, where it is contiguous with it. On the proportion of light and shade, 153-157. 153. That portion of an opaque body will be more in shade or more in light, which is nearer to the dark body, by which it is shaded, or to the light that illuminates it. Objects seen in light and shade show in greater relief than those which are wholly in light or in shadow. 154. Of perspective, the shaded and illuminated sides of opaque objects will display the same proportion of light and darkness as their objects. Footnote 6. The meaning of Obietti objects is explained in No. 153, lines 1-4. Between the title line and the next there is, in the original, a small diagram representing a circle described round a square. 155. Of painting, the outlines and form of any part of a body in light and shade are indistinct in the shadows and in the highlights, but in the portions between the light and the shadows, they are highly conspicuous. 156. Of painting, among objects in various degrees of shade, when the light proceeds from a single source, there will be the same proportion in their shadows as in the natural diminution of the light, and the same must be understood of the degrees of light. 157. A single and distinct luminous body causes stronger relief in the object than a diffused light, as may be seen by comparing one side of a landscape illuminated by the sun and one overshadowed by clouds, and so illuminated only by the diffused light of the atmosphere. Third Book on Light and Shade. Definition of derived shadow, 158-159. 158. Derived shadow cannot exist without primary shadow. This is proved by the first of this, which says, darkness is the total absence of light, and shadow is an alleviation of darkness and of light, and it is more or less dark or light in proportion as the darkness is modified by the light. 159. Shadow is diminution of light. Darkness is absence of light. Shadow is divided into two kinds, of which the first is called primary shadow, the second is derived shadow. The primary shadow is always the basis of the derived shadow. The edges of the derived shadow are straight lines. Footnote: the theory of the ombre derivativa, a technical expression for which there is no precise English equivalent, is elaborately treated by Leonardo. But both text and diagrams, as PL, Roman 4:1-3 and PL. V, must at once convince the student that the distinction he makes between ombre primitiva and ombre derivativa is not merely justifiable but scientific. Ombre derivativa is by no means a mere abstract idea. This is easily proved by repeating the experiment made by Leonardo and by filling with smoke the room in which the existence of the ombre derivativa is investigated when the shadow becomes visible. Nor is it difficult to perceive how much of Leonardo's teaching depended on this theory. The recognized but extremely complicated science of cast shadows percussion, del ombre derivative, as Leonardo calls them, is thus rendered more intelligible if not actually simpler. And we must assume this theory as our chief guide through the investigations which follow. The darkness of the derived shadow diminishes in proportion as it is remote from the primary shadow. Different sorts of derived shadows, 160-162. 160. Shadow and light. The forms of shadows are three, inasmuch as if the solid body which casts the shadow is equal, in size, to the light, the shadow resembles a column without any termination in length. If the body is larger than the light, the shadow resembles a truncated and inverted pyramid, and its length has also no defined termination. But if the body is smaller than the light, the shadow will resemble a pyramid and come to an end, as is seen in eclipses of the moon. 161. Of simple derived shadows. The simple derived shadow is of two kinds, one kind which has its length defined and two kinds which are undefined, and the defined shadow is pyramidal. Of the two undefined, one is a column and the other spreads out, and all three have rectilinear outlines. But the converging, that is the pyramidal, shadow proceeds from a body that is smaller than the light, and the columnar from a body equal in size to the light, and the spreading shadow from a body larger than the light, and C. Of compound-derived shadows. Compound-derived shadows are of two kinds, that is columnar and spreading. 162. Of shadow. Derived shadows are of three kinds, of which one is spreading, the second columnar, the third converging to the point where the two sides meet and intersect, and beyond this intersection, the sides are infinitely prolonged or straight lines. And if you say, this shadow must terminate at the angle where the sides meet and extend no farther, I deny this, because above in the first on shadow I have proved that a thing is completely terminated when no portion of it goes beyond its terminating lines. Now here, in this shadow, we see the converse of this. Inasmuch as where this derived shadow originates, we obviously have the figures of two pyramids of shadow which meet at their angles. Hence, if, as opponent says, the first pyramid of shadow terminates the derivative shadow at the angle whence it starts, then the second pyramid of shadow so says the adversary must be caused by the angle and not from the body in shadow. And this is disproved with the help of the second of this, which says, shadow is a condition produced by a body casting a shadow, and interposed between this shadow and the luminous body. By this it is made clear that the shadow is not produced by the angle of the derived shadow, but only by the body casting the shadow. And see, if a spherical solid body is illuminated by a light of elongated form, the shadow produced by the longest portion of this light will have less defined outlines than that which is produced by the breadth of the same light. And this is proved by what was said before, which is, that a shadow will have less defined outlines in proportion as the light which causes it is larger. And conversely, the outlines are clearer in proportion as it is smaller. On the relation of derived and primary shadow, 163-165. 163. The derived shadow can never resemble the body from which it proceeds unless the light is of the same form and size as the body causing the shadow. The derived shadow cannot be of the same form as the primary shadow unless it is intercepted by a plane parallel to it. 164. How a cast shadow can never be of the same size as the body that casts it. If the rays of light proceed, as experience shows, from a single point and are diffused in a sphere round this point, radiating and dispersed through the air, the farther they spread the wider they must spread. And an object placed between the light and a wall is always imaged larger in its shadow, because the rays that strike it. Footnote 7. The following lines are wanting to complete the logical connection. Would, by the time they have reached the wall, have become larger. 165. Any shadow cast by a body in light and shade is of the same nature and character as that which is inseparable from the body. The center of the length of a shadow always corresponds to that of the luminous body. Footnote 6. This second statement of the same idea as in the former sentence, but in different words, does not, in the original, come next to the foregoing. Sections 172 and 127 are placed between them. It is inevitable that every shadow must have its center in a line with the center of the light. On the shape of derived shadows, 166-174. 166. Of the pyramidal shadow. The pyramidal shadow produced by a columnar body will be narrower than the body itself in proportion as the simple derived shadow is intersected farther from the body which casts it. Footnote 166. Compare the first diagram to number 161. If we here conceive of the outlines of the pyramid of shadow on the ground as prolonged beyond its apex, this gives rise to a second pyramid. This is what is spoken of at the beginning of number 166. 167. The cast shadow will be longest when the light is lowest. The cast shadow will be shortest when the light is highest. 168. Both the primary and derived shadow will be larger when caused by the light of a candle than by diffused light. The difference between the larger and smaller shadows will be in inverse proportion to the larger and smaller lights causing them. Footnote, in the diagrams A stands for Celo sky, B for Cadla candle. 169. All bodies, in proportion as they are nearer to, or farther from the source of light, will produce longer or shorter derived shadows. Among bodies of equal size, that one which is illuminated by the largest light will have the shortest shadow. Experiment confirms this proposition. Thus the body MN is surrounded by a larger amount of light than the body PQ as is shown above. Let us say that VC a B dx is the sky, the source of light, and that ST is a window by which the luminous rays enter, and so MN and PQ are bodies in light and shade as exposed to this light. MN will have a small derived shadow, because its original shadow will be small. And the derivative light will be large, again, because the original light CD will be large and PQ will have more derived shadow, because its original shadow will be larger. And its derived light will be smaller than that of the body MN, because that portion of the hemisphere of B which illuminates it is smaller than the hemisphere CD which illuminates the body MN. Footnote: the diagram given on PL, Roman 4, number 2, stands in the original between lines 2 and 7, while the text of lines 3 to 6 is written on its left side. In the reproduction of this diagram, the letter V at the outer right-hand end has been omitted. 170. The shadow M bears the same proportion to the shadow N as the line BC to the line FC. 171. Of painting. Of different shadows of equal strength, that which is nearest the eye will seem the least strong. Why is the shadow EAB in the first grade of strength, BC in the second, CD in the third? The reason is that as from EAB the sky is nowhere visible, it gets no light whatever from the sky, and so has no direct light. BC faces the portion of the sky FG and is illuminated by it. CD faces the sky at HK. CD, being exposed to a larger extent of sky than BC, it is reasonable that it should be more lighted. And thus, up to a certain distance, the wall AD will grow lighter for the reasons here given, until the darkness of the room overpowers the light from the window. 172. When the light of the atmosphere is restricted and illuminates bodies which cast shadows, these bodies being equally distant from the center of the window, that which is most obliquely placed will cast the largest shadow beyond it. 173. These bodies standing apart in a room lighted by a single window will have derivative shadows more or less short according as they are more or less opposite to the window. Among the shadows cast by bodies of equal mass, but at unequal distances from the opening by which they are illuminated, that shadow will be the longest of the body which is least in the light. And in proportion, as one body is better illuminated than another, its shadow will be shorter than another. The proportion NM and EVK bear to RT and VX corresponds with that of the shadow X to 4 and Y. The reason why those bodies which are placed most in front of the middle of the window throw shorter shadows than those obliquely situated is that the window appears in its proper form, and to the obliquely placed ones it appears foreshortened. To those in the middle, the window shows its full size, to the oblique ones it appears smaller. The one in the middle faces the whole hemisphere, that is EF, and those on the side have only a strip. That is QR faces a B, and MN faces CD. The body in the middle, having a larger quantity of light than those at the sides, is lighted from a point much below its center, and thus the shadow is shorter. And the pyramid G4 goes into LY exactly as often as a B goes into EF. The axis of every derivative shadow passes through 6.1/2 footnote 31. Passa per 612 passes through 612. The meaning of these words is probably this. Each of the three axes of the derived shadow intersects the center metz of the primary shadow, ombra originale, and, by prolongation upwards, crosses 6 lines. This is self-evident only in the middle diagram, but it is equally true of the side figures if we conceive of the lines 4F, XNVM, YLKV, and 4E as prolonged beyond the semicircle of the horizon, and is in a straight line with the center of the primary shadow, with the center of the body casting it, and of the derivative light, and with the center of the window, and, finally, with the center of that portion of the source of light which is the celestial hemisphere. YH is the center of the derived shade, LH of the primary shadow, L of the body throwing it, LK of the derived light. V is the center of the window. E is the final center of the original light afforded by that portion of the hemisphere of the sky which illuminates the solid body. Footnote: compare the diagram on PL, Roman 4, number 3 in the original. This drawing is placed between lines 3 and 22. The rest, from line 4 to line 21, is written on the left-hand margin. 174. The farther the derived shadow is prolonged the lighter it becomes. You will find that the proportion of the diameter of the derived shadow to that of the primary shadow will be the same as that between the darkness of the primary shadow and that of the derived shadow. Let a B be the diameter of the primary shadow and CD that of the derived shadow. I say that a B going, as you see, 3 times into DC, the shadow DC will be 3 times as light as the shadow AB. Footnote 8. Compare No. 177. If the size of the illuminating body is larger than that of the illuminated body, an intersection of shadow will occur, beyond which the shadows will run off in 2 opposite directions as if they were caused by 2 separate lights. On the relative intensity of derived shadows, 175-179. 175. On painting, the derived shadow is stronger in proportion as it is nearer to its place of origin. 176. How shadows fade away at long distances. Shadows fade and are lost at long distances because the larger quantity of illuminated air, which lies between the eye and the object, seen tints the shadow with its own color. 177. A B will be darker than CD in proportion, as CD is broader than a B. Footnote in the original MS. The word loom, light, is written at the apex of the pyramid. 178. It can be proved why the shadow OPCH is darker in proportion as it is nearer to the line PH and is lighter in proportion as it is nearer to the line OC. Let the light AB be a window, and let the dark wall in which this window is be BS, that is, one of the sides of the wall. Then we may say that the line PH is darker than any other part of the space OPCH, because this line faces the whole surface in shadow of footnote. In the original, the diagram is placed between lines 27 and 28. The wall BS. The line OC is lighter than the other part of this space OPCH, because this line faces the luminous space AB, where the shadow is larger or smaller, or equal the body which casts it. First of the character of divided lights. Footnote 14, Lumi divisi, the text here breaks off abruptly. Of the compound shadow F, R, C, H caused by a single light. The shadow FRCH is under such conditions as that where it is farthest from its inner side, it loses depth in proportion. To prove this, let Dia be the light and Fn the solid body, and let a E be one of the side walls of the window that is Dia. Then I say according to the second, that the surface of any body is affected by the tone of the objects surrounding it, that the side RC, which faces the dark wall, a E must participate of its darkness, and in the same way that the outer surface which faces the light D, a participates of the light. Thus we get the outlines of the extremes on each side of the center, included between them. This is divided into 4 parts. The first, the extremes, which include the compound shadow, secondly, the compound shadow between these extremes. 179. The action of the light as from its center. If it were the whole of the light that caused the shadows beyond the bodies placed in front of it, it would follow that any body much smaller than the light would cast a pyramidal shadow. But experience not showing this, it must be the center of the light that produces this effect. Footnote, the diagram belonging to this passage is between lines 4 and 5 in the original. Comp. The reproduction PL, Roman 4, number 4. The text and drawing of this chapter have already been published with tolerable accuracy. C. M. Jordan, Des Malherbuch des Leonardo da Vinci. Leipzig 1873, p. 90. Proved. Let a B be the width of the light from a window, which falls on a stick set up at 1 foot from a C. Footnote 6, Bastone's stick. The diagram has a sphere in place of a stick. And let a D be the space where all the light from the window is visible. At CE, that part of the window which is between LB cannot be seen. In the same way, a M cannot be seen from DF, and therefore in these 2 portions, the light begins to fail. Shadow as produced by 2 lights of different size, 180, 181. 180. A body in light and shade placed between 2 equal lights side by side will cast shadows in proportion to the light. And the shadows will be one darker than the other in proportion, as one light is nearer to the said body than the other on the opposite side. A body placed at an equal distance between 2 lights will cast 2 shadows, one deeper than the other in proportion, as the light which causes it is brighter than the other. Footnote: in the MIS, the larger diagram is placed above the first line, the smaller one between L4 and 5. 181. A light which is smaller than the body it illuminates produces shadows of which the outlines end within the body, and not much compound shadow, and falls on less than half of it. A light which is larger than the body it illuminates falls on more than half of it, and produces much compound shadow. The effect of light at different distances. 182. Of the shadow cast by a body placed between two equal lights. A body placed between two equal lights will cast two shadows of itself in the direction of the lines of the two lights. And if you move this body placing it nearer to one of the lights, the shadow cast towards the nearer light will be less deep than that which falls towards the more distant one. Further complications in the derived shadows. 183-187. 183. The greatest depth of shadow is in the simple derived shadow, because it is not lighted by either of the two lights B, C, D. The next less deep shadow is the derived shadow EFN, and in this the shadow is less by half, because it is illuminated by a single light, that is CD. This is uniform in natural tone, because it is lighted throughout by one only of the two luminous bodies. But it varies with the conditions of shadow, inasmuch as the farther it is away from the light, the less it is illuminated by it. The third degree of depth is the middle shadow. Footnote 15. We gather from what follows that QGR here means ombra media, the middle shadow. But this is not uniform in natural tone, because the nearer it gets to the simple derived shadow the deeper it is, and it is the uniformly gradual diminution by increase of distance which is what modifies it. That is to say, the depth of a shadow increases in proportion to the distance from the two lights. The fourth is the shadow KRS, and this is all the darker in natural tone in proportion as it is nearer to KS, because it gets less of the light O. But by the accident it is rendered less deep, because it is nearer to the light CD, and thus is always exposed to both lights. The fifth is less deep in shadow than either of the others, because it is always entirely exposed to one of the lights and to the whole or part of the other. And it is less deep in proportion as it is nearer to the two lights, and in proportion as it is turned towards the outer side XT, because it is more exposed to the second light AB. Footnote: the diagram to this section is given on PL. V to the left is the facsimile of the beginning of the text belonging to it. 184. Of simple shadows. Y at the intersections A, B of the two compound shadows EF and ME is a simple shadow Fa just as at EH and MG, while no such simple shadow is produced at the other two intersections CD made by the very same compound shadows. Answer: compound shadow are a mixture of light and shade, and simple shadows are simply darkness. Hence, of the two lights N and O, one falls on the compound shadow from one side, and the other on the compound shadow from the other side, but where they intersect no light falls, as at a B. Therefore it is a simple shadow. Where there is a compound shadow, one light or the other falls. And here a difficulty arises for my adversary, since he says that, where the compound shadows intersect, both the lights which produce the shadows must of necessity fall, and therefore these shadows ought to be neutralized. Inasmuch as the two lights do not fall there, we say that the shadow is a simple one, and where only one of the two lights falls, we say the shadow is compound, and where both the lights fall, the shadow is neutralized. For where both lights fall, no shadow of any kind is produced, but only a light background limiting the shadow. Here I shall say that what my adversary said was true, but he only mentions such truths as are in his favor, and if we go on to the rest, he must conclude that my proposition is true. And that is, that if both lights fell on the point of intersection, the shadows would be neutralized. This I confess to be true if the two shadows fell in the same spot, because, where a shadow and a light fall, a compound shadow is produced, and wherever two shadows or two equal lights fall, the shadow cannot vary in any part of it, the shadows and the lights both being equal. And this is proved in the 8th on proportion, where it is said that if a given quantity has a single unit of force and resistance, a double quantity will have double force and double resistance. Definition: the intersection N is produced by the shadows caused by the light B. Because this light B produces the shadow XB and the shadow SB, but the intersection M is produced by the light a which causes the shadow S a and the shadow XA. But if you uncover both the lights a B, then you get the two shadows NM both at once, and besides these, two other, simple shadows are produced at RO where neither of the two lights falls at all. The grades of depth in compound shadows are fewer in proportion as the lights falling on, and crossing them are less numerous. 186. Why the intersections at N being composed of two compound derived shadows forms a compound shadow and not a simple one, as happens with other intersections of compound shadows. This occurs, according to the second of this which says, the intersection of derived shadows, when produced by the intersection of columnar shadows caused by a single light, does not produce a simple shadow. And this is the corollary of the first which says, the intersection of simple derived shadows never results in a deeper shadow, because the deepest shadows all added together cannot be darker than one by itself. Since, if many deepest shadows increased in depth by their duplication, they could not be called the deepest shadows, but only part shadows. But if such intersections are illuminated by a second light placed between the eye and the intersecting bodies, then those shadows would become compound shadows and be uniformly dark just as much at the intersection as throughout the rest. In the first and second above, the intersections IK will not be doubled in depth as it is doubled in quantity. But in this third, at the intersections GN they will be double in depth and in quantity. 187. How and when the surroundings in shadow mingle their derived shadow with the light derived from the luminous body. The derived shadow of the dark walls on each side of the bright light of the window are what mingle their various degrees of shade with the light derived from the window. And these various depths of shade modify every portion of the light, except where it is strongest at C. To prove this, let D be the primary shadow which is turned towards the point E and darkens it by its derived shadow. As may be seen by the triangle AED, in which the angle E faces the darkened base DAE. The point V faces the dark shadow AS, which is part of a D. And as the whole is greater than a part, E, which faces the whole base of the triangle, will be in deeper shadow than V, which only faces part of it. In consequence of the conclusion in the above diagram, T will be less darkened than V, because the base of the T is part of the base of the V. And in the same way it follows that P is less in shadow than T, because the base of the P is part of the base of the T. And C is the terminal point of the derived shadow and the chief beginning of the highest light. Footnote, the diagram on PL, Roman 4, number 5 belongs to this passage, but it must be noted that the text explains only the figure on the right-hand side. Fourth book on light and shade. On the shape of the cast shadows, 188-191. 188. The form of the shadow cast by any body of uniform density can never be the same as that of the body producing it. Footnote, comp, the drawing on Pi Roman 28, number 5. 189. No cast shadow can produce the true image of the body, which casts it on a vertical plane, unless the center of the light is equally distant from all the edges of that body. 190. If a window B admits the sunlight into a room, the sunlight will magnify the size of the window and diminish the shadow of a man in such a way as that when the man makes that dim shadow of himself, approach to that which defines the real size of the window, he will see the shadows where they come into contact, dim and confused from the strength of the light, shutting off and not allowing the solar rays to pass. The effect of the shadow of the man cast by this contact will be exactly that figured above. Footnote, it is scarcely possible to render the meaning of this sentence with strict accuracy, mainly because the grammatical construction is defective in the most important part line 4. In the very slight original sketch, the shadow touches the upper arch of the window, and the correction, here given, is perhaps not justified. 191. A shadow is never seen as of uniform depth on the surface, which intercepts it unless every portion of that surface is equidistant from the luminous body. This is proved by the seventh, which says, the shadow will appear lighter or stronger as it is surrounded by a darker or a lighter background. And by the eighth of this, the background will be in parts darker or lighter, in proportion as it is farther from or nearer to the luminous body. And, of various spots equally distant from the luminous body, Those will always be in the highest light on which the rays fall at the smallest angles. The outline of the shadow as it falls on inequalities in the surface will be seen with all the contours similar to those of the body that casts it, if the eye is placed just where the center of the light was. The shadow will look darkest where it is farthest from the body that casts it. The shadow CD, cast by the body in shadow, a B which is equally distant in all parts, is not of equal depth because it is seen on a background of varying brightness. Footnote: compare the 3 diagrams on PL Roman 6, no one which, in the original accompany this section. On the outlines of cast shadows, 190-195. 192. The edges of a derived shadow will be most distinct where it is cast nearest to the primary shadow. 193. As the derived shadow gets more distant from the primary shadow, the more the cast shadow differs from the primary shadow. 194. Of shadows which never come to an end. The greater the difference between a light and the body lighted by it, the light being the larger, the more vague will be the outlines of the shadow of that object. The derived shadow will be most confused towards the edges of its interception by a plane, where it is remotest from the body casting it. 195. What is the cause which makes the outlines of the shadow vague and confused? Whether it is possible to give clear and definite outlines to the edges of shadows. On the relative size of shadows, 196-197. 196. The body which is nearest to the light casts the largest shadow, and why? If an object placed in front of a single light is very close to it, you will see that it casts a very large shadow on the opposite wall. And the farther you remove the object from the light, the smaller will the image of the shadow become. Why a shadow larger than the body that produces it becomes out of proportion. The disproportion of a shadow which is larger than the body producing it results from the light being smaller than the body, so that it cannot be at an equal distance from the edges of the body. Footnote 11. H. Ludwig, in his edition of the old copies, in the Vatican Librarian, which this chapter is included under, knows. 612, 613 and 614 alters this passage as follows. Quella part ch più propinqua più crescilla distanti, although the Vatican copy agrees with the original Ms. in having distante in the former and propinque in the latter place. This supposed amendment seems to me to invert the facts. Supposing, for instance, that on PL, Roman 31 number 3. F is the spot where the light is that illuminates the figure there represented, and that the line behind the figure represents a wall on which the shadow of the figure is thrown. It is evident that in that case the nearest portion, in this case the under part of the thigh, is very little magnified in the shadow, and the remoter parts, for instance the head, are more magnified. And the portions which are most remote are made larger than the nearer portions for this reason. Why a shadow which is larger than the body causing it has ill-defined outlines. The atmosphere which surrounds a light is almost like light itself for brightness and color, but the farther off it is the more it loses this resemblance. An object which casts a large shadow and is near to the light is illuminated both by that light by the luminous atmosphere. Hence this diffused light gives the shadow ill-defined edges. 197. A luminous body which is long and narrow in shape gives more confused outlines to the derived shadow than a spherical light, and this contradicts the proposition next following. A shadow will have its outlines more clearly defined in proportion as it is nearer to the primary shadow, or, I should say, the body casting the shadow. Footnote 14. The lettering refers to the lower diagram, PL, Roman 41, no. 5. The cause of this is the elongated form of the luminous body AC and C. Effects on cast shadows by the tone of the background. 198. Of modified shadows. Modified shadows are those which are cast on light walls or other illuminated objects. A shadow looks darkest against a light background. The outlines of a derived shadow will be clearer as they are nearer to the primary shadow. A derived shadow will be most defined in shape where it is intercepted, where the plane intercepts it at the most equal angle. Those parts of a shadow will appear darkest which have darker objects opposite to them, and they will appear less dark when they face lighter objects. And the larger the light object opposite, the more the shadow will be lightened. And the larger the surface of the dark, object, the more it will darken the derived shadow where it is intercepted. A disputed proposition. 199. Of the opinion of some that a triangle casts no shadow on a plane surface. Certain mathematicians have maintained that a triangle, of which the base is turned to the light, casts no shadow on a plane. And this they prove by saying that no spherical body smaller than the light can reach the middle with the shadow. The lines of radiant light are straight lines. Therefore, suppose the light to be GH and the triangle LMN, and let the plane be IK. They say the light G falls on the side of the triangle LN and the portion of the plane IQ. Thus again H like G falls on the side LM, and then on MN and the plane PK, and if the whole plane thus faces the lights GH, it is evident that the triangle has no shadow, and that which has no shadow can cast none. This, in this case, appears credible. But if the triangle NPG were not illuminated by the two lights G and H, but by IP and G and K, neither side is lighted by more than one single light. That as IP is invisible to HG, and K will never be lighted by G. Hence PQ will be twice as light as the two visible portions that are in shadow. Footnote 5.6. This passage is so obscure that it would be rash to offer an explanation. Several words seem to have been omitted. On the relative depth of cast shadows, 200 to a 2. 200. A spot is most in the shade when a large number of darkened rays fall upon it. The spot which receives the rays at the widest angle and by darkened rays will be most in the dark. A will be twice as dark as B, because it originates from twice as large a base at an equal distance. A spot is most illuminated when a large number of luminous rays fall upon it. D is the beginning of the shadow DF and tinges C but a little. DE is half of the shadow DF and gives a deeper tone where it is cast at B than at F. And the whole shaded space E gives its tone to the spot A. Footnote, the diagram here referred to is on PL, Roman 41, number 2. 201. A N will be darker than CR in proportion to the number of times that a B goes into CD. 202. The shadow cast by an object on a plane will be smaller in proportion as that object is lighted by feebler rays. Let DE be the object and DC the plane surface. The number of times that DE will go into FG gives the proportion of light at FH to DC. The ray of light will be weaker in proportion to its distance from the hole through which it falls. Fifth Book on Light and Shade. Principles of Reflection, 203, 204. 203. Of the way in which the shadows cast by objects ought to be defined. If the object is the mountain here figured, and the light is at the point A, I say that from BD and also from CF, there will be no light but from reflected rays. And this results from the fact that rays of light can only act in straight lines, and the same is the case with the secondary or reflected rays. 204. The edges of the derived shadow are defined by the hues of the illuminated objects surrounding the luminous body which produces the shadow. On reverberation. 205. Of reverberation. Reverberation is caused by bodies of a bright nature with a flat and semi-opaque surface which, when the light strikes upon them, throw it back again, like the rebound of a ball, to the former object. Where there can be no reflected lights. All dense bodies have their surfaces occupied by various degrees of light and shade. The lights are of two kinds, one called original, the other borrowed. Original light is that which is inherent in the flame of fire, or the light of the sun, or of the atmosphere. Borrowed light will be reflected light. But to return to the promised definition, I say that this luminous reverberation is not produced by those portions of a body which are turned towards darkened objects, such as shaded spots, fields with grass of various height, woods whether green or bare. In which, though that side of each branch which is turned towards the original light has a share of that light, nevertheless the shadows cast by each branch separately are so numerous, as well as those cast by one branch on the others, that finally so much shadow is the result that the light counts for nothing. Hence objects of this kind cannot throw any reflected light on opposite objects. Reflection on water, 206, 207. 206. Perspective. The shadow or object mirrored in water in motion, that is to say in small wavelets, will always be larger than the external object producing it. 207. It is impossible that an object mirrored on water should correspond in form to the object mirrored, since the center of the eye is above the surface of the water. This is made plain in the figure here given, which demonstrates that the eye sees the surface AB and cannot see it at LF and at RT. It sees the surface of the image at RT and does not see it in the real object CD. Hence, it is impossible to see it, as has been said above, unless the eye itself is situated on the surface of the water, as is shown below. B for aria, C for aqua, D for catito in the original MS. The second diagram is placed below line 13. Experiments with the mirror, 208-10. 208. The mirror. If the illuminated object is of the same size as the luminous body, and as that in which the light is reflected, the amount of the reflected light will bear the same proportion to the intermediate light as this second light will bear to the first, if both bodies are smooth and white. 209. Describe how it is that no object has its limitation in the mirror, but in the eye which sees it in the mirror. For if you look at your face in the mirror, the part resembles the whole inasmuch as the part is everywhere in the mirror, and the whole is in every part of the same mirror. And the same is true of the whole image of any object placed opposite to this mirror, and see. 210. No man can see the image of another man in a mirror in its proper place with regard to the objects, because every object falls on the surface of the mirror at equal angles. And if the one man, who sees the other in the mirror, is not in a direct line with the image, he will not see it in the place where it really falls. And if he gets into the line, he covers the other man and puts himself in the place occupied by his image. Let NO be the mirror, be the eye of your friend, and D your own eye. Your friend's eye will appear to you at A, and to him it will seem that yours is at C, and the intersection of the visual rays will occur at M, so that either of you touching M will touch the eye of the other man, which shall be open. And if you touch the eye of the other man in the mirror, it will seem to him that you are touching your own. Appendix on Shadows in Movement, 211-212. 211. Of the shadow and its motion. When two bodies casting shadows, and one in front of the other, are between a window and the wall with some space between them, the shadow of the body which is nearest to the plane of the wall will move if the body nearest to the window is put in transverse motion across the window. To prove this, let A and B be two bodies placed between the window NM and the plane surface OP with sufficient space between them, as shown by the space AB. I say that if the body A is moved towards S, the shadow of the body B which is at C will move towards D. 212. Of the motion of shadows. The motion of a shadow is always more rapid than that of the body which produces it if the light is stationary. To prove this, let A be the luminous body, and B the body casting the shadow, and D the shadow. Then I say that in the time while the solid body moves from B to C, the shadow D will move to E, and this proportion in the rapidity of the movements made in the same space of time is equal to that in the length of the space moved over. Thus, given the proportion of the space moved over by the body B to C, to that moved over by the shadow D to E, the proportion in the rapidity of their movements will be the same. But if the luminous body is also in movement with a velocity equal to that of the solid body, then the shadow and the body that casts it will move with equal speed. And if the luminous body moves more rapidly than the solid body, the motion of the shadow will be slower than that of the body casting it. But if the luminous body moves more slowly than the solid body, then the shadow will move more rapidly than that body. Sixth book on light and shade. The effect of rays passing through holes, 213-214. 213. Perspective. If you transmit the rays of the sun through a hole in the shape of a star, you will see a beautiful effect of perspective in the spot where the sun's rays fall. Footnote: in this and the following chapters of Ms. C, the order of the original paging has been adhered to and is shown in parenthesis. Leonardo himself has but rarely worked out the subject of these propositions. The space left for the purpose has occasionally been made use of for quite different matter. Even the numerous diagrams, most of them very delicately sketched, lettered, and numbered, which occur on these pages, are hardly ever explained, with the exception of those few which are here given. 214. No small hole can so modify the convergence of rays of light as to prevent, at a long distance, the transmission of the true form of the luminous body causing them. It is impossible that rays of light passing through a parallel should not display the form of the body causing them, since all the effects produced by a luminous body are the reflection of that body. The moon, shaped like a boat, if transmitted through a hole, is figured in the surface as a boat-shaped object. Footnote 8. In the mise blank space is left after this question. Why the eye sees bodies at a distance, larger than they measure on the vertical plane. Footnote, this chapter, taken from another mise may, as an exception, be placed here, as it refers to the same subject as the preceding section. On gradation of shadows, 215-216. 215. Although the breadth and length of lights in shadow will be narrower and shorter in foreshortening, the quality and quantity of the light and shade is not increased nor diminished. The function of shade and light when diminished by foreshortening will be to give shadow and to illuminate an object opposite, according to the quality and quantity in which they fall on the body. In proportion as a derived shadow is nearer to its penultimate extremities, the deeper it will appear. GZ beyond the intersection faces only the part of the shadow YZ. This by intersection takes the shadow from MN, but by direct line, it takes the shadow a M, hence it is twice as deep as GZ. YX by intersection takes the shadow NO, but by direct line the shadow NM, therefore XY is 3 times as dark as ZG. XF by intersection faces OB and by direct line ONM, therefore we must say that the shadow between FX will be 4 times as dark as the shadow ZG, because it faces 4 times as much shadow. Let a B be the side where the primary shadow is, and BC the primary light. D will be the spot where it is intercepted, FG the derived shadow, and FE the derived light. And this must be at the beginning of the explanation. Footnote, in the original MS. The text of number 252 precedes the one given here. In the text of number 215, there is a blank space of about 4 lines between the lines 2 and 3. The diagram given on PL Roman 6 No. 2 is placed between lines 4 and 5. Between lines 5 and 6, there is another space of about 3 lines and 1 line left blank between lines 8 and 9. The reader will find the meaning of the whole passage much clearer if he first reads the final lines 11-13. Compare also line 4 of number 270. On relative proportion of light and shadows, 216-221. 216. That part of the surface of a body on which the images from other bodies placed opposite fall at the largest angle will assume their hue most strongly. In the diagram below, 8 is a larger angle than 4, since its base at n is larger than En the base of 4. This diagram below should end at a n48. That portion of the illuminated surface on which a shadow is cast will be brightest which lies contiguous to the cast shadow. Just as an object which is lighted up by a greater quantity of luminous rays becomes brighter, so one on which a greater quantity of shadow falls will be darker. Let 4 be the side of an illuminated surface 4-8, surrounding the cast shadow GE4. And this spot 4 will be lighter than 8, because less shadow falls on it than on 8. Since 4 faces only the shadow IN, and 8 faces and receives the shadow AE as well as IN, which makes it twice as dark. And the same thing happens when you put the atmosphere and the sun in the place of shade and light. The distribution of shadow, originating in and limited by plane surfaces placed near to each other, equal in tone and directly opposite, will be darker at the ends than at the beginning, which will be determined by the incidence of the luminous rays. You will find the same proportion in the depth of the derived shadows at n as in the nearness of the luminous bodies MB, which cause them. And if the luminous bodies were of equal size, you would still farther find the same proportion in the light cast by the luminous circles and their shadows as in the distance of the said luminous bodies. Footnote, the diagram originally placed between lines 3 and 4 is on PL. Roman 6, number 3 in the diagram given above line 14 of the original. And here printed in the text, the words corpo luminoso luminous body are written in the circle M, luminoso in the circle B and ombroso in the circle O. 217. That part of the reflection will be brightest, where the reflected rays are shortest. The darkness occasioned by the casting of combined shadows will be in conformity with its cause, which will originate and terminate between two plane surfaces near together, alike in tone and directly opposite each other. In proportion as the source of light is larger, the luminous and shadow rays will be more mixed together. This result is produced because wherever there is a larger quantity of luminous rays, there is most light, but where there are fewer, there is least light. Consequently, the shadow rays come in and mingle with them. In all the proportions I lay down, it must be understood that the medium between the bodies is always the same. The smaller the luminous body, the more distinct will the transmission of the shadows be. When of two opposite shadows, produced by the same body, one is twice as dark as the other though similar in form, one of the two lights causing them must have twice the diameter that the other has and be at twice the distance from the opaque body. If the object is lowly moved across the luminous body, and the shadow is intercepted at some distance from the object, there will be the same relative proportion between the motion of the derived shadow and the motion of the primary shadow, as between the distance from the object to the light, and that from the object to the spot where the shadow is intercepted, so that though the object is moved slowly, the shadow moves fast. Footnote: there are diagrams inserted before lines 2 and 3, but they are not reproduced here. The diagram above line 6 is written upon as follows: at alum light, at b obieto body, at c ombra d'obieto shadow of the object. 219. A luminous body will appear less brilliant when surrounded by a bright background. I have found that the stars which are nearest to the horizon look larger than the others, because light falls upon them from a larger proportion of the solar body than when they are above us, and having more light from the sun, they give more light, and the bodies which are most luminous appear the largest. As may be seen by the sun through a mist, and overhead, it appears larger where there is no mist and diminished through mist. No portion of the luminous body is ever visible from any spot within the pyramid of pure derived shadow. Footnote: between lines 1 and 2, there is in the original a large diagram which does not refer to this text. 220. A body on which the solar rays fall between the thin branches of trees far apart will cast but a single shadow. If an opaque body and a luminous one are both spherical, the base of the pyramid of rays will bear the same proportion to the luminous body as the base of the pyramid of shade to the opaque body. When the transmitted shadow is intercepted by a plane surface placed opposite to it and farther away from the luminous body, then from the object it will appear proportionately darker and the edges more distinct. Footnote: the diagram which in the original is placed above line 2 is similar to the one here given on page 73, section 120. The diagram here given in the margin stands, in the original, between lines 3 and 4. 221. A body illuminated by the solar rays passing between the thick branches of trees will produce as many shadows as there are branches between the sun and itself. Where the shadow rays from an opaque pyramidal body are intercepted, they will cast a shadow of bifurcate outline and various depth at the points. A light which is broader than the apex, but narrower than the base of an opaque pyramidal body placed in front of it, will cause that pyramid to cast a shadow of bifurcate form and various degrees of depth. If an opaque body, smaller than the light, casts two shadows, and if it is the same size or larger, casts but one, it follows that a pyramidal body of which part is smaller, part equal to, and part larger than the luminous body will cast a bifurcate shadow. Footnote: between lines 2 and 3, there are in the original two large diagrams. Roman 4. Perspective of disappearance. The theory of the prospettiva di perdimenti would, in many important details, be quite unintelligible if it had not been led up by the principles of light and shade on which it is based. The word prospettiva in the language of the time included the principles of optics. What Leonardo understood by perdimenti will be clearly seen in the early chapters, Nos. 222-224. It is in the very nature of the case that the farther explanations given in the subsequent chapters must be limited to general rules. The sections given as 227-231 on indistinctness at short distances, have, it is true, only an indirect bearing on the subject. But on the other hand, the following chapters, 230–234, on indistinctness at great distances, go fully into the matter, and in chapters 235–239, which treat of the importance of light and shade in the perspective of disappearance, the practical issues are distinctly insisted on in their relation to the theory. This is naturally followed by the statements as to the effect of light or dark backgrounds on the apparent size of bodies. Nose, 240–250. At the end, I have placed, in the order of the original, those sections from the Ms. C which treat of the perspective of disappearance, and serve to some extent to complete the treatment of the subject, 251–262. Definition, 222–223. 222. Of the diminished distinctness of the outlines of opaque bodies. If the real outlines of opaque bodies are indistinguishable at even a very short distance, they will be more so at long distances. And, since it is by its outlines that we are able to know the real form of any opaque body, when by its remoteness we fail to discern it as a whole, much more must we fail to discern its parts and outlines. 223. Of the diminution, in perspective of opaque objects. Among opaque objects of equal size, the apparent diminution of size will be in proportion to their distance from the eye of the spectator. But it is an inverse proportion, since, where the distance is greater, the opaque body will appear smaller, and the less the distance, the larger will the object appear. And this is the fundamental principle of linear perspective, and it follows, every object as it becomes more remote loses first those parts which are smallest. Thus of a horse, we should lose the legs before the head, because the legs are thinner than the head, and the neck before the body for the same reason. Hence it follows that the last part of the horse which would be discernible by the eye would be the mass of the body in an oval form, or rather in a cylindrical form, and this would lose its apparent thickness before its length according to the second rule given above, and see footnote 23, compare line 11. If the eye remains stationary, the perspective terminates in the distance in a point. But if the eye moves in a straight line, the perspective terminates in a line, and the reason is that this line is generated by the motion of the point and our sight. Therefore it follows that as we move our sight, the point moves, and as we move the point, the line is generated and see. An illustration by experiment. 224. Every visible body, insofar as it affects the eye, includes three attributes, that is to say, mass, form, and color, and the mass is recognizable at a greater distance from the place of its actual existence than either color or form. Again, color is discernible at a greater distance than form, but this law does not apply to luminous bodies. The above proposition is plainly shown and proved by experiment, because, if you see a man close to you, you discern the exact appearance of the mass and of the form and also of the coloring. If he goes to some distance, you will not recognize who he is, because the character of the details will disappear. If he goes still farther, you will not be able to distinguish his coloring, but he will appear as a dark object, and still farther he will appear as a very small dark rounded object. It appears rounded because distance so greatly diminishes the various details that nothing remains visible but the larger mass. And the reason is this. We know very well that all the images of objects reach the senses by a small aperture in the eye. Hence, if the whole horizon D is admitted through such an aperture, the object BC being but a very small fraction of this horizon, what space can it fill in that minute image of so vast a hemisphere? And because luminous bodies have more power in darkness than any others, it is evident that, as the chamber of the eye is very dark, as is the nature of all colored cavities, the images of distant objects are confused and lost in the great light of the sky. And if they are visible at all, appear dark and black, as every small body must when seen in the diffused light of the atmosphere. Footnote, the diagram belonging to this passage is placed between lines 5 and 6. It is number 4 on PL, Roman 6. A guiding rule. 225. Of the atmosphere that interposes between the eye and visible objects. An object will appear more or less distinct at the same distance, in proportion as the atmosphere existing between the eye and that object is more or less clear. Hence, As I know that the greater or less quantity of the air that lies between the eye and the object makes the outlines of that object more or less indistinct, you must diminish the definiteness of outline of those objects in proportion to their increasing distance from the eye of the spectator. An experiment. 226. When I was once in a place on the sea, at an equal distance from the shore and the mountains, the distance from the shore looked much greater than that from the mountains. On indistinctness at short distances, 227-31. 227. If you place an opaque object in front of your eye at a distance of 4 fingers' breadth, if it is smaller than the space between the two eyes, it will not interfere with your seeing anything that may be beyond it. No object situated beyond another object seen by the eye can be concealed by this object if it is smaller than the space from eye to eye. 228. The eye cannot take in a luminous angle which is too close to it. 229. That part of a surface will be better lighted on which the light falls at the greater angle, and that part, on which the shadow falls at the greatest angle, will receive from those rays least of the benefit of the light. 230. Of the eye. The edges of an object placed in front of the pupil of the eye will be less distinct in proportion as they are closer to the eye. This is shown by the edge of the object N placed in front of the pupil D. In looking at this edge, the pupil also sees all the space a sea which is beyond the edge, and the images the eye receives from that space are mingled with the images of the edge, so that one image confuses the other, and this confusion hinders the pupil from distinguishing the edge. 231. The outlines of objects will be least clear when they are nearest to the eye, and therefore remoter outlines will be clearer. Among objects which are smaller than the pupil of the eye, those will be less distinct which are nearer to the eye. On indistinctness at great distances, 232-34. 232. Objects near to the eye will appear larger than those at a distance. Objects seen with two eyes will appear rounder than if they are seen with only one. Objects seen between light and shadow will show the most relief. 233. Of painting. Our true perception of an object diminishes in proportion as its size is diminished by distance. 234. Perspective. Why objects seen at a distance appear large to the eye, and in the image on the vertical plane they appear small. Perspective. I ask how far away the eye can discern a non-luminous body, as, for instance, a mountain. It will be very plainly visible if the sun is behind it, and could be seen at a greater or less distance according to the sun's place in the sky. Footnote: the clue to the solution of this problem, lines 1-3, is given in lines 4-6, number 232. Objects seen with both eyes appear solid since they are seen from two distinct points of sight separated by the distance between the eyes, but this solidity cannot be represented in a flat drawing. Compare number 535. The importance of light and shade in the perspective of disappearance, 235-39. 235. An opaque body seen in a line in which the light falls will reveal no prominences to the eye. For instance, let it be the solid body and see the light. CM and CN will be the lines of incidence of the light, that is to say the lines which transmit the light to the object. The eye being at the point B, I say that since the light C falls on the whole part M and the portions in relief on that side will all be illuminated. Hence the eye placed at C cannot see any light and shade, and not seeing it, every portion will appear of the same tone. Therefore the relief in the prominent or rounded parts will not be visible. 236. Of painting. When you represent in your work shadows which you can only discern with difficulty, and of which you cannot distinguish the edges so that you apprehend them confusedly, you must not make them sharp or definite lest your work should have a wooden effect. 237. Of painting. You will observe in drawing that among the shadows some are of undistinguishable gradation and form, as is shown in the third, which says, rounded surfaces display as many degrees of light and shade as there are varieties of brightness and darkness reflected from the surrounding objects. 238. Of light and shade. You who draw from nature, look carefully at the extent, the degree, and the form of the lights and shadows on each muscle. And in their position lengthwise observe towards which muscle the axis of the central line is directed. 239. An object which is almost as bright as light will be visible at a greater distance, and of larger apparent size than is natural to objects so remote. The effect of light or dark backgrounds on the apparent size of objects. 240-250. 240. A shadow will appear dark in proportion to the brilliancy of the light surrounding it, and conversely, it will be less conspicuous where it is seen against a darker background. 241. Of ordinary perspective. An object of equal breadth and color throughout, seen against a background of various colors, will appear unequal in breadth. And if an object of equal breadth throughout, but of various colors, is seen against a background of uniform color, that object will appear of various breadth. And the more the colors of the background or of the object seen against the ground vary, the greater will the apparent variations in the breadth be though the objects seen against the ground be of equal breadth. 242. A dark object seen against a bright background will appear smaller than it is. A light object will look larger when it is seen against a background darker than itself. 243. Of light. A luminous body when obscured by a dense atmosphere will appear smaller, as may be seen by the moon or sun veiled by mists. Of light. Of several luminous bodies of equal size and brilliancy, and at an equal distance, that will look the largest which is surrounded by the darkest background. Of light. I find that any luminous body when seen through a dense and thick mist diminishes in proportion to its distance from the eye. Thus it is with the sun by day, as well as the moon and the other eternal lights by night. And when the air is clear, these luminaries appear larger in proportion as they are farther from the eye. 244. That portion of a body of uniform breadth which is against a lighter background will look narrower. E is a given object, itself dark and of uniform breadth. A B and CD are two backgrounds, one darker than the other. BC is a bright background, as it might be a spot lighted by the sun through an aperture in a dark room. Then, I say that the object EG will appear larger at EF than at GH, because EF has a darker background than GH, and again at FG it will look narrower from being seen by the IO on the light background BC. Footnote 12. The diagram to which the text, lines 111, refers is placed in the original between lines 3 and 4, and is given on PL. Roman 41, number 3. Lines 12 to 14 are explained by the lower of the two diagrams on PL. Roman 41, number 4 in the original, these are placed after line 14. That part of a luminous body, of equal breadth and brilliancy throughout, will look largest which is seen against the darkest background, and the luminous body will seem on fire. 245. Why bodies in light and shade have their outlines altered by the color and brightness of the objects serving as a background to them. If you look at a body of which the illuminated portion lies and ends against a dark background, that part of the light which will look brightest will be that which lies against the dark at D. But if this brighter part lies against a light background, the edge of the object, which is itself light, will be less distinct than before, and the highest light will appear to be between the limit of the background MF and the shadow. The same thing is seen with regard to the dark, inasmuch as that edge of the shaded portion of the object which lies against a light background, as at L, it looks much darker than the rest. But if this shadow lies against a dark background, the edge of the shaded part will appear lighter than before, and the deepest shade will appear between the edge and the light at the point O. Footnote, in the original diagram, O is inside the shaded surface at the level of D. 246. An opaque body will appear smaller when it is surrounded by a highly luminous background, and a light body will appear larger when it is seen against a darker background. This may be seen in the height of buildings at night, when lightning flashes behind them. It suddenly seems, when it lightens, as though the height of the building were diminished. For the same reason, such buildings look larger in a mist or by night than when the atmosphere is clear and light. 247. On light between shadows. When you are drawing any object, remember, in comparing the grades of light in the illuminated portions, that the eye is often deceived by seeing things lighter than they are. And the reason lies in our comparing those parts with the contiguous parts. Since if two parts are in different grades of light, and if the less bright is conterminous with a dark portion and the brighter is conterminous with a light background as the sky or something equally bright, then that which is less light, or I should say less radiant, will look the brighter and the brighter will seem the darker. 248. Of objects equally dark in themselves and situated at a considerable and equal distance, that will look the darkest which is farthest above the earth. 249. To prove how it is that luminous bodies appear larger, at a distance, than they are. If you place two lighted candles side by side half a brachio apart, and go from them to a distance 200 brachia, you will see that by the increased size of each they will appear as a single luminous body with the light of the two flames, 1 brachio wide. To prove how you may see the real size of luminous bodies. If you wish to see the real size of these luminous bodies, take a very thin board and make in it a hole no bigger than the tag of a lace and place it as close to your eye as possible, so that when you look through this hole, at the said light, you can see a large space of air round it. Then by rapidly moving this board backwards and forwards before your eye, you will see the light increase and diminish. Propositions on perspective of disappearance from Ms. C. 252-62. 250. Of several bodies of equal size and equally distant from the eye, those will look the smallest which are against the lightest background. Every visible object must be surrounded by light and shade. A perfectly spherical body surrounded by light and shade will appear to have one side larger than the other in proportion, as one is more highly lighted than the other. 251. Perspective. No visible object can be well understood and comprehended by the human eye, excepting from the difference of the background against which the edges of the object terminate and by which they are bounded, and no object will appear separate from that background so far as the outlines of its borders are concerned. The moon, though it is at a great distance from the sun, when, in an eclipse, it comes between our eyes and the sun, appears to the eyes of men to be close to the sun and affixed to it, because the sun is then the background to the moon. 252. A luminous body will appear more brilliant in proportion as it is surrounded by deeper shadow. Footnote: the diagram which, in the original, is placed after this text, has no connection with it. 253. The straight edges of a body will appear broken when they are conterminous with a dark space streaked with rays of light. Footnote: here again, the diagrams in the original have no connection with the text. 254. Of several bodies, all equally large and equally distant, that which is most brightly illuminated will appear to the eye nearest and largest. Footnote: here again the diagrams in the original have no connection with the text. 255. If several luminous bodies are seen from a great distance, although they are really separate, they will appear united as one body. 256. If several objects in shadow, standing very close together, are seen against a bright background, they will appear separated by wide intervals. 257. Of several bodies of equal size and tone, that which is farthest will appear the lightest and smallest. 258. Of several objects equal in size, brightness of background and length, that which has the flattest surface will look the largest. A bar of iron equally thick throughout, and of which half is red-hot, affords an example, for the red-hot part looks thicker than the rest. 259. Of several bodies of equal size and length, and alike in form and in depth of shade, that will appear smallest which is surrounded by the most luminous background. 260. Different portions of a wall surface will be darker or brighter in proportion, as the light or shadow falls on them at a larger angle. The foregoing proposition can be clearly proved in this way. Let us say that MQ is the luminous body, then FG will be the opaque body, and let E be the above-mentioned plane on which the said angles fall, showing the nature and character of their bases. Then A will be more luminous than B. The base of the angle A is larger than that of B, and it therefore makes a greater angle which will be a MQ. And the pyramid BPM will be narrower, and MOC will be still finer, and so on by degrees, In proportion as they are nearer to E, the pyramids will become narrower and darker. That portion of the wall will be the darkest, where the breadth of the pyramid of shadow is greater than the breadth of the pyramid of light. At the point, the pyramid of light is equal in strength to the pyramid of shadow, because the base FG is equal to the base RF. At the point D, the pyramid of light is narrower than the pyramid of shadow by so much as the base SF is less than the base FG. Divide the foregoing proposition into two diagrams, one with the pyramids of light and shadow, the other with the pyramids of light zero. 261. Among shadows of equal depth, those which are nearest to the eye will look least deep. 262. The more brilliant the light given by a luminous body, the deeper will the shadows be cast by the objects it illuminates. V. Theory of colors. Leonardo's theory of colors is even more intimately connected with his principles of light and shade than his perspective of disappearance, and is in fact merely an appendix or supplement to those principles, as we gather from the titles to sections 264, 267, and 276, while others again, knows. 281, 282 are headed prospectiva. A very few of these chapters are to be found in the oldest copies and editions of the treatise on painting, and although the material they afford is but meager and the connection between them but slight, we must still attribute to them a special theoretical value as well as practical utility, all the more so because our knowledge of the theory and use of colors at the time of the Renaissance is still extremely limited. The reciprocal effects of colors on objects placed opposite each other, 263-272. 263. Of painting. The hue of an illuminated object is affected by that of the luminous body. 264. Of shadow. The surface of any opaque body is affected by the color of surrounding objects. 265. A shadow is always affected by the color of the surface on which it is cast. 266. An image produced in a mirror is affected by the color of the mirror. 267. Of light and shade. Every portion of the surface of a body is varied by the color of the object that may be opposite to it. Example: if you place a spherical body between various objects, that is to say with sunlight on one side of it, and on the other a wall illuminated by the sun, which wall may be green or of any other color, while the surface on which it is placed may be red, and the two lateral sides are in shadow, you will see that the natural color of that body will assume something of the hue reflected from those objects. The strongest will be the luminous body, the second by the illuminated wall, the third by the shadows. There will still be a portion which will take a tint from the color of the edges. 268. The surface of every opaque body is affected by the color of the objects surrounding it, but this effect will be strong or weak in proportion as those objects are more or less remote and more or less strongly. 269. Of painting. The surface of every opaque body assumes the hues reflected from surrounding objects. The surface of an opaque body assumes the hues of surrounding objects more strongly in proportion, as the rays that form the images of those objects strike the surface at more equal angles. And the surface of an opaque body assumes a stronger hue from the surrounding objects in proportion as that surface is whiter, and the color of the object brighter or more highly illuminated. 270. Of the rays which convey through the air the images of objects. All the minutest parts of the image intersect each other without interfering with each other. To prove this, let R be one of the sides of the whole, opposite to which let S be the eye which sees the lower end O of the line NO. The other extremity cannot transmit its image to the eye S, as it has to strike the end R, and it is the same with regard to M at the middle of the line. The case is the same with the upper extremity N and the IU. And if the end N is red, the IU on that side of the holes will not see the green color of O, but only the red of N according to the seventh of this, where it is said, every form projects images from itself by the shortest line, which necessarily is a straight line, and C. Footnote 13. This probably refers to the diagram given under No. 66. 271. Of painting. The The surface of a body assumes in some degree the hue of those around it. The colors of illuminated objects are reflected from the surfaces of one to the other in various spots, according to the various positions of those objects. Let O be a blue object in full light, facing all by itself the space BC on the white sphere of BEDEF, and it will give it a blue tinge. M is a yellow body reflected onto the space of B at the same time as O, the blue body, and they give it a green color. By the second of this, which shows that blue and yellow make a beautiful green and C, and the rest will be set forth in the book on painting. In that book it will be shown that, by transmitting the images of objects and the colors of bodies illuminated by sunlight through a small round perforation and into a dark chamber onto a plane surface, which itself is quite white and C. But everything will be upside down. Combination of different colors in cast shadows. 272. That which casts the shadow does not face it, because the shadows are produced by the light which causes and surrounds the shadows. The shadow caused by the light E, which is yellow, has a blue tinge, because the shadow of the body is cast upon the pavement at B, where the blue light falls. And the shadow produced by the light D, which is blue, will be yellow at C, because the yellow light falls there, and the surrounding background to these shadows BC will, besides its natural color, assume a hue compounded of yellow and blue, because it is lighted by the yellow light and by the blue light both at once. Shadows of various colors, as affected by the lights falling on them. That light which causes the shadow does not face it. Footnote: in the original diagram we find in the circle E giallo, yellow, and the circle D azzurro, blue, and also under the circle of shadow to the left, giallo, is written, and under that to the right, azzurro. In the second diagram, where 4 circles are placed in a row, we find written, beginning at the left hand, giallo, yellow, azzurro, blue, verde, green, rosso, red. The effect of colors in the camera obscura, 273-74. 273. The edges of a color-ed object, transmitted through a small hole, are more conspicuous than the central portions. The edges of the images, of whatever color, which are transmitted through a small aperture into a dark chamber, will always be stronger than the middle portions. 274. Of the intersections of the images in the pupil of the eye. The intersections of the images as they enter the pupil do not mingle in confusion in the space where that intersection unites them. As is evident, since, if the rays of the sun pass through 2 panes of glass in close contact, of which one is blue and the other yellow, the rays, in penetrating them, do not become blue or yellow but a beautiful green. And the same thing would happen in the eye if the images which were yellow or green should mingle where they intersect as they enter the pupil. As this does not happen, such a mingling does not exist. Of the nature of the rays composed of the images of objects and of their intersections. The directness of the rays which transmit the forms and colors of the bodies whence they proceed does not tinge the air, nor can they affect each other by contact where they intersect. They affect only the spot where they vanish and cease to exist, because that spot faces and is faced by the original source of these rays, and no other object, which surrounds that original source, can be seen by the eye where these rays are cut off and destroyed, leaving there the spoil they have conveyed to it. And this is proved by the 4th, on the color of bodies, which says, the surface of every opaque body is affected by the color of surrounding objects. Hence we may conclude that the spot which, by means of the rays which convey the image, faces and is faced by the cause of the image, assumes the color of that object. On the colors of derived shadows, 275, 276. 275. Any shadow cast by an opaque body, smaller than the light causing the shadow, will throw a derived shadow, which is tinged by the color of the light. Let N be the source of the shadow EF. It will assume its hue. Let O be the source of HE, which will in the same way be tinged by its hue, and so also the color of VH will be affected by P, which causes it. And the shadow of the triangle ZKY will be affected by the color of Q, because it is produced by it. In proportion as CD goes into a D, will NRS be darker than M, and the rest of the space will be shadowless. FG is the highest light, because here the whole light of the window a D falls, and thus on the opaque body ME is an equally high light. ZKY is a triangle which includes the deepest shadow, because the light a D cannot reach any part of it. XH is the second grade of shadow, because it receives only 1/3 of the light from the window, that is CD. The third grade of shadow is HE, where 2/3 of the light from the window is visible. The last grade of shadow is BDEF, because the highest grade of light from the window falls at F. Footnote: the diagram PL, Roman 3, number 1 belongs to this chapter as well as the text given in number 148. Lines 711, compare lines 812 of No. 148, which are written within the diagram, evidently apply to both sections and have therefore been inserted in both. 276. Of the colors of simple derived shadows. The color of derived shadows is always affected by that of the body towards which they are cast. To prove this, let an opaque body be placed between the plane SCTD and the blue light DE and the red light AB, then I say that DE, the blue light, will fall on the whole surface SCTD, excepting at OP, which is covered by the shadow of the body QR, as is shown by the straight lines DQ, OERP. And the same occurs with the light AB, which falls on the whole surface SCTD, excepting at the spot obscured by the shadow QR, as is shown by the lines DQO and ERP. Hence we may conclude that the shadow NM is exposed to the blue light DE. But, as the red light AB cannot fall there, NM will appear as a blue shadow on a red background tinted with blue, because on the surface SCTD, both lights can fall. But in the shadows, only one single light falls. For this reason, these shadows are of medium depth, since, if no light would ever mingled with the shadow, it would be of the first degree of darkness in C, but in the shadow at OP, the blue light does not fall, because the body QR interposes and intercepts it there. Only the red light AB falls there and tinges the shadow of a red hue, and so a ruddy shadow appears on the background of mingled red and blue. The shadow of QR at OP is red, being caused by the blue light DE, and the shadow of QR at AP is blue, being caused by the red light AB. Hence we say that the blue light in this instance causes a red derived shadow from the opaque body QR, while the red light causes the same body to cast a blue derived shadow. But the primary shadow is not of either of those hues, but a mixture of red and blue. The derived shadows will be equal in depth if they are produced by lights of equal strength and at an equal distance. This is proved. Footnote: in the original diagram, Leonardo has written within the circle QR corpo abbroso, body in shadow. At the spot marked a luminoso azzurro, blue luminous body. At B, luminoso rosso, red luminous body. At E, we red ombra azzurra, blue tinted shadow, and at D ombra rossa, red tinted shadow. On the nature of colors, 277, 278. 277. No white or black is transparent. 278. Of painting. Since white is not a color but the neutral recipient of every color. Footnote 3. Il bianco non e color ma e in potentia restiva dogni color. White is not a color, but the neutral recipient of every color. Leon Bat, Alberti della Pittura Libro I, asserts on the contrary. Il bianco el nero non sono veri colori, ma sono alteration degli altri colori. Ed. Janacek, p. 67, Vienna 1877. When it is seen in the open air and high up, all its shadows are bluish, and this is caused, according to the fourth, which says, the surface of every opaque body assumes the hue of the surrounding objects. Now this white being deprived of the light of the sun by the interposition of some body between the sun and itself, all that portion of it which is exposed to the sun and atmosphere assumes the color of the sun and atmosphere. The side on which the sun does not fall remains in shadow and assumes the hue of the atmosphere. And if this white object did not reflect the green of the fields all the way to the horizon nor get the brightness of the horizon itself, it would certainly appear simply of the same hue as the atmosphere. On gradations in the depth of colors, 279, 280. 279. Since black, when painted next to white, looks no blacker than when next to black, and white when next to black looks no whiter than white, as is seen by the images transmitted through a small hole or by the edges of any opaque screen. 280. Of colors. Of several colors, all equally white, that will look whitest which is against the darkest background, and black will look intensest against the whitest background. and red will look most vivid against the yellowest background. And the same is the case with all colors when surrounded by their strongest contrasts. On the reflection of colors, 281-83. 281. Perspective. Every object devoid of color in itself is more or less tinged by the color placed opposite. This may be seen by experience, inasmuch as any object which mirrors another assumes the color of the object mirrored in it. And if the surface thus partially colored is white, the portion which has a red reflection will appear red or any other color, whether bright or dark. Perspective. Every opaque and colorless body assumes the hue of the color reflected on it, as happens with a white wall. 282. Perspective. That side of an object in light and shade, which is towards the light, transmits the images of its details more distinctly and immediately to the eye than the side which is in shadow. Perspective. The solar rays reflected on a square mirror will be thrown back to distant objects in a circular form. Perspective. Any white and opaque surface will be partially colored by reflections from surrounding objects. Footnote 281. 282. The title line of these chapters is in the original simply pro, which may be an abbreviation for either proposition or prospettiva, taking prospettiva, of course, in its widest sense, as we often find it used in Leonardo's writings. The title pro has here been understood to mean prospettiva, in accordance with the suggestion afforded by page 10b of this same MS, where the first section is headed prospettiva in full, see no. 94, while the four following sections are headed merely pro, see number 85. 283. What portion of a colored surface ought in reason to be the most intense? If it is the light, and be illuminated by it in a direct line C, on which the light cannot fall, is lighted only by reflection from B, which, let us say, is red. Hence the light reflected from it will be affected by the hue of the surface causing it and will tinge the surface C with red. And if C is also red, you will see it much more intense than B, and if it were yellow, you would see there a color between yellow and red. On the use of dark and light colors in painting, 284-286. 284. Why beautiful colors must be in the light. Since we see that the quality of color is known by means of light, it is to be supposed that where there is most light, the true character of a color in light will be best seen, and where there is most shadow, the color will be affected by the tone of that. Hence, O painter, remember to show the true quality of colors in bright lights. 285. An object represented in white and black will display stronger relief than in any other way, hence I would remind you, O painter, to dress your figures in the lightest colors you can, since, if you put them in dark colors, they will be in too slight relief and inconspicuous from a distance. And the reason is that the shadows of all objects are dark. And if you make a dress dark, there is little variety in the lights and shadows, while in light colors there are many grades. 286. Of painting. Colors seen in shadow will display more or less of their natural brilliancy in proportion as they are in fainter or deeper shadow. But if these same colors are situated in a well-lighted place, they will appear brighter in proportion as the light is more brilliant. The adversary. The variety of colors in shadow must be as great as that of the colors in the objects in that shadow. The answer. Colors seen in shadow will display less variety in proportion as the shadows in which they lie are deeper. And evidence of this is to be had by looking from an open space into the doorways of dark and shadowy churches, where the pictures which are painted in various colors all look of uniform darkness. Hence, at a considerable distance, all the shadows of different colors will appear of the same darkness. It is the light side of an object in light and shade which shows the true color. On the colors of the rainbow, 287-288. 287. Treat of the rainbow in the last book on painting, but first write the book on colors produced by the mixture of other colors, so as to be able to prove by those painters' colors how the colors of the rainbow are produced. 288. Whether the colors of the rainbow are produced by the sun. The colors of the rainbow are not produced by the sun, for they occur in many ways without the sunshine. as may be seen by holding a glass of water up to the eye. When, in the glassware, there are those minute bubbles always seen in coarse glass, each bubble, even though the sun does not fall on it, will produce on one side all the colors of the rainbow. As you may see by placing the glass between the daylight and your eye in such a way as that it is close to the eye, while on one side the glass admits the light of the atmosphere, and on the other side the shadow of the wall on one side of the window, either left or right, it matters not which. Then, by turning the glass round, you will see these colors all round the bubbles in the glass and see, and the rest shall be said in its place. That the eye has no part in producing the colors of the rainbow. In the experiment just described, the eye would seem to have some share in the colors of the rainbow, since these bubbles in the glass do not display the colors except through the medium of the eye. But if you place the glass full of water on the windowsill, in such a position as that the outer side is exposed to the sun's rays, you will see the same colors produced in the spot of light thrown through the glass and upon the floor, in a dark place, below the window. And as the eye is not here concerned in it, we may evidently, and with certainty pronounce that the eye has no share in producing them. Of the colors in the feathers of certain birds. There are many birds in various regions of the world on whose feathers we see the most splendid colors produced as they move, as we see in our own country in the feathers of peacocks, or on the necks of ducks or pigeons, and see. Again, on the surface of antique glass found underground, and on the roots of turnips kept for some time at the bottom of wells or other stagnant waters, that each root displays colors similar to those of the real rainbow. They may also be seen when oil has been placed on the top of water, and in the solar rays reflected from the surface of a diamond or beryl. Again, through the angular facet of a beryl, every dark object against a background of the atmosphere, or anything else equally pale-colored, is surrounded by these rainbow colors between the atmosphere and the dark body. And in many other circumstances, which I will not mention, as these suffice for my purpose. Roman 6. Prospettiva decalri, perspective of color. And prospettiva aerea, aerial perspective. Leonardo distinctly separates these branches of his subject, as may be seen in the beginning of No. 295. Attempts have been made to cast doubts on the results which Leonardo arrived at by experiment on the perspective of color, but not with justice, as may be seen from the original text of section 294. The question as to the composition of the atmosphere, which is inseparable from a discussion on aerial perspective, forms a separate theory which is treated at considerable length. Indeed, the author enters into it so fully that we cannot escape the conviction that he must have dwelt with particular pleasure on this part of his subject, and that he attached great importance to giving it a character of general applicability. General Rules, 289-291. 289. The variety of color in objects cannot be discerned at a great distance, excepting in those parts which are directly lighted up by the solar rays. 290. As to the colors of objects, at long distances no difference is perceptible in the parts in shadow. 291. Of the visibility of colors. Which color strikes most? An object at a distance is most conspicuous when it is lightest, and the darkest is least visible. An exceptional case. 292. Of the edges of shadows. Some have misty and ill-defined edges, others distinct ones. No opaque body can be devoid of light and shade, except it is in a mist, on ground covered with snow, or when snow is falling on the open country which has no light on it and is surrounded with darkness. And this occurs in spherical bodies, because in other bodies which have limbs and parts, those sides of limbs which face each other reflect on each other the accidental of their surface. An experiment. 293. All colors are at a distance, undistinguishable and undiscernible. All colors at a distance are undistinguishable in shadow, because an object which is not in the highest light is incapable of transmitting its image to the eye through an atmosphere more luminous than itself, since the lesser brightness must be absorbed by the greater. For instance, we in a house can see that all the colors on the surface of the walls are clearly and instantly visible when the windows of the house are open. But if we were to go out of the house and look in at the windows from a little distance to see the paintings on those walls. Instead of the paintings, we should see an uniform deep and colorless shadow. The practice of the prospettiva decolory. 294. How a painter should carry out the perspective of color in practice. In order to put into practice this perspective of the variation and loss or diminution of the essential character of colors, observe at every 100 braccia some objects standing in the landscape, such as trees, houses, men, and particular places. Then in front of the first tree have a very steady plate of glass and keep your eye very steady. And then, on this plate of glass, draw a tree, tracing it over the form of that tree. Then move it on one side so far as that the real tree is close by the side of the tree you have drawn. Then color your drawing in such a way as that in color and form the two may be alike, and that both, if you close one eye, seem to be painted on the glass and at the same distance. Then, by the same method, represent a second tree and a third with a distance of 100 braccia between each. And these will serve as a standard and guide whenever you work on your own pictures, wherever they may apply, and will enable you to give due distance in those works. But I have found that as a rule the second is 4/5 of the first when it is 20 braccia beyond it. Footnote: this chapter is one of those copied in the manuscript of the Vatican Library, Urbina's 1270, and the original text is rendered here with no other alterations, but in the orthography. H. Ludwig, in his edition of this copy, translates lines 14 and 15 thus: Ich finde aber als Regel, dass der Zweit vier Fünftel des Ersten abnimmt, wenn nämlich 20 Ellen vom Ersten entfernt ist. He adds in his commentary, des End der Nummer ist wohl jedenfalls verstemmelt. However, the translation given above shows that it admits of a different rendering. The rules of aerial perspective, 295-297. 295. Of aerial perspective. There is another kind of perspective which I call aerial perspective, because by the atmosphere we are able to distinguish the variations in distance of different buildings, which appear placed on a single line. As, for instance, when we see several buildings beyond a wall, all of which, as they appear above the top of the wall, look of the same size, while you wish to represent them in a picture as more remote one than another, and to give the effect of a somewhat dense atmosphere. You know that in an atmosphere of equal density, the remotest objects seen through it, as mountains, in consequence of the great quantity of atmosphere between your eye and them appear blue, and almost of the same hue as the atmosphere itself. Footnote 10. Quando il sole è per luante, when the sun is in the east. Apparently the author refers here to morning light in general. H. Ludwig, however, translates this passage from the Vatican copy, when nämlich die Sonne dahinter, im Osten steht. When the sun is in the east. Hence you must make the nearest building above the wall of its real color, but the more distant ones make less defined and bluer. Those you wish should look farthest away you must make proportionately bluer. Thus, if one is to be 5 times as distant, make it 5 times bluer. And by this rule the buildings which above a line appear of the same size will plainly be distinguished as to which are the more remote and which larger than the others. 296. The medium lying between the eye and the object seen tinges that object with its color, as the blueness of the atmosphere makes the distant mountains appear blue, and red glass makes objects seen beyond it look red. The light shed round them by the stars is obscured by the darkness of the night, which lies between the eye and the radiant light of the stars. 297. Take care that the perspective of color does not disagree with the size of your objects. That is to say, that the colors diminish from their natural in proportion as the objects at various distances diminish from their natural size. On the relative density of the atmosphere, 298-290. 298. Why the atmosphere must be represented as paler towards the lower portion. Because the atmosphere is dense near the earth, and the higher it is the rarer it becomes. When the sun is in the east, if you look towards the west and a little way to the south and north, you will see that this dense atmosphere receives more light from the sun than the rarer, because the rays meet with greater resistance. And if the sky, as you see it, ends on a low plane, that lowest portion of the sky will be seen through a denser and whiter atmosphere, which will weaken its true color as seen through that medium. And there the sky will look whiter than it is above you, where the line of sight travels through a smaller space of air charged with heavy vapor. And if you turn to the east, the atmosphere will appear darker as you look lower down because the luminous rays pass less freely through the lower atmosphere. 299. Of the mode of treating remote objects in painting. It is easy to perceive that the atmosphere which lies closest to the level ground is denser than the rest, and that where it is higher up, it is rarer and more transparent. The lower portions of large and lofty objects which are at a distance are not much seen, because you see them along a line which passes through a denser and thicker section of the atmosphere. The summits of such heights are seen along a line which, though it starts from your eye in a dense atmosphere, still, as it ends at the top of those lofty objects, ceases in a much rarer atmosphere than exists at their base. For this reason, the farther this line extends from your eye, from point to point the atmosphere becomes more and more rare. Hence, O painter, when you represent mountains, see that from hill to hill the bases are paler than the summits, and in proportion as they recede beyond each other make the bases paler than the summits, while, the higher they are the more you must show of their true form and color. On the color of the atmosphere, 303.7. 300. Of the color of the atmosphere. I say that the blueness we see in the atmosphere is not intrinsic color, but is caused by warm vapor evaporated in minute and insensible atoms on which the solar rays fall, rendering them luminous against the infinite darkness of the fiery sphere which lies beyond and includes it. And this may be seen, as I saw it by anyone going up footnote 5. With regard to the place spoken of as Emaboso, compare number 301 line 20, its identity will be discussed under Leonardo's topographical notes in volume Roman 2. Monboso, a peak of the Alps which divide France from Italy. The base of this mountain gives birth to the 4 rivers which flow in 4 different directions through the whole of Europe. And no mountain has its base at so great a height as this, which lifts itself almost above the clouds, and snow seldom falls there, but only hail in the summer, when the clouds are highest. And this hail lies there, so that if it were not for the absorption of the rising and falling clouds, which does not happen twice in an age, an enormous mass of ice would be piled up there by the hail, and in the middle of July I found it very considerable. There I saw above me the dark sky, and the sun as it fell on the mountain was far brighter here than in the plains below, because a smaller extent of atmosphere lay between the summit of the mountain and the sun. Again, as an illustration of the color of the atmosphere, I will mention the smoke of old and dry wood, which, as it comes out of a chimney, appears to turn very blue when seen between the eye and the dark distance. But as it rises and comes between the eye and the bright atmosphere, it at once shows of an ashy gray color. And this happens because it no longer has darkness beyond it, but this bright and luminous space. If the smoke is from young, green wood, it will not appear blue, because, not being transparent and being full of superabundant moisture, it has the effect of condensed clouds which take distinct lights and shadows like a solid body. The same occurs with the atmosphere, which, when overcharged with moisture, appears white, and the small amount of heated moisture makes it dark, of a dark blue color. And this will suffice us so far as concerns the color of the atmosphere, though it might be added that, if this transparent blue were the natural color of the atmosphere, it would follow that wherever a larger mass air intervened between the eye and the element of fire, the azure color would be more intense, as we see in blue glass and in sapphires, which are darker in proportion as they are larger. But the atmosphere in such circumstances behaves in an opposite manner, inasmuch as where a greater quantity of it lies between the eye and the sphere of fire, it is seen much whiter. This occurs towards the horizon, and the less the extent of atmosphere between the eye and the sphere of fire, the deeper is the blue color, as may be seen even on low plains. Hence it follows, as I say, that the atmosphere assumes this azure hue by reason of the particles of moisture, which catch the rays of the sun. Again, we may note the difference in particles of dust, or particles of smoke, in the sunbeams admitted through holes into a dark chamber, when the former will look ash gray and the thin smoke will appear of a most beautiful blue. And it may be seen again in the dark shadows of distant mountains, when the air between the eye and those shadows will look very blue, though the brightest parts of those mountains will not differ much from their true color. But if anyone wishes for a final proof, let him paint a board with various colors, among them an intense black, and over all let him lay a very thin and transparent white. He will then see that this transparent white will nowhere show a more beautiful blue than over the black, but it must be very thin and finely ground. Experience shows us that the air must have darkness beyond it, and yet it appears blue. If you produce a small quantity of smoke from dry wood and the rays of the sun fall on this smoke, and if you then place behind the smoke a piece of black velvet on which the sun does not shine, you will see that all the smoke which is between the eye and the black stuff will appear of a beautiful blue color. And if instead of the velvet you place a white cloth smoke, that is too thick smoke, hinders, and too thin smoke does not produce the perfection of this blue color. Hence, a moderate amount of smoke produces the finest blue. Water violently ejected in a fine spray and in a dark chamber where the sunbeams are admitted produces these blue rays, and the more vividly if it is distilled water, and thin smoke looks blue. This I mention in order to show that the blueness of the atmosphere is caused by the darkness beyond it, and these instances are given for those who cannot confirm my experience on Monboso. 302. When the smoke from dry wood is seen between the eye of the spectator and some dark space, it will look blue. Thus the sky looks blue by reason of the darkness beyond it. And if you look towards the horizon of the sky, you will see the atmosphere is not blue, and this is caused by its density. And thus at each degree, as you raise your eyes above the horizon up to the sky over your head, you will see the atmosphere look darker, and this is because a smaller density of air lies between your eye and the darkness. And if you go to the top of a high mountain, the sky will look proportionately darker above you, as the atmosphere becomes rarer between you and the darkness. And this will be more visible at each degree of increasing height, till at last we should find darkness. That smoke will look bluest which rises from the driest wood and which is nearest to the fire, and is seen against the darkest background, and with the sunlight upon it. 303. A dark object will appear bluest in proportion as it has a greater mass of luminous atmosphere between it and the eye, as may be seen in the color of the sky. 304. The atmosphere is blue by reason of the darkness above it, because black and white make blue. 305. In the morning the mist is denser above than below, because the sun draws it upwards. Hence tall buildings, even if the summit is at the same distance as the base, have the summit invisible. Therefore, also, the sky looks darkest overhead, and towards the horizon it is not blue, but rather between smoke and dust color. The atmosphere, when full of mist, is quite devoid of blueness, and only appears of the color of clouds, which shine white when the weather is fine. And the more you turn to the west, the darker it will be, and the brighter as you look to the east. And the verdure of the fields is bluish in a thin mist, but grows gray in a dense one. The buildings in the west will only show their illuminated side, where the sun shines, and the mist hides the rest. When the sun rises and chases away the haze, the hills on the side where it lifts begin to grow clearer, and look blue, and seem to smoke with the vanishing mists. And the buildings reveal their lights and shadows. Through the thinner vapor they show only their lights, and through the thicker air nothing at all. This is when the movement of the mist makes it part horizontally, and then the edges of the mist will be indistinct against the blue of the sky, and towards the earth it will look almost like dust blown up. In proportion as the atmosphere is dense, the buildings of a city and the trees in a landscape will look fewer, because only the tallest and largest will be seen. Darkness affects everything with its hue, and the more an object differs from darkness, the more we see its real and natural color. The mountains will look few, because only those will be seen which are farthest apart. Since, at such a distance, the density increases to such a degree that it causes a brightness by which the darkness of the hills becomes divided and vanishes indeed towards the top. There is less between lower and nearer hills, and yet little is to be distinguished, and least towards the bottom. 306. The surface of an object partakes of the color of the light, which illuminates it, and of the color of the atmosphere which lies between the eye and that object, that is of the color of the transparent medium lying between the object and the eye. And among colors of a similar character, the second will be of the same tone as the first, and this is caused by the increased thickness of the color of the medium lying between the object and the eye. 307. Of painting. Of various colors, which are none of them blue, that which at a great distance will look bluest is the nearest to black. And so, conversely, The color which is least like black will, at a great distance, best preserve its own color. Hence the green of fields will assume a bluer hue than yellow or white will, and conversely yellow or white will change less than green, and red still less. Roman 7. On the proportions and on the movements of the human figure. Leonardo's researches on the proportions and movements of the human figure must have been for the most part completed and written before the year 1498. For Luca Paciolo writes, in the dedication to Ludovico il Moro, of his book Divina Proportion, which was published in that year. Leonardo da Vinci. Hoido Giacomo tutta diligenza al digno libro de pictura e movimenti humani posto fine. The selection of Leonardo's axioms contained in the Vatican copy attributes these words to the author. E il resto si dirà nella universal misura del uomo. Manzi, p. 147, Ludwig, No. 264. Lamazzo, again, in his Idea del Tempio della Pittura Milano 1590 cap. Roman 4 says, Leonardo Vinci, dimostro anco in figura tut le proporzioni dei membri del corpo umano. The Vatican copy includes but very few sections of the Universal Misura del Uomo, and until now nothing has been made known of the original MSS on the subject, which have supplied the very extensive materials for this portion of the work. The collection at Windsor, belonging to Her Majesty the Queen, includes by far the most important part of Leonardo's investigations on this subject, constituting about half of the whole of the materials here published, and the large number of original drawings adds greatly to the interest which the subject itself must command. Luca Paciolo would seem to have had these MSS, which I have distinguished by the initials WP, in his mind when he wrote the passage quoted above. Still, certain notes of a later date such as Nos. 360, 362, and 363, from Ms. E., written in 1513-14, sufficiently prove that Leonardo did not consider his earlier studies on the proportions and movements of the human figure final and complete, as we might suppose from Luca Paciolo's statement. Or else he took the subject up again at a subsequent period, since his former researches had been carried on at Milan between 1490 and 1500. Indeed, it is highly probable that the anatomical studies which he was pursuing with so much zeal between 1510-16 should have led him to reconsider the subject of proportion. Preliminary observations, 308-309. 308. Every man, at 3 years old, is half the full height he will grow to at last. 309. If a man 2 brachia high is too small, 1 of 4 is too tall, the medium being what is admirable. Between 2 and 4 comes 3, therefore take a man of 3 brachia in height and measure him by the rule I will give you. If you tell me that I may be mistaken, and judge a man to be well proportioned who does not conform to this division, I answer that you must look at many men of 3 brachia, and out of the larger number who are alike in their limbs, choose one of those who are most graceful and take your measurements. The length of the hand is 1/3 of a brachio, and this is found 9 times in man. And the face, footnote 7, the account here given of the brachio is of importance in understanding some of the succeeding chapters. Testa must here be understood to mean the face. The statements in this section are illustrated in part on PL. Xi is the same, and from the pit of the throat to the shoulder, and from the shoulder to the nipple, and from one nipple to the other, and from each nipple to the pit of the throat. Proportions of the head and face, 310-318. 310. The space between the parting of the lips and the base of the nose is 1/7 of the face. The space from the mouth to the bottom of the chin CD is the 4th part of the face, and equal to the width of the mouth. The space from the chin to the base of the nose EF is the 3rd part of the face, and equal to the length of the nose and to the forehead. The distance from the middle of the nose to the bottom of the chin GH is half the length of the face. The distance from the top of the nose, where the eyebrows begin, to the bottom of the chin IK is 2/3 of the face. The space from the parting of the lips to the top of the chin LM, that is where the chin ends and passes into the lower lip of the mouth, is the 1/3 of the distance from the parting of the lips to the bottom of the chin and is the 12th part of the face. From the top to the bottom of the chin, MN is the 6th part of the face and is the 54th part of a man's height. From the farthest projection of the chin to the throat, OP is equal to the space between the mouth and the bottom of the chin, and A4 of the face. The distance from the top of the throat to the pit of the throat below QR is half the length of the face and the 18th part of a man's height. From the chin to the back of the neck, ST, is the same distance as between the mouth and the roots of the hair, that is 3/4 of the head. From the chin to the jawbone, VX, is half the head and equal to the thickness of the neck in profile. The thickness of the head from the brow to the nape is once, and 3/4 that of the neck. Footnote: the drawings to this text, lines 110, are on PL, Roman 7, no. I. The two upper sketches of heads, PL, Roman 7, number 2, belong to lines 11-14, and in the original are placed immediately below the sketches reproduced on PL, Roman 7, number 1. 311. The distance from the attachment of one ear to the other is equal to that from the meeting of the eyebrows to the chin. And in a fine face, the width of the mouth is equal to the length from the parting of the lips to the bottom of the chin. 312. The cut or depression below the lower lip of the mouth is halfway between the bottom of the nose and the bottom of the chin. The face forms a square in itself. That is, its width is from the outer corner of one eye to the other, and its height is from the very top of the nose to the bottom of the lower lip of the mouth. Then what remains above and below this square amounts to the height of such another square. A B is equal to the space between CD. DN in the same way to NC, and likewise SR, QP, HK are equal to each other. It is as far between M and S as from the bottom of the nose to the chin. The ear is exactly as long as the nose. It is as far from X to J as from the nose to the chin. The parting of the mouth seen in profile slopes to the angle of the jaw. The ear should be as high as from the bottom of the nose to the top of the eyelid. The space between the eyes is equal to the width of an eye. The ear is over the middle of the neck, when seen in profile. The distance from 4 to 5 is equal to that from S to R. Footnote: CPL, Roman 8, no. I, where the text of lines 313 is also given in facsimile. 313. A B is equal to CD. Footnote: CPL. Roman 7, number 3 reference may also be made here to 2 pen and ink drawings of heads in profile with figured measurements, of which there is no description in the Ms. These are given on PL. Roman 17, no. 2A head, to the left, with part of the torso. Number 1 on the same plate is from Ms. 2B, and in the original occurs on a page with wholly irrelevant text on matters of natural history. M. Ravaisan, in his edition of the Paris Ms., has reproduced this head and discussed it fully. He has, however, somewhat altered the original measurements. The complicated calculations which M. Ravaisan has given appear to me in no way justified. The sketch, as we see it, can hardly have been intended for anything more than an experimental attempt to ascertain relative proportions. We do not find that Leonardo made use of circular lines in any other study of the proportions of the human head. At the same time, we see that the proportions of this sketch are not in accordance with the rules which he usually observed. See, for instance, number 310. The head at F16 larger than NF. 315. From the eyebrow to the junction of the lip with the chin, and the angle of the jaw and the upper angle, where the ear joins the temple, will be a perfect square, and each side by itself is half the head. The hollow of the cheekbone occurs halfway between the tip of the nose and the top of the jawbone, which is the lower angle of the setting on of the ear, in the frame here represented. From the angle of the eye socket to the ear is as far as the length of the ear, or the third of the face. Footnote: CPL, Roman 9. The text, in the original, is written behind the head. The handwriting would seem to indicate a date earlier than 1480. On the same leaf, there is a drawing in red chalk of 2 horsemen, of which only a portion of the upper figure is here visible. The whole leaf measures 22.12 centimeters wide by 29 long, and is numbered 127 in the top right-hand corner. 316. From a to be that is to say from the roots of the hair in front to the top of the head ought to be equal to CD, that is from the bottom of the nose to the meeting of the lips in the middle of the mouth. From the inner corner of the eye M to the top of the head is as far as from M down to the chin S. SC, FB are all at equal distances from each other. Footnote: the drawing in silver point on bluish tinted paper PL. X, which belongs to this chapter, has been partly drawn over in ink by Leonardo himself. 317. From the top of the head to the bottom of the chin is 1/9, and from the roots of the hair to the chin is 1/9 of the distance from the roots of the hair to the ground. The greatest width of the face is equal to the space between the mouth and the roots of the hair, and is 1/12 of the whole height. From the top of the ear to the top of the head is equal to the distance from the bottom of the chin to the lacrimatory duct of the eye, and also equal to the distance from the angle of the chin to that of the jaw. That is the 1/16 of the whole. The small cartilage, which projects over the opening of the ear towards the nose, is halfway between the nape and the eyebrow. The thickness of the neck in profile is equal to the space between the chin and the eyes, and to the space between the chin and the jaw, and it is 1/18 of the height of the man. 318. A B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K are equal to each other in size excepting that D, F is accidental. Proportions of the head seen in front, 319. 321. 319. A N, O, F are equal to the mouth. A C and a F are equal to the space between one eye and the other. N, M, O, F, Q, R are equal to half the width of the eyelids, that is from the inner corner of the eye to its outer corner, and in like manner the division between the chin and the mouth, and in the same way the narrowest part of the nose between the eyes. And these spaces, each in itself, is the 19th part of the head. NO is equal to the length of the eye or of the space between the eyes. MC is 1/3 of NM, measuring from the outer corner of the eyelids to the letter C. BS will be equal to the width of the nostril. The distance between the centers of the pupils of the eyes is 1/3 of the face. The space between the outer corners of the eyes, that is where the eye ends in the eye socket which contains it, thus the outer corners, is half the face. The greatest width of the face at the line of the eyes is equal to the distance from the roots of the hair in front to the parting of the lips. Footnote: there are with this section 2 sketches of eyes not reproduced here. 321. The nose will make a double square. That is the width of the nose at the nostrils goes twice into the length from the tip of the nose to the eyebrows. And, in the same way, in profile the distance from the extreme side of the nostril, where it joins the cheek to the tip of the nose, is equal to the width of the nose in front from one nostril to the other. If you divide the whole length of the nose that is from the tip to the insertion of the eyebrows into 4 equal parts, you will find that one of these parts extends from the tip of the nostrils to the base of the nose, and the upper division lies between the inner corner of the eye and the insertion of the eyebrows, and the 2 middle parts are equal to the length of the eye from the inner to the outer corner. Footnote: the 2 bottom sketches on PL. Roman 7, number 4 face, the 6 lines of this section with regard to the proportions of the head in profile C, number 312. 322. The great toe is the 6th part of the foot, taking the measure in profile, on the inside of the foot, from where this toe springs from the ball of the sole of the foot to its tip a B, and it is equal to the distance from the mouth to the bottom of the chin. If you draw the foot in profile from the outside, make the little toe begin at 3/4 of the length of the foot, and you will find the same distance from the insertion of this toe as to the farthest prominence of the great toe. 323. For each man, respectively, the distance between a B is equal to CD. 324. Relative proportion of the hand and foot. The foot is as much longer than the hand as the thickness of the arm at the wrist, where it is thinnest seen facing. Again, you will find that the foot is as much longer than the hand as the space between the inner angle of the little toe to the last projection of the big toe, if you measure along the length of the foot. The palm of the hand, without the fingers, goes twice into the length of the foot, without the toes. If you hold your hand with the fingers straight out and close together, you will find it to be of the same width as the widest part of the foot. That is where it is joined onto the toes. And if you measure from the prominence of the inner ankle to the end of the great toe, you will find this measure to be as long as the whole hand. From the top angle of the foot to the insertion of the toes is equal to the hand from wrist, joint to the tip of the thumb. The smallest width of the hand is equal to the smallest width of the foot between its joint into the leg and the insertion of the toes. The width of the heel at the lower part is equal to that of the arm where it joins the hand, and also to the leg where it is thinnest when viewed in front. The length of the longest toe, from its first division from the great toe to its tip, is the fourth of the foot from the center of the ankle bone to the tip, and it is equal to the width of the mouth. The distance between the mouth and the chin is equal to that of the knuckles and of the 3 middle fingers, and to the length of their first joints if the hand is spread, and equal to the distance from the joint of the thumb to the outset of the nails, that is the fourth part of the hand and of the face. The space between the extreme poles inside and outside the foot, called the ankle or ankle bone, a B, is equal to the space between the mouth and the inner corner of the eye. 325. The foot, from where it is attached to the leg to the tip of the great toe, is as long as the space between the upper part of the chin and the roots of the hair, a B, and equal to 5/6 of the face. 326. A D is a head's length, CB is a head's length. The 4 smaller toes are all equally thick from the nail at the top to the bottom and are 1/13 of the foot. Footnote, CPL, Roman 14, number 1, a drawing of a foot with the text in 3 lines below it. 327. The whole length of the foot will lie between the elbow and the wrist, and between the elbow and the inner angle of the arm towards the breast when the arm is folded. The foot is as long as the whole head of a man, that is from under the chin to the topmost part of the head. Footnote 2, nel modo chi qui I figurate. CPL, Roman 7, no. 4, the upper figure. The text breaks off at the end of line 2, and the text given under number 321 follows below. It may be here remarked that the second sketch on WP 311 has in the original no explanatory text, in the way here figured. Proportions of the leg, 328-331. 328. The greatest thickness of the calf of the leg is at 1/3 of its height, a B, and is a 20th part thicker than the greatest thickness of the foot. A C is half of the head, and equal to DB and to the insertion of the 5 toes EF. DK diminishes 1/6 in the leg GH. GH is 1/3 of the head. MN increases 1/6 from a E and is 7/12 of the head. OP is 1/10 less than DK and is 6/17 of the head. A is at half the distance between BQ and is 1/4 of the man. R is halfway between S and B. Footnote 11. B is here and later on measured on the right side of the foot, as seen by the spectator. The concavity of the knee outside R is higher than that inside A. The half of the whole height of the leg from the foot R is halfway between the prominence S and the ground B. V is halfway between T and B. The thickness of the thigh seen in front is equal to the greatest width of the face, that is 2/3 of the length from the chin to the top of the head. ZR is 5/6 of 7 to V. MN is equal to 7V and is 1/4 of RB. XY goes 3 times into RB and into RS. Footnote 2235. The sketch illustrating these lines is on PL, Roman 13 no. 2. Footnote 22. A B entra in CF 6E6 in CN accurate measurement, however, obliges us to read 7 for 6. A B goes 6 times into CF and 6 times into CN and is equal to GH. IKLM goes 4 times into DF and 4 times into DN and is 3/7 of the foot. PQRS goes 3 times into DF and 3 times into BN. Footnote 25. Y is not to be found on the diagram and X occurs twice. This makes the passage very obscure. XY is 1/8 of XF and is equal to NQ. 3/7 is 1/9 of NF. 4/5 is 1/10 of NF. Footnote 2227. Compare with this line's 1824 of number 331 and the sketch of a leg in profile PL, Roman 15. I want to know how much a man increases in height by standing on tiptoe and how much PG diminishes by stooping, and how much it increases at NQ likewise in bending the foot. Footnote 34, EF for dal cause. By reading I for E, the sense of this passage is made clear. EF is 4 times in the distance between the genitals and the sole of the foot. Footnote 35, 2 is not to be found in the sketch, which renders the passage obscure. The 2 last lines are plainly legible in the facsimile. 3/7 is 6 times from 3 to 2 and is equal to GH and IK. Footnote, the drawing of a leg seen in front PL. Roman 13 Number 1 belongs to the text from lines 321. The measurements in this section should be compared with the text number 331, lines 113, and the sketch of a leg seen in front on PL. Roman 15. 329. The length of the foot from the end of the toes to the heel goes twice into that from the heel to the knee. That is where the leg bone joins the thigh bone. 330. A NB are equal, CND are equal, NC makes 2 feet, ND makes 2 feet. M and O are equal. The narrowest width of the leg seen in front goes 8 times from the sole of the foot to the joint of the knee, and is the same width as the arm, seen in front at the wrist, and as the longest measure of the ear, and as the 3 chief divisions into which we divide the face. And this measurement goes 4 times from the wrist joint of the hand to the point of the elbow. The foot is as long as the space from the knee between A and B, and the patella of the knee is as long as the leg between R and S. The least thickness of the leg in profile goes 6 times from the sole of the foot to the knee joint, and is the same width as the space between the outer corner of the eye and the opening of the ear, and as the thickest part of the arm seen in profile, and between the inner corner of the eye and the insertion of the hair. A BC are all relatively of equal length. CD goes twice from the sole of the foot to the center of the knee, and the same from the knee to the hip. A BC are equal. A to B is 2 feet, that is to say measuring from the heel to the tip of the great toe. Footnote CPL, Roman 15. The text of lines 217 is to the left of the front view of the leg, to which it refers. Lines 1827 are in the middle column and refer to the leg seen in profile and turn to the left on the right-hand side of the writing. Lines 2030 are above, to the left, and apply to the sketch below them. Some farther remarks on the proportion of the leg will be found in No. 336, lines 6, 7. On the central point of the whole body. 332. In kneeling down, a man will lose the 4th part of his height. When a man kneels down with his hands folded on his breast, the navel will mark half his height, and likewise the points of the elbows. Half the height of a man who sits, that is from the seat to the top of the head, will be where the arms fold below the breast and below the shoulders. The seated portion, that is from the seat to the top of the head, will be more than half the man's by the length of the scrotum. The relative proportions of the torso and of the whole figure. 333. The cubit is 1/4 of the height of a man and is equal to the greatest width of the shoulders. From the joint of one shoulder to the other is 2 faces and is equal to the distance from the top of the breast to the navel. Footnote 9, Dalla detta semita. It would seem more accurate to read here dal detto ombilico. From this point to the genitals is a face's length. Footnote, compare with this the sketches on the other page of the same leaf. PL, Roman 8, number 2. The relative proportions of the head and of the torso. 334. From the roots of the hair to the top of the breast, a B is the 6th part of the height of a man, and this measure is equal. From the outside part of one shoulder to the other is the same distance as from the top of the breast to the navel, and this measure goes 4 times from the sole of the foot to the lower end of the nose. The arm, where it springs from the shoulder in front, goes 6 times into the space between the 2 outside edges of the shoulders, and 3 times into the face, and 4 times into the length of the foot, and 3 into the hand, inside or outside. The relative proportions of the torso and of the leg. 335, 336. 335. A BC are equal to each other, and to the space from the armpit of the shoulder to the genitals, and to the distance from the tip of the fingers of the hand to the joint of the arm, and to the half of the breast. And you must know that CB is the 3rd part of the height of a man from the shoulders to the ground. DEF are equal to each other and equal to the greatest width of the shoulders. Top of the chin, hip, the insertion of the middle finger. The end of the calf of the leg, on the inside of the thigh, the end of the swelling of the shin bone of the leg. The smallest thickness of the leg goes 3 times into the thigh seen in front. The relative proportions of the torso and of the foot. 337. The torso, a B, and its thinnest part measures a foot, and from A to B is 2 feet, which makes 2 squares to the seat. Its thinnest part goes 3 times into the length, thus making 3 squares. The proportions of the whole figure. 338, 341. 338. A man when he lies down is reduced to 1/9 of his height. 339. The opening of the ear, the joint of the shoulder, that of the hip and the ankle are in perpendicular lines. A n is equal to mo. From the chin to the roots of the hair is 1/10 of the whole figure. From the joint of the palm of the hand to the tip of the longest finger is 1/10. From the chin to the top of the head, 1/8. And from the pit of the stomach to the top of the breast is 1/6. And from the pit below the breast bone to the top of the head, 1/4. From the chin to the nostrils, 1/3 part of the face. The same from the nostrils to the brow and from the brow to the roots of the hair, and the foot is 1/6. The elbow 1/4. The width of the shoulders 1/4. 341. The width of the shoulders is 1/4 of the whole. From the joint of the shoulder to the hand is 1/3. From the parting of the lips to below the shoulder blade is 1 foot. The greatest thickness of a man from the breast to the spine is 1/8 of his height, and is equal to the space between the bottom of the chin and the top of the head. The greatest width is at the shoulders and goes 4. The torso from the front and back. 342. The width of a man under the arms is the same as at the hips. A man's width across the hips is equal to the distance from the top of the hip to the bottom of the buttock, when a man stands equally balanced on both feet, and there is the same distance from the top of the hip to the armpit. The waist, or narrower part above the hips, will be halfway between the armpits and the bottom of the buttock. Footnote: the lower sketch PL. Roman 16, number 2, is drawn by the side of line 1. Vitruvius, scheme of proportions. 343. Vitruvius, the architect, says in his work on architecture that the measurements of the human body are distributed by nature as follows. That is that 4 fingers make 1 palm, and 4 palms make 1 foot, 6 palms make 1 cubit, 4 cubits make a man's height. And 4 cubits make 1 pace, and 24 palms make a man, and these measures he used in his buildings. If you open your legs so much as to decrease your height 1/14, and spread and raise your arms till your middle fingers touch the level of the top of your head, you must know that the center of the outspread limbs will be in the navel, and the space between the legs will be an equilateral triangle. The length of a man's outspread arms is equal to his height. From the roots of the hair to the bottom of the chin is the 1/10 of a man's height. From the bottom of the chin to the top of his head is 1/8 of his height. From the top of the breast to the top of his head will be 1/6 of a man. From the top of the breast to the roots of the hair will be the 7th part of the whole man. From the nipples to the top of the head will be the 4th part of a man. The greatest width of the shoulders contains in itself the 4th part of the man. From the elbow to the tip of the hand will be the 5th part of a man, and from the elbow to the angle of the armpit will be the 8th part of the man. The whole hand will be the 10th part of the man. The beginning of the genitals marks the middle of the man. The foot is the 7th part of the man. From the sole of the foot to below the knee will be the 4th part of the man. From below the knee to the beginning of the genitals will be the 4th part of the man. The distance from the bottom of the chin to the nose and from the roots of the hair to the eyebrows is, in each case, the same, and like the ear, 1/3 of the face. Footnote: CPL, Roman 18. The original leaf is 21 centimeters wide and 33.12 long. At the ends of the scale below the figure are written the words didi, fingers, and palmi palms. The passage quoted from Vitruvius is Book 3, Cap. 1, and Leonardo's drawing is given in the editions of Vitruvius by Fra Giocondo, Venezia 1511 Fall, Firenze 1513, 8 vo, and by Cesariano, Como 1521. The arm and head. 344. From B to A is 1 head, as well as from C to A, and this happens when the elbow forms a right angle. Proportions of the arm, 345. 349. 345. From the tip of the longest finger of the hand to the shoulder joint is 4 hands, or, if you will, 4 faces. A BC are equal, and each interval is 2 heads. Footnote: lines 1-3 are given on PL, Roman 15 below the front view of the leg. Lines 4 and 5 are below again, on the left side. The lettering refers to the bent arm near the text. 346. The hand from the longest finger to the wrist joint goes 4 times from the tip of the longest finger to the shoulder joint. 347. A BC are equal to each other and to the foot, and to the space between the nipple and the navel day, E will be the third part of the whole man. FG is the fourth part of a man, and is equal to GH and measures a cubit. Footnote CPL. Roman 19, number 1 mammalino, equals bambino, little child may mean here the navel. 348. A B goes 4 times into a C and 9 into a M. The greatest thickness of the arm between the elbow and the hand goes 6 times into a M and is equal to RF. The greatest thickness of the arm between the shoulder and the elbow goes 4 times into CM and is equal to HNG. The smallest thickness of the arm above the elbow XY is not the base of a square, but is equal to half the space H3, which is found between the inner joint of the arm and the wrist joint. The width of the wrist goes 12 times into the whole arm. That is from the tip of the fingers to the shoulder joint. That is 3 times into the hand and 9 into the arm. The arm when bent is 4 heads. The arm from the shoulder to the elbow in bending increases in length, that is in the length from the shoulder to the elbow, and this increase is equal to the thickness of the arm at the wrist when seen in profile. And the space between the bottom of the chin and the parting of the lips is equal to the thickness of the 2 middle fingers, and to the width of the mouth, and to the space between the roots of the hair on the forehead and the top of the head. Footnote. Quest Cos. This passage seems to have been written on purpose to rectify the foregoing lines. The error is explained by the accompanying sketch of the bones of the arm. All these distances are equal to each other, but they are not equal to the above-mentioned increase in the arm. The arm between the elbow and wrist never increases by being bent or extended. The arm from the shoulder to the inner joint when extended. When the arm is extended, Pn is equal to Na. And when it is bent, Na diminishes 1/6 of its length, and Pn does the same. The outer elbow joint increases 1/7 when bent, and thus by being bent, it increases to the length of 2 heads. And on the inner side, by bending, it is found that whereas the arm from where it joins the side to the wrist was 2 heads and a half, in bending it loses the half head and measures only 2, one from the joint to the end and the other to the hand. The arm, when folded, will measure 2 faces up to the shoulder from the elbow and 2 from the elbow to the insertion of the 4 fingers on the palm of the hand. The length from the base of the fingers to the elbow never alters in any position of the arm. If the arm is extended, it decreases by 1/3 of the length between B and H, and if being extended it is bent, it will increase the half of OE. Footnote 5961, the figure sketched in the margin is however drawn to different proportions. The length from the shoulder to the elbow is the same as from the base of the thumb, inside, to the elbow ABC. Footnote 6264. The arm sketch on the margin of the Ms is identically the same as that given below on PL, Roman 20, which may therefore be referred to in this place. In line 62, we read there for ZC for MN. The smallest thickness of the arm in profile Z, C goes 6 times between the knuckles of the hand and the dimple of the elbow when extended, and 14 times in the whole arm and 42 in the whole man. The greatest thickness of the arm in profile is equal to the greatest thickness of the arm in front. But the first is placed at 1/3 of the arm from the shoulder joint to the elbow, and the other at 1/3 from the elbow towards the hand. Footnote, compare PL, Roman 17. Lines 110 and 1115 are written in 2 columns below the extended arm, and at the tips of the fingers we find the words, fine dungi, ends of the nails. Part of the text lines 22 to 25 is visible by the side of the sketches on PL, Roman 35, number 1. 349. From the top of the shoulder to the point of the elbow is as far as from that point to the joints of the 4 fingers with the palm of the hand, and each is 2 faces. A E is equal to the palm of the hand, RF and OG are equal to half a head, and each goes 4 times into a B and BC. From C to M is 1/2 a head. MN is 1/3 of a head and goes 6 times into CB and into BA. A B loses 1/7 of its length when the arm is extended. CB never alters. O will always be the middle point between R and S. YL is the fleshy part of the arm and measures 1 head, and when the arm is bent, this shrinks 2/5 of its length. OA in bending loses 1/6, and so does OR. A B is 1/7 of RC. FS will be 1/8 of RC, and each of those 2 measurements is the largest of the arm. KH is the thinnest part between the shoulder and the elbow, and it is 1/8 of the whole arm RC. OP is 1/5 of RL. CZ goes 13 times into RC. The movement of the arm, 353-54. 350. In the innermost bend of the joints of every limb, the reliefs are converted into a hollow, and likewise every hollow of the innermost bends becomes a convexity when the limb is straightened to the utmost. And in this, very great mistakes are often made by those who have insufficient knowledge and trust to their own invention and do not have recourse to the imitation of nature. And these variations occur more in the middle of the sides than in front, and more at the back than at the sides. 351. When the arm is bent at an angle at the elbow, it will produce some angle. The more acute the angle is, the more will the muscles within the bend be shortened, while the muscles outside will become of greater length than before. As is shown in the example, DCE will shrink considerably, and BN will be much extended. Of painting. The arm, as it turns, thrusts back its shoulder towards the middle of the back. 353. The principal movements of the hand are 10. That is forwards, backwards, to right and to left, in a circular motion, up or down to close and to open, and to spread the fingers or to press them together. 354. Of the motions of the fingers. The movements of the fingers principally consist in extending and bending them. This extension and bending vary in manner. That is, sometimes they bend altogether at the first joint, sometimes they bend, or extend, halfway at the second joint, and sometimes they bend in their whole length and in all the 3 joints at once. If the 2 first joints are hindered from bending, then the third joint can be bent with greater ease than before. It can never bend of itself if the other joints are free, unless all 3 joints are bent. Besides all these movements, there are 4 other principal motions of which 2 are up and down, the 2 others from side to side, and each of these is affected by a single tendon. From these there follow an infinite number of other movements always affected by 2 tendons. One tendon ceasing to act, the other takes up the movement. The tendons are made thick inside the fingers and thin outside, and the tendons inside are attached to every joint, but outside they are not. Footnote 26. This headline has, in the original, no text to follow. Of the strength of the 3 tendons inside the fingers at the 3 joints. The movement of the torso, 355-361. 355. Observe the altered position of the shoulder in all the movements of the arm, going up and down, inwards and outwards, to the back and to the front, and also in circular movements and any others. And do the same with reference to the neck, hands and feet, and the breast above the lips and C. 356. 3 are the principal muscles of the shoulder, that is BCD, and 2 are the lateral muscles which move it forward and backward, that is A moves it forward, and O pulls it back, and bed raises it. A BC moves it upwards and forwards, and CDO upwards and backwards. Its own weight almost suffices to move it downwards. The muscle D acts with the muscle C when the arm moves forward, and in moving backward, the muscle B acts with the muscle C. Footnote CPL, Roman 21. In the original, the lettering has been written in ink upon the red chalk drawing, and the outlines of the figures have in most places been inked over. 357. Of the loins when bent. The loins, or backbone being bent, the breasts are always lower than the shoulder blades of the back. If the breastbone is arched, the breasts are higher than the shoulder blades. If the loins are upright, the breast will always be found at the same level as the shoulder blades. B the tendon and ankle in raising the heel approach each other by a finger's breadth. In lowering it, they separate by a finger's breadth. Footnote CPL. Roman 22, number 2, compare this facsimile and text with PL. Roman 3, number 2, and P152 of Manzi's edition. Also with number 274 of Ludwig's edition of the Vatican copy. 359. Just so much as the part D of the nude figure decreases in this position, so much does the opposite part increase. That is, in proportion as the length of the part D diminishes the normal size, so does the opposite upper part increase beyond its size. The navel does not change its position to the male organ, And this shrinking arises because when a figure stands on one foot, that foot becomes the center of the superimposed weight. This being so, the middle between the shoulders is thrust above it out of it perpendicular line, and this line, which forms the central line of the external parts of the body, becomes bent at its upper extremity above the foot which supports the body. And the transverse lines are forced into such angles that their ends are lower on the side which is supported, as is shown at a BC. Of painting. Note in the motions and attitudes of figures how the limbs vary, and their feeling, for the shoulder blades in the motions of the arms and shoulders vary the backbone very much. And you will find all the causes of this in my book of anatomy. 361. Of attitude. The pit of the throat is over the feet, and by throwing one arm forward, the pit of the throat is thrown off that foot. And if the leg is thrown forward, the pit of the throat is thrown forward. And so it varies in every attitude. 362. Of painting. Indicate which are the muscles, and which the tendons, which become prominent or retreat in the different movements of each limb, or which do neither. And remember that these indications of action are of the first importance and necessity in any painter or sculptor who professes to be a master and see. And indicate the same in a child, and from birth to decrepitude at every stage of its life, as infancy, childhood, boyhood, youth, and see. And in each express the alterations in the limbs and joints, which swell and which grow thinner. 363. O anatomical painter! Beware lest the too strong indication of the bones, sinews, and muscles be the cause of your becoming wooden in your painting by your wish to make your nude figures display all their feeling. Therefore, in endeavoring to remedy this, look in what manner the muscles clothe or cover their bones in old or lean persons. And besides this, observe the rule as to how these same muscles fill up the spaces of the surface that extend between them, which are the muscles which never lose their prominence in any amount of fatness, and which too are the muscles of which the attachments are lost to sight in the very least plumpness. And in many cases, several muscles look like one single muscle in the increase of fat, and in many cases, in growing lean or old, one single muscle divides into several muscles. And in this treatise, each in its place, all their peculiarities will be explained, and particularly as to the spaces between the joints of each limb and see. Again, do not fail the variations in the forms of the above-mentioned muscles, round and about the joints of the limbs of any animal, as caused by the diversity of the motions of each limb, for on some side of those joints, the prominence of these muscles is wholly lost in the increase or diminution of the flesh of which these muscles are composed, and see. Footnote: De Rossi remarks on this chapter, in the Roman edition of the Trattato, p. 504. Non in questo luogo solo, ma in altri ancora osservare il letter, ci Leonardo va fungendo quelli ci fanno, abuso della loro dottrina anatomica, e sicuramente consio ha in mira il suo rival Bonarodi, ci di anatomia face tanta pompa. Note that Leonardo wrote this passage in Rome, probably under the immediate impression of Michelangelo's paintings in the Sistine Chapel and of Raphael's Isaiah in Sant' Agostino. 364. Of the different measurements of boys and men. There is a great difference in the length between the joints in men and boys, for in man, from the top of the shoulder to the elbow, and from the elbow to the tip of the thumb and from one shoulder to the other, is in each instance 2 heads, while in a boy it is but one, because nature constructs in us the mass which is the home of the intellect, before forming that which contains the vital elements. 365. Of painting. Which are the muscles which subdivide in old age or in youth, when becoming lean? Which are the parts of the limbs of the human frame where no amount of fat makes the flesh thicker, nor any degree of leanness ever diminishes it? The thing sought for in this question will be found in all the external joints of the bones, as the shoulder, elbow, wrists, finger joints, hips, knees, ankle bone, and toes, and the like, all of which shall be told in its place. The greatest thickness acquired by any limb is at the part of the muscles which is farthest from its attachments. Flesh never increases on those portions of the limb where the bones are near to the surface. At BRD a CEF, the increase or diminution of the flesh never makes any considerable difference. Nature has placed in front of man all those parts which feel most pain under a blow, and these are the shin of the leg, the forehead, and the nose. And this was done for the preservation of man, since, if such pain were not felt in these parts, the number of blows to which they would be exposed must be the cause of their destruction. Describe why the bones of the arm and leg are double near the hand and foot, and where the flesh is thicker or thinner in the bending of the limbs. 366. Of painting. Every part of the whole must be in proportion to the whole. Thus, if a man is of a stout short figure, he will be the same in all his parts. That is, with short and thick arms, wide thick hands, with short fingers with their joints of the same character, and so on with the rest. I would have the same thing understood as applying to all animals and plants. In diminishing, do so in due proportion to the size, as also in enlarging. 367. Of the agreement of the proportion of the limbs. And again, remember to be very careful in giving your figures limbs, that they must appear to agree with the size of the body and likewise to the age. Thus a youth has limbs that are not very muscular, not strongly veined, and the surface is delicate and round, and tender in color. In man the limbs are sinewy and muscular, while in old men the surface is wrinkled, rugged, and knotty, and the sinews very prominent. How young boys have their joints just the reverse of those of men, as to size. Little children have all the joints slender, and the portions between them are thick, and this happens because nothing but the skin covers the joints without any other flesh, and has the character of sinew, connecting the bones like a ligature. And the fat fleshiness is laid on between one joint and the next, and between the skin and the bones. But since the bones are thicker at the joints than between them, as a mass grows up the flesh ceases to have that superfluity which it had, between the skin and the bones, whence the skin clings more closely to the bone and the limbs grow more slender. But since there is nothing over the joints but the cartilaginous and sinewy skin, this cannot dry up, and not drying up cannot shrink. Thus, and for this reason, children are slender at the joints and fat between the joints, as may be seen in the joints of the fingers, arms, and shoulders, which are slender and dimpled, while in man, on the contrary, all the joints of the fingers, arms, and legs are thick, and wherever children have hollows men have prominences. The movement of the human figure, 368-375. 368. Of the manner of representing the 18 actions of man. Repose, movement, running, standing, supported, sitting, leaning, kneeling, lying down, suspended, carrying or being carried, thrusting, pulling, striking, being struck, pressing down, and lifting up. As to how a figure should stand with a weight in its hand, footnote 8, the original text ends here. Remember. 369. A sitting man cannot raise himself if that part of his body, which is front of his axis, does not weigh more than that which is behind that axis, without using his arms. A man who is mounting any slope finds that he must involuntarily throw the most weight forward, on the higher foot, rather than behind that is in front of the axis and not behind it. Hence a man will always, involuntarily, throw the greater weight towards the point whither he desires to move than in any other direction. The faster a man runs, the more he leans forward towards the point he runs to and throws more weight in front of his axis than behind. A man who runs downhill throws the axis onto his heels, and one who runs uphill throws it into the points of his feet, and a man running on level ground throws it first on his heels and then on the points of his feet. This man cannot carry his own weight unless, by drawing his body back, he balances the weight in front, in such a way as that the foot on which he stands is the center of gravity. How a man proceeds to raise himself to his feet when he is sitting on level ground. 371. A man when walking has his head in advance of his feet. A man when walking across a long level plain first leans backwards and then as much forwards. Footnote 36. He strides forward with the air of a man going downhill. When weary, on the contrary, he walks like a man going uphill. 372. A man when running throws less weight on his legs than when standing still. And in the same way a horse which is running feels less the weight of the man he carries. Hence many persons think it wonderful that, in running, the horse can rest on one single foot. From this, it may be stated that when a weight is in progressive motion, the more rapid it is, the less is the perpendicular weight towards the center. 373. If a man, in taking a jump from firm ground, can leap 3 brachia, and when he was taking his leap it were to recede 1/3 of a brachio, that would be taken off his former leap. And so, if it were thrust forward 1/3 of a brachio, by how much would his leap be increased? 374. Of drawing. When a man who is running wants to neutralize the impetus that carries him on, he prepares a contrary impetus, which is generated by his hanging backwards. This can be proved since, if the impetus carries a moving body with a momentum equal to 4, and the moving body wants to turn and fall back with a momentum of 4, then one momentum neutralizes the other contrary one, and the impetus is neutralized. Of walking up and down, 375-379. 375. When a man wants to stop running and check the impetus, he is forced to hang back and take short, quick steps. Footnote: lines 531 refer to the 2 upper figures, and the lower figure to the right is explained by the last part of the chapter. The center of gravity of a man who lifts one of his feet from the ground always rests on the center of the sole of the foot. A man, in going upstairs, involuntarily throws so much weight forward and on the side of the upper foot as to be a counterpoise to the lower leg, so that the labor of this lower leg is limited to moving itself. The first thing a man does in mounting steps is to relieve the leg he is about to lift of the weight of the body which was resting on that leg. And besides this, he gives to the opposite leg all the rest of the bulk of the whole man, including the other leg. He then raises the other leg and sets the foot upon the step to which he wishes to raise himself. Having done this, he restores to the upper foot all the weight of the body and of the leg itself, and places his hand on his thigh and throws his head forward and repeats the movement towards the point of the upper foot, quickly lifting the heel of the lower one. And with this impetus he lifts himself up, and at the same time extends the arm which rested on his knee. And this extension of the arm carries up the body and the head, and so straightens the spine which was curved. The higher the step is which a man has to mount, the farther forward will he place his head in advance of his upper foot, so as to weigh more on A than on B. This man will not be on the step M, as is shown by the line GF. Footnote CPL, Roman 23, number 1. The lower sketch to the left belongs to the 4 first lines. 376. I ask the weight of this man at every degree of motion on these steps, what weight he gives to B and to C. Observe the perpendicular line below the center of gravity of the man. In going upstairs, if you place your hands on your knees, all the labor taken by the arms is removed from the sinews at the back of the knees. The sinew which guides the leg, and which is connected with the patella of the knee, feels it a greater labor to carry the man upwards, in proportion as the leg is more bent. And the muscle which acts upon the angle made by the thigh where it joins the body has less difficulty and has a less weight to lift, because it has not the weight of the thigh itself. And besides this, it has stronger muscles, being those which form the buttock. 379. A man coming downhill takes little steps, because the weight rests upon the hinder foot, while a man mounting takes wide steps, because his weight rests on the foremost foot. On the human body in action, 383-88. 380. Of the human body in action. When you want to represent a man as moving some weight, consider what the movements are that are to be represented by different lines. That is to say, either from below upwards, with a simple movement, as a man does who stoops forward to take up a weight which he will lift as he straightens himself. Or as a man does who wants to squash something backwards, or to force it forwards, or to pull it downwards with ropes passed through pulleys. Footnote 10. Compare the sketch on page 198 and on 201, SKM Roman 2, 186b. And here remember that the weight of a man pulls in proportion as his center of gravity is distant from his fulcrum, and to this is added the force given by his legs and bent back as he raises himself. 381. Again, a man has even a greater store of strength in his legs than he needs for his own weight. And to see if this is true, make a man stand on the shore sand and then put another man on his back, and you will see how much he will sink in. Then take the man from off his back and make him jump straight up as high as he can, and you will find that the print of his feet will be made deeper by the jump than from having the man on his back. Hence here, by two methods, it is proved that a man has double the strength he requires to support his own body. 382. Of painting. If you have to draw a man who is in motion, or lifting or pulling, or carrying a weight equal to his own, in what way must you set on his legs below his body? Of the strength of man. A man pulling a weight balanced against himself cannot pull more than his own weight, and if he has to raise it, he will be able to raise as much more than his weight as his strength may be more than that of other men. Footnote 7. The stroke at the end of this line finishes in the original in a sort of loop or flourish, and a similar flourish occurs at the end of the previous passage written on the same page. M. Ravaisin regards these as numbers. Compare the photograph of page 30b in his edition of Ms. A. He remarks, see chiffre 8 et, à la fin de l'alinéa précédente, le chiffre 7 sont dans le manuscrit des renvois. The greatest force a man can apply, with equal velocity and impetus, will be when he sets his feet on one end of the balance and then presses his shoulders against some stable body. This will raise a weight at the other end of the balance, equal to his own weight, and added to that, as much weight as he can carry on his shoulders. 384. No animal can simply move a greater weight than the sum of its own weight outside the center of his fulcrum. 385. A man who wants to send an arrow very far from the bow must be standing entirely on one foot and raising the other so far from the foot he stands on as to afford the requisite counterpoise to his body, which is thrown on the front foot. And he must not hold his arm fully extended, and in order that he may be more able to bear the strain, he must hold a piece of wood, which there is in all crossbows, extending from the hand to the breast, and when he wishes to shoot, he suddenly leaps forward at the same instant and extends his arm with the bow and releases the string. And if he dexterously does everything at once, it will go a very long way. 386. When two men are at the opposite ends of a plank that is balanced, and if they are of equal weight, and if one of them wants to make a leap into the air, then his leap will be made down from his end of the plank, and the man will never go up again, but must remain in his place till the man at the other end dashes up the board. Of delivering a blow to the right or left. Footnote, 4 sketches on PL, Roman 24, number 1 belong to this passage. The rest of the sketches and notes on that page are of a miscellaneous nature. 388. Why an impetus is not spent at once gradually in some one direction. Footnote 1. The paper has been damaged at the end of line 1. The impetus acquired in the line, a BCD, is spent in the line DE, but not so completely, but that some of its force remains in it, and to this force is added the momentum in the line DE with the force of the motive power, and it must follow then the impetus multiplied by the blow is greater than the simple impetus produced by the momentum DE. Footnote 8. The sketch number 2 on PL, Roman 24 stands, in the original, between lines 7 and 8. Compare also the sketches on PL Liv. A man who has to deal a great blow with his weapon prepares himself with all his force on the opposite side to that where the spot is which he is to hit, and this is because a body, as it gains in velocity, gains in force against the object, which impedes its motion. On hair falling down in curls. 389. Observe the motion of the surface of the water which resembles that of hair, and has two motions, of which one goes on with the flow of the surface, the other forms the lines of the eddies. Thus the water forms eddying whirlpools, one part of which are due to the impetus of the principal current and the other to the incidental motion and return flow. Footnote CPL, Roman 25, where also the text of this passage is given in facsimile. On draperies, 390-392. 390. Of the nature of the folds in drapery. That part of a fold which is farthest from the ends where it is confined will fall most nearly in its natural form. Everything by nature tends to remain at rest. Drapery, being of equal density and thickness on its wrong side and on its right, has a tendency to lie flat. Therefore, when you give it a fold or plate forcing it out of its flatness, note well the result of the constraint in the part where it is most confined. And the part which is farthest from this constraint you will see relapses most into the natural state. That is to say, lies free and flowing. Example. Footnote 13. Aesthesia. In the original text, B is written instead of C, an evident slip of the pen. Let a BC be the fold of the drapery spoken of above. A C will be the places where this folded drapery is held fast. I maintain that the part of the drapery which is farthest from the plaited ends will revert most to its natural form. Therefore, B being farthest from A and C in the fold, a BC it will be wider there than anywhere else. Footnote CPL, Roman 28, number 6, and compare the drawing from Windsor PL. XXX for farther illustration of what is here stated. 391. Of small folds in draperies. How figures dressed in a cloak should not show the shape so much as that the cloak looks as if it were next the flesh. Since you surely cannot wish the cloak to be next the flesh, for you must suppose that between the flesh and the cloak there are other garments which prevent the forms of the limbs appearing distinctly through the cloak. And those limbs which you allow to be seen you must make thicker, so that the other garments may appear to be under the cloak. But only give something of the true thickness of the limbs to a nymph. Footnote 9, Una Nympha. Compare the beautiful drawing of a nymph, in black chalk from the Windsor collection, PL Roman 26. Or an angel, which are represented in thin draperies, pressed and clinging to the limbs of the figures by the action of the wind. 392. You ought not to give to drapery a great confusion of many folds, but rather only introduce them where they are held by the hands or the arms. The rest you may let fall simply where it is its nature to flow. And do not let the nude forms be broken by too many details and interrupted folds. How draperies should be drawn from nature. That is to say, if you want to represent woolen cloth, draw the folds from that. And if it is to be silk, or fine cloth, or coarse, or of linen, or of crepe, vary the folds in each and do not represent dresses, as many do, from models covered with paper or thin leather, which will deceive you greatly. Footnote, the little pen and ink drawing from Windsor W102, given on PL. Roman 28, number 7, clearly illustrates the statement made at the beginning of this passage. The writing of the cipher 19 on the same page is in Leonardo's hand. The cipher 21 is certainly not. Roman 8. Botany for painters and elements of landscape painting. The chapters composing this portion of the work consist of observations on form, light and shade in plants, and particularly in trees summed up in certain general rules, by which the author intends to guide the artist in the pictorial representation of landscape. With these, the first principles of a theory of landscape painting are laid down, a theory as profoundly thought out in its main lines as it is lucidly worked out in its details. In reading these chapters, the conviction is irresistible that such a botany for painters is or ought to be of similar importance in the practice of painting as the principles of the proportions and movements of the human figure, i.e. anatomy for painters. There can be no doubt that Leonardo, in laying down these rules, did not intend to write on botany in the proper scientific sense. His own researches on that subject have no place here. It need only be observed that they are easily distinguished by their character and contents from those which are here collected and arranged under the title Botany for Painters. In some cases, where this division might appear doubtful, as for instance in No. 402, the painter is directly addressed and enjoined to take the rule to heart as of special importance in his art. The original materials are principally derived from Ms. G, in which we often find this subject treated on several pages in succession without any of that intermixture of other matters, which is so frequent in Leonardo's writings. This Ms., too, is one of the latest. When it was written, the great painter was already more than 60 years of age, so we can scarcely doubt that he regarded all he wrote as his final views on the subject. And the same remark applies to the chapters from MSS. E and M, which were also writ between 1513-15. For the sake of clearness, however, it has been desirable to sacrifice with few exceptions the original order of the passages as written, though it was with much reluctance, and only after long hesitation that I resign myself to this necessity. Nor do I mean to impugn the logical connection of the author's ideas in his Ms., but it will be easily understood that the sequence of disconnected notes, as they occurred to Leonardo and were written down from time to time, might be hardly satisfactory as a systematic arrangement of his principles. The reader will find in the appendix an exact account of the order of the chapters in the original Ms., and from the data they're given can restore them at will. As the materials are here arranged, the structure of the tree as regards the growth of the branches comes first, 394-411, and then the insertion of the leaves on the stems, 412-419. Then follow the laws of light and shade as applied, first, to the leaves, 424-34, and, secondly, to the whole tree and to groups of trees, 435-457. After the remarks on the light and shade in landscapes generally, 458-464, we find special observations on that of views of towns and buildings, 465-469. To the theory of landscape painting belong also the passages on the effect of wind on trees, 474-73, and on the light and shade of clouds, 474-477, since we find in these certain comparisons with the effect of light and shade on trees, e.g., in No. 476-4.5 and No. 477-9.12. The chapters given in the appendix Nos. 478 and 481 have hardly any connection with the subjects previously treated. Classification of trees. 393. Trees. Small, lofty, straggling, thick, that is as to foliage, dark, light, russet, branched at the top, some directed towards the eye, some downwards, with white stems. This transparent in the air, that not, some standing close together, some scattered. The relative thickness of the branches to the trunk, 393-396. 394. All the branches of a tree at every stage of its height, when put together, are equal in thickness to the trunk. All the branches of a water at every stage of its course, if they are of equal rapidity, are equal to the body of the main stream. 395. Every year when the boughs of a plant have made an end of maturing their growth, they will have made, when put together, a thickness equal to that of the main stem, and at every stage of its ramification you will find the thickness of the said main stem. As IK, GH, EF, CD, AB will always be equal to each other, unless the tree is polydiff, so the rule does not hold good. All the branches have a direction which tends to the center of the tree M. Footnote: the two sketches of leafless trees one above another on the left-hand side of PL. Roman 27, number 1, belong to this passage. 396. If the plant N grows to the thickness shown at M, its branches will correspond to the junction AB in consequence of the growth, inside as well as outside. The branches of trees or plants have a twist wherever a minor branch is given off, and this giving off the branch forms a fork. This said fork occurs between two angles of which the largest will be that which is on the side of the larger branch, and in proportion, unless accident has spoilt it. Footnote: the sketches illustrating this are on the right-hand side of pi. Roman 27, no, I, and the text is also given there in facsimile. 397. There is no boss on branches, which has not been produced by some branch which has failed. The lower shoots on the branches of trees grow more than the upper ones, and this occurs only because the sap that nourishes them, being heavy, tends downwards more than upwards. And again, because those which grow downwards turn away from the shade, which exists towards the center of the plant. The older the branches are, the greater is the difference between their upper and their lower shoots, and in those dating from the same year or epoch. Footnote: the sketch accompanying this in the Ms. is so effaced that an exact reproduction was impossible. 398. Of the scars on trees. The scars on trees grow to a greater thickness than is required by the sap of the limb which nourishes them. 399. The plant which gives out the smallest ramifications will preserve the straightest line in the course of its growth. Footnote: this passage is illustrated by two partly effaced sketches. One of these closely resembles the lower one given under No. 408, the other also represents short, closely set boughs on an upright trunk. 400. Of the ramification. The beginning of the ramification always has the central line of its thickness directed to the central line of the plant itself. 401. In starting from the main stem, the branches always form a base with a prominence, as is shown at a BCD. 402. Why? Very frequently, timber has veins that are not straight. When the branches which grow the second year above the branch of the preceding year are not of equal thickness above the antecedent branches, but are on one side, then the vigor of the lower branch is diverted to nourish the one above it, although it may be somewhat on one side. But if the ramifications are equal in their growth, the veins of the main stem will be straight and equidistant at every degree of the height of the plant. Wherefore, O painter, you who do not know these laws, in order to escape the blame of those who understand them, it will be well that you should represent everything from nature, and not despise such study as those do who work for money. The direction of growth, 403-407. 403. Of the ramifications of plants. The plants which spread very much have the angles of the spaces which divide their branches more obtuse in proportion as their point of origin is lower down, that is nearer to the thickest and oldest portion of the tree. Therefore, in the youngest portions of the tree, the angles of ramification are more acute. Footnote: compare the sketches on the lower portion of PL. Roman 27, number 2. 404. The tips of the boughs of plants, unless they are borne down by the weight of their fruits, turn towards the sky as much as possible. The upper side of their leaves is turned towards the sky that it may receive the nourishment of the dew which falls at night. The sun gives spirit and life to plants, and the earth nourishes them with moisture. With regard to this, I made the experiment of leaving only one small root on a gourd, and this I kept nourished with water. And the gourd brought to perfection all the fruits it could produce, which were about 60 gourds of the long kind. Andy set my mind diligently this vitality, and perceived that the dews of night were what supplied it abundantly with moisture through the insertion of its large leaves, and gave nourishment to the plant, and its offspring were the seeds which its offspring had to produce. The rule of the leaves produced on the last shoot of the year will be that they will grow in a contrary direction on the twin branches. That is, that the insertion of the leaves turns round each branch in such a way as that the sixth leaf above is produced over the sixth leaf below, and the way they turn is that if one turns towards its companion to the right, the other turns to the left, the leaf serving as the nourishing breast for the shoot or fruit which grows the following year. Footnote: a French translation of lines 9-12 was given by M. Ravaisin in the Gazette des Beaux-Arts, Oct. 1877. His paper also contains some valuable information as to botanical science in the ancient classical writers and at the time of the Renaissance. 405. The lowest branches of those trees which have large leaves and heavy fruits, such as nut trees, fig trees, and the like, always droop towards the ground. The branches always originate above the leaves. 406. The upper shoots of the lateral branches of plants lie closer to the parent branch than the lower ones. 407. The lowest branches, after they have formed the angle of their separation from the parent stem, always bend downwards so as not to crowd against the other branches, which follow them on the same stem, and to be better able to take the air which nourishes them. As is shown by the angle B a C. The branch a C after it has made the corner of the angle a C bends downwards to CD, and the lesser shoot C dries up, being too thin. The main branch always goes below, as is shown by the branch FNM, which does not go to FNO. The forms of trees, 408-411. 408. The elm always gives a greater length to the last branches of the year's growth than to the lower ones. And nature does this because the highest branches are those which have to add to the size of the tree. And those at the bottom must get dry because they grow in the shade, and their growth would be an impediment to the entrance of the solar rays and the air among the main branches of the tree. The main branches of the lower part bend down more than those above, so as to be more oblique than those upper ones, and also because they are larger and older. 409. In general, almost all the upright portions of trees curve, somewhat turning the convexity towards the south, and their branches are longer and thicker and more abundant towards the south than towards the north. And this occurs because the sun draws the sap towards that surface of the tree which is nearest to it. And this may be observed if the sun is not screened off by other plants. 410. The cherry tree is of the character of the fir tree as regards its ramification placed in stages round its main stem, and its branches spring, 4 or 5 or 6 opposite each other. And the tips of the topmost shoots form a pyramid from the middle upwards, and the walnut and oak form a hemisphere from the middle upwards. 411. The bough of the walnut which is only hit and beaten when it is brought to perfection. Footnote: the end of the text and the sketch in red chalk belonging to it are entirely effaced. The insertion of the leaves, 412-419. 412. Of the insertion of the branches on plants. Such as the growth of the ramification of plants is on their principal branches, so is that of the leaves on the shoots of the same plant. These leaves have footnote 6, quattro modi, 4 modes. Only 3 are described in the text, the 4th is only suggested by a sketch. This passage occurs in Manzi's edition of the Trattato, p. 399, but without the sketches, and the text is mutilated in an important part. The whole passage has been commented on, from Manzi's version, in Part 1 of the Nuovo Giornale Botanico Italiano, by Prof. G. Uzielli, Florence 1869, Volume I. He remarks as to the 4 modes. Leonardo, cum si vid nel lini sententi de solo tri esempli. Questa ed alter inesites fano desiderare, joeseminato di nuovo il manoscritto Vaticano. This has since been done by D. Knapp of Tübingen, and his accurate copy has been published by H. Ludwig, the painter. The passage in question occurs in his edition as number 833, and there also the drawings are wanting. The space for them has been left vacant, but in the Vatican copy niente has been written on the margin, and in it, as well as in Ludwig's and Manzi's edition, the text is mutilated. 4 modes of growing one above another. The first, which is the most general, is that the 6th always originates over the 6th below footnote 8, la sesta di Sato. Disposi Zioni 25015. Leonardo osservo probabilmente soltanto la prima, Usilol. The second is that 2/3 ones above are over the 2/3 ones below footnote 10. Ters di Sato. Intend qui senza dubbio parlar di fogli di cussate, in cui il terzo verticolo e nel piano del primo, Uzielli. And the third way is that the 3rd above is over the 3rd below footnote 11. 3a di Sato. Disposi Zioni 1-2, Uzielli. Footnote: see the 4 sketches on the upper portion of the page reproduced as Fig. 2 on P1, Roman 27. 413. A description of the elm. The ramification of the elm has the largest branch at the top. The first and the last but one are smaller when the main trunk is straight. The space between the insertion of one leaf to the rest is half the extreme length of the leaf, or somewhat less. For the leaves are at an interval which is about the 1/3 of the width of the leaf. The elm has more leaves near the top of the boughs than at the base, and the broad of the leaves varies little as to angle and aspect. Footnote: CPL, Roman 27, number 3. Above the sketch and close under the number of the page is the word almo, elm. 414. In the walnut tree, the leaves which are distributed on the shoots of this year are further apart from each other and more numerous in proportion as the branch from which this shoot springs is a young one, and they are inserted more closely and less in number when the shoot that bears them springs from an old branch. Its fruits are borne at the ends of the shoots, and its largest boughs are the lowest on the boughs they spring from. And this arises from the weight of its sap, which is more apt to descend than to rise, and consequently the branches which spring from them and rise towards the sky are small and slender. And when the shoot turns towards the sky, its leaves spread out from it with an equal distribution of their tips. And if the shoot turns to the horizon, the leaves lie flat. And this arises from the fact that leaves, without exception, turn their underside to the earth. The shoots are smaller in proportion, as they spring nearer to the base of the bough they spring from. Footnote: see the 2 sketches on PL Roman 27, number 4. The second refers to the passage lines 20-30. 415. Of the insertion of the leaves on the branches. The thickness of a branch never diminishes within the space between one leaf and the next excepting by so much as the thickness of the bud which is above the leaf. And this thickness is taken off from the branch above as far as the next leaf. Nature has so placed the leaves of the latest shoots of many plants that the 6th leaf is always above the 1st, and so on in succession, if the rule is not interfered with. And this occurs for 2 useful ends in the plant. First, that as the shoot and the fruit of the following year spring from the bud, or eye which lies above, and in close contact with the insertion of the leaf, the water which falls upon the shoot can run down to nourish the bud, by the drop being caught in the hollow at the insertion of the leaf. And the second advantage is that as these shoots develop in the following year, one will not cover the next below, since the 5 come forth on 5 different sides, and the 6th, which is above the first, is at some distance. 416. Of the ramifications of trees and their foliage. The ramifications of any tree, such as the elm, are wide and slender after the manner of a hand with spread fingers, foreshortened. And these are seen in the distribution. The lower portions are seen from above, and those that are above are seen from below, and those in the middle, some from below and some from above. The upper part is the extreme of this ramification, and the middle portion is more foreshortened than any other of those which are turned with their tips towards you. And of those parts of the middle of the height of the tree, the longest will be towards the top of the tree and will produce a ramification like the foliage of the common willow, which grows on the banks of rivers. Other ramifications are spherical, as those of such trees as put forth their shoots and leaves in the order of the 6th being placed above the first. Others are thin and light like the willow and others. 417. You will see in the lower branches of the elder, which puts forth leaves 2 and 2 placed crosswise one above another, that if the stem rises straight up towards the sky, this order never fails, and its largest leaves are on the thickest part of the stem and the smallest on the slenderest part, that is towards the top. But to return to the lower branches, I say that the leaves on these are placed on them crosswise like the upper branches, and as, by the law of all leaves, they are compelled to turn their upper surface towards the sky to catch the dew at night, it is necessary that those so placed should twist round and no longer form a cross. A leaf always turns its upper side towards the sky so that it may the better receive, on all its surface, the dew which drops gently from the atmosphere. And these leaves are so distributed on the plant as that one shall cover the other as little as possible, but shall lie alternately one above another, as may be seen in the ivy which covers the walls. And this alternation serves 2 ends, that is, to leave intervals by which the air and sun may penetrate between them. The second reason is that the drops which fall from the first leaf may fall onto the 4th, or in other trees onto the 6th. 419. Every shoot and every fruit is produced above the insertion in the axil of its leaf, which serves it as a mother, giving it water from the rain and moisture from the dew which falls at night from above, and often it protects them against the too great heat of the rays of the sun. Light on branches and leaves, 420-422. 420. That part of the body will be most illuminated, which is hit by the luminous ray coming between right angles. Young plants have more transparent leaves and a more lustrous bark than old ones, and particularly the walnut is lighter colored in May than in September. 422. Of the accidents of coloring in trees. The accidents of color in the foliage of trees are 4, that is, shadow, light, luster, and transparency. Of the visibility of these accidents of color in the foliage of trees become confused at a great distance, and that which has most breadth, whether light or shade, and see, will be most conspicuous. The proportions of light and shade in a leaf, 423-426. 423. Of the shadows of a leaf. Sometimes a leaf has 3 accidents, that is, shade, luster, and transparency. Thus, if the light were at N as regards the leaf S, and the eye add M, it would see O in full light, B in shadow, and C transparent. 424. A leaf with a concave surface seen from the underside and upside down will sometimes show itself as half in shade and half transparent. Thus, if OP is the leaf and the light M and the eye N, this will see O in shadow because the light does not fall upon it between equal angles, neither on the upper nor the underside, and P is lighted on the upper side and the light is transmitted to its underside. Footnote: CPL. Roman 28, number 2, the upper sketch on the page. In the original, they are drawn in red chalk. 425. Although those leaves which have a polished surface are to a great extent of the same color on the right side and on the reverse, it may happen that the side which is turned towards the atmosphere will have something of the color of the atmosphere, and it will seem to have more of this color of the atmosphere in proportion as the eye is nearer to it and sees it more foreshortened. And, without exception, the shadows show as darker on the upper side than on the lower, from the contrast offered by the highlights which limit the shadows. The underside of the leaf, although its color may be in itself the same as that of the upper side, shows a still finer color that is green verging on yellow, and this happens when the leaf is placed between. 426. The eye and the light which falls upon it from the opposite side, and its shadows are in the same positions as those were of the opposite side. Therefore, O painter, when you do trees close at hand, remember that if the eye is almost under the tree, you will see its leaves on the upper and on the underside, and the upper side will be bluer in proportion as they are seen more foreshortened. And the same leaf sometimes shows part of the right side and part of the underside, whence you must make it of two colors. Of the transparency of leaves, 427 429. 427. The shadows in transparent leaves seen from the underside are the same shadows as there are on the right side of this leaf. They will show through to the underside together with lights, but the luster can never show through. 428. When one green has another behind it, the luster on the leaves and their transparent show more strongly than in those which are against the brightness of the atmosphere. And if the sun illuminates the leaves without their coming between it and the eye, and without the eye facing the sun, then the reflected lights and the transparent lights are very strong. It is very effective to show some branches which are low down and dark, and so set off the illuminated greens which are at some distance from the dark greens seen below. That part is darkest which is nearest to the eye or which is farthest from the luminous atmosphere. 429. Never paint leaves transparent to the sun, because they are confused, and this is because on the transparency of one leaf will be seen the shadow of another leaf which is above it. This shadow has a distinct outline and a certain depth of shade, and sometimes is half or a third of the leaf which is shaded, and consequently such an arrangement is very confused, and the imitation of it should be avoided. The light shines least through a leaf when it falls upon it at an acute angle. The gradations of shade and color in leaves, 434-34. 430. The shadows of plants are never black, for where the atmosphere penetrates there can never be utter darkness. 431. If the light comes from M and the eye is at N, the eye will see the color of the leaves be all affected by the color of M, that is of the atmosphere, and BC will be seen from the underside as transparent, with a beautiful green color verging on yellow. If M is the luminous body lighting up the leaf, S all the eyes that see the underside of this leaf will see it of a beautiful light green, being transparent. In very many cases, the positions of the leaves will be without shadow, and their underside will be transparent and the right side lustrous. 432. The willow and other similar trees, which have their boughs lopped every 3 or 4 years, put forth very straight branches, and their shadow is about the middle where these boughs spring. And towards the extreme ends they cast but little shade from having small leaves and few and slender branches. Hence the boughs which rise towards the sky will have but little shade and little relief, and the branches which are at an angle from the horizon, downwards, spring from the dark part of the shadow and grow thinner by degrees up to their ends, and these will be in strong relief, being in gradations of light against a background of shadow. That tree will have the least shadow, which has the fewest branches and few leaves. 433. Of dark leaves in front of transparent ones. When the leaves are interposed between the light and the eye, then that which is nearest to the eye will be the darkest, and the most distant will be the lightest, not being seen against the atmosphere. And this is seen in the leaves which are away from the center of the tree, that is towards the light. Of the lights on dark leaves, the lights on such leaves which are darkest will be most near to the color of the atmosphere that is reflected in them. And the cause of this is that the light on the illuminated portion mingles with the dark hue to compose a blue color. And this light is produced by the blueness of the atmosphere, which is reflected in the smooth surface of these leaves, and adds to the blue hue which this light usually produces when it falls on dark objects. Of the lights on leaves of a yellowish green. But leaves of a green verging on yellow, when they reflect the atmosphere, do not produce a reflection verging on blue. inasmuch as everything which appears in a mirror takes some color from that mirror. Hence the blue of the atmosphere being reflected in the yellow of the leaf appears green, because blue and yellow mixed together make a very fine green color. Therefore the luster of light leaves verging on yellow will be greenish yellow. A classification of trees according to their colors. 435. The trees in a landscape are of various kinds of green, inasmuch as some verge towards blackness, as firs, pines, cypresses, laurels, box, and the like. Some tend to yellow, such as walnuts and pears, vines, and verdure. Some are both yellowish and dark, as chestnuts, holm oak. Some turn red in autumn, as the service tree, pomegranate, vine, and cherry, and some are whitish, as the willow, olive, reeds, and the like. Trees are of various forms. The proportions of light and shade in trees, 436. 440. 436. Of a generally distributed light, as lighting up trees. That part of the trees will be seen to lie in the least dark shadow, which is farthest from the earth. To prove it, let a P be the tree, and B C the illuminated hemisphere. The under portion of the tree faces the earth PC, that is on the side O, and it faces a small part of the hemisphere at CD. But the highest part of the convexity faces the greatest part of the hemisphere, that is BC. For this reason, and because it does not face the darkness of the earth, it is in fuller light. But if the tree has dense foliage, as the laurel, arbutus, box, or holm oak, it will be different, because, although it does not face the earth, it faces the dark of the leaves cut up by many shadows, and this darkness is reflected onto the under sides of the leaves immediately above. Thus these trees have their darkest shadows nearest to the middle of the tree. 437. Of the shadows of verdure. The shadows of verdure are always somewhat blue, and so is every shadow of every object, and they assume this hue more in proportion as they are remote from the eye, and less in proportion as they are nearer. The leaves which reflect the blue of the atmosphere always present themselves to the eye edgewise. Of the illuminated part of verdure, and of mountains. The illuminated portion, at a great distance, will appear most nearly of its natural color, where the strongest light falls upon it. 438. Of trees that are lighted by the sun and by the atmosphere. In trees that are illuminated by the sun and the atmosphere, and that have leaves of a dark color, one side will be illuminated by the atmosphere, and in consequence of this light will tend to blueness, while on the other side they will be illuminated by the atmosphere and the sun. And the side which the eye sees illuminated by the sun will reflect light. 439. Of depicting a forest scene. The trees and plants which are most thickly branched with slender branches ought to have less dark shadow than those trees and plants which, having broader leaves, will cast more shadow. 440. On painting. In the position of the eye which sees that portion of a tree illuminated which turns towards the light, one tree will never be seen to be illuminated equally with the other. To prove this, let the eye be C which sees the two trees BD which are illuminated by the sun A. I say that this IC will not see the light in the same proportion to the shade, in one tree as in the other. Because the tree which is nearest to the sun will display so much the stronger shadow than the more distant one, in proportion as one tree is nearer to the rays of the sun that converge to the eye than the other, and C. You see that the IC sees nothing of the tree D but shadow, while the same IC sees the tree B half in light and half in shade. When a tree is seen from below, the eye sees the top of it as placed within the circle made by its boughs. Remember, O painter, that the variety of depth of shade in any one particular species of tree is in proportion to the rarity or density of their branches. Footnote: the two lower sketches on the left of PL Roman 28, number 3, refer to lines 21-23. The upper sketch has apparently been effaced by Leonardo himself. The distribution of light and shade with reference to the position of the spectator, 441. 443. 441. The shadows of trees placed in a landscape do not display themselves in the same position in the trees on the right hand and those on the left, still more so if the sun is to the right or left. As is proved by the fourth, which says, opaque bodies placed between the light and the eye display themselves entirely in shadow, and by the fifth, the eye when placed between the opaque body and the light sees the opaque body entirely illuminated. And by the 6th, when the eye and the opaque body are placed between darkness and light, it will be seen half in shadow and half in light. Footnote, see the figure on the right-hand side of PL. Roman 28, no. 3. The first 5 lines of the text are written below the diagram, and above it are the last 8 lines of the text, given as no. 461. 442. Of the herbs of the field. Of the plants which take a shadow from the plants which spring among them, those which are on this side of the shadow have the stems lighted up on a background of shadow, and the plants on which the shadows fall have their stems dark on a light background, that is, on the background beyond the shadow. Of trees which are between the eye and the light. Of the trees which are between the eye and the light, the part in front will be light, but this light will be broken by the ramifications of transparent leaves being seen from the under side and lustrous leaves being seen from the upper side, and the background below and behind will be dark green, being in shadow from the front portion of the said tree. This occurs in trees placed above the eye. 443. From whence to depict a landscape. Landscapes should be represented so that the trees may be half in light and half in shadow, but it is better to do them when the sun is covered with clouds, for then the trees are lighted by the general light of the sky and the general darkness of the earth. And then they are darkest in certain parts in proportion as those parts are nearest to the middle of the tree and to the earth. The effects of morning light, 444-448. 444. Of trees to the south. When the sun is in the east, the trees to the south and to the north have almost as much light as shadow, but a greater share of light in proportion as they lie to the west, and a greater share of shadow in proportion as they lie to the east. Of meadows. If the sun is in the east, the verdure of the meadows and of other small plants is of a most beautiful green from being transparent to the sun. This does not occur in the meadows to the west, and in those to the south and north the grass is of a moderately brilliant green. 445. Of the 4 points of the compass. When the sun is in the east, all the portions of plants lighted by it are of a most lively verdure, and this happens because the leaves lighted by the sun within the half of the horizon, that is the eastern half, are transparent. And within the western semicircle the verdure is of a dull hue and the moist air is turbid, and of the color of gray ashes, not being transparent like that in the east, which is quite clear, and all the more so in proportion as it is moister. The shadows of the trees to the east cover a large portion of them, and are darker in proportion as the foliage of the trees is thicker. 446. Of trees in the east. When the sun is in the east, the trees seen towards the east will have the light which surrounds them all round their shadows, excepting on the side towards the earth, unless the tree has been pruned in the past year. And the trees to the south and north will be half in shade and half in light, and more or less in shade or in light in proportion as they are more or less to the east or to the west. The eye above or below varies the shadows and lights in trees, inasmuch as the eye placed above sees the tree with the little shadow, and the eye placed below with a great deal of shadow. The color of the green in plants varies as much as their species. 447. Of the shadows in trees. The sun being in the east, the trees to the west, or left of the eye will show in small relief and almost imperceptible gradations, because the atmosphere which lies between the eye and those trees is very dense. Footnote 7, per la 7 ad questo. This possibly referred to something written on the 7th page of this notebook marked G. Unfortunately, it has been cut out and lost. See the 7th of this end, they have no shade. For though a shadow exists in every detail of the ramification, it results that the images of the shade and light that reach the eye are confused and mingled together and cannot be perceived on account of their minuteness. And the principal lights are in the middle of the trees, and the shadows towards the edges, and their separation is shown by the shadows of the intervals between the trees. But when the forests are thick with trees, the thin edges are but little seen. 448. Of trees to the east. When the sun is in the east, the trees are darker towards the middle while their edges are light. The effects of midday light. 449. Objects in high light show but little, but between light and shadow they stand out well. To represent a landscape, choose that the sun shall be at noon and look towards the west or east and then draw. And if you turn towards the north, every object placed on that side will have no shadow, particularly those which are nearest to the shadow of your head. And if you turn towards the south, every object on that side will be wholly in shadow. All the trees which are towards the sun and have the atmosphere for their background are dark, and the other trees which lie against that darkness will be black in the middle and lighter towards the edges. The appearance of trees in the distance, 450-451. 450. Of the spaces in trees themselves. The spaces between the parts in the mass of trees and the spaces between the trees in the air are, at great distances, invisible to the eye. For, where it is an effort to see the whole, it is most difficult to discern the parts, but a confused mixture is the result, partaking chiefly of the which predominates. The spaces between the leaves consist of particles of illuminated air which are very much smaller than the tree and are lost sight of sooner than the tree, but it does not therefore follow that they are not there. Hence, necessarily, a compounded is produced of the sky and of the shadows of the tree and shade, which both together strike the eye which sees them. Of trees which conceal these spaces in one another. That part of a tree will show the fewest spaces, behind which a large number of trees are standing between the tree and the air. Thus in the tree A the spaces are not concealed, nor in B, as there is no tree behind. But in C only half shows the spaces filled up by the tree D, and part of the tree D is filled up by the tree E, and a little farther on all the spaces in the mass of the trees are lost, and only that at the side remains. 451. Of trees. What outlines are seen in trees at a distance against the sky, which serves as their background? The outlines of the ramification of trees, where they lie against the illuminated sky, display a form which more nearly approaches the spherical on proportion as they are remote, and the nearer they are the less they appear in this spherical form. As in the first tree A, which, being near to the eye, displays the true form of its ramification. But this shows less in B and is altogether lost in C, where not merely the branches of the tree cannot be seen, but the whole tree is distinguished with difficulty. Every object in shadow, of whatever form it may be, at a great distance appears to be spherical. And this occurs because, if it is a square body, at a very short distance it loses its angles, and a little farther off it loses still more of its smaller sides which remain. And thus before the whole is lost, the parts are lost, being smaller than the whole. As a man, who in such a distant position loses his legs, arms, and head before his body, then the outlines of length are lost before those of breadth, and where they have become equal it would be a square if the angles remained. But as they are lost, it is round. The cast shadow of trees, 452-453. 452. The image of the shadow of any object of uniform breadth can never be the same as that of the body which casts it. Light and shade on groups of trees, 453-457. 453. All trees seen against the sun are dark towards the middle, and this shadow will be of the shape of the tree when apart from others. The shadows cast by trees, on which the sun shines, are as dark as those of the middle of the tree. The shadow cast by a tree is never less than the mass of the tree, but becomes taller in proportion as the spot on which it falls slopes towards the center of the world. The shadow will be densest in the middle of the tree when the tree has the fewest branches. Footnote: the three diagrams which accompany this text are placed, in the original, before lines 7-11. At the spots marked B, Leonardo wrote Albero tree. At A is the word sol, sun, at C, monte, mountain, at D, piano, plain, and at E, cima, summit. Every branch participates of the central shadow of every other branch, and consequently of the whole tree. The form of any shadow from a branch or tree is circumscribed by the light which falls from the side whence the light comes. And this illumination gives the shape of the shadow, and this may be of the distance of a mile from the side where the sun is. If it happens that a cloud should anywhere overshadow some part of a hill, the trees there will change less than in the plains. For these trees on the hills have their branches thicker, because they grow less high each year than in the plains. Therefore, as these branches are dark by nature, and being so full of shade, the shadow of the clouds cannot darken them any more. But the open spaces between the trees, which have no strong shadow change very much in tone, and particularly those which vary from green. That is plowed lands or fallen mountains or barren lands or rocks. Where the trees are against the atmosphere, they appear all the same color if indeed they are not very close together or very thickly covered with leaves like the fir and similar trees. When you see the trees from the side from which the sun lights them, you will see them almost all of the same tone, and the shadows in them will be hidden by the leaves in the light, which come between your eye and those shadows. Trees at a short distance. Footnote 29. The heading Alberi Vicini, trees at a short distance, is in the original manuscript written in the margin. When the trees are situated between the sun and the eye, beyond the shadow which spreads from their center, the green of their leaves will be seen transparent. But this transparency will be broken in many places by the leaves and boughs in shadow which will come between you and them, or, in their upper portions, they will be accompanied by many lights reflected from the leaves. 454. The trees of the landscape stand out but little from each other, because their illuminated portions come against the illuminated portions of those beyond and differ little from them in light and shade. 455. Of trees seen from below and against the light, one beyond the other and near together. The topmost part of the first will be in great part transparent and light, and will stand out against the dark portion of the second tree. And thus it will be with all in succession that are placed under the same conditions. Let S be the light, and R the eye, C D N the first tree, a B C the second. Then I say that R, the eye, will see the portion CF in great part transparent and lighted by the light S which falls upon it from the opposite side, and it will see it on a dark ground BC because that is the dark part and shadow of the tree a BC. But if the eye is placed at T, it will see OP dark on the light background NG. Of the transparent and shadowy parts of trees, that which is nearest to you is the darkest. 456. That part of a tree which has shadow for background is all of one tone, and wherever the trees or branches are thickest they will be darkest, because there are no little intervals of air. But where the boughs lie against a background of other boughs, the brighter parts are seen lightest, and the leaves lustrous from the sunlight falling on them. 457. In the composition of leafy trees, be careful not to repeat too often the same color of one tree against the same color of another, but vary it with a lighter, or a darker, or a stronger green. On the treatment of light for landscapes, 458-464. 458. The landscape has a finer azure when, in fine whether the sun is at noon than at any other time of the day, because the air is purified of moisture. And looking at it under that aspect, you will see the trees of a beautiful green at the outside and the shadows dark towards the middle. And in the remoter distance, the atmosphere which comes between you and them looks more beautiful when there is something dark beyond. And still, the azure is most beautiful. The objects seen from the side on which the sun shines will not show you their shadows. But, if you are lower than the sun, you can see what is not seen by the sun, and that will be all in shade. The leaves of the trees, which come between you and the sun, are of two principal colors, which are a splendid luster of green, and the reflection of the atmosphere which lights up the objects which cannot be seen by the sun, and the shaded portions which only face the earth, and the darkest which are surrounded by something that is not dark. The trees in the landscape which are between you and the sun are far more beautiful than those you see when you are between the sun and them. And this is so because those which face the sun show their leaves as transparent towards the ends of their branches, and those that are not transparent that is at the ends reflect the light, and the shadows are dark because they are not concealed by anything. The trees, when you place yourself between them and the sun, will only display to you their light and natural color, which, in itself, is not very strong, and besides this some reflected lights which, being against a background which does not differ very much from themselves in tone, are not conspicuous. And if you are lower down than they are situated, they may also show those portions on which the light of the sun does not fall, and these will be dark. In the wind. But if you are on the side whence the wind blows, you will see the trees look very much lighter than on the other sides. And this happens because the wind turns up the underside of the leaves, which, in all trees, is much whiter than the upper sides. And more especially, will they be very light indeed if the wind blows from the quarter where the sun is, and if you have your back turned to it. Footnote, at S, in the original is the word sol sun, and at 10 part di nuvolo, the side of the clouds. 459. When the sun is covered by clouds, objects are less conspicuous, because there is little difference between the light and shade of the trees and of the buildings being illuminated by the brightness of the atmosphere, which surrounds the objects in such a way that the shadows are few, and these few fade away so that their outline is lost in haze. 460. Of trees and lights on them. The best method of practice in representing country scenes, or I should say landscapes with their trees, is to choose them so that the sun is covered with clouds, so that the landscape receives an universal light and not the direct light of the sun, which makes the shadows sharp and too strongly different from the lights. 461. Of painting. In landscapes which represent winter, the mountains should not be shown blue, as we see in the mountains in the summer, and this is proved. Footnote 5. 6. Per la 480 questo, it is impossible to ascertain what this quotation refers to. Questo certainly does not mean the mise in hand, nor any other now known to us. The same remark applies to the phrase in line 15, per la 2 a di questo. In the fourth of this, which says, among mountains seen from a great distance, those will look of the bluest color which are in themselves the darkest. Hence, when the trees are stripped of their leaves, they will show a bluer tinge which will be in itself darker. Therefore, when the trees have lost their leaves, they will look of a gray color, while, with their leaves, they are green, and in proportion as the green is darker than the gray hue, the green will be of a bluer tinge than the gray. Also, by the second of this, the shadows of trees covered with leaves are darker than the shadows of those trees which have lost their leaves in proportion, as the trees covered with leaves are denser than those without leaves, and thus my meaning is proved. The definition of the blue color of the atmosphere explains why the landscape is bluer in the summer than in the winter. 462. Of painting in a landscape. If the slope of a hill comes between the eye and the horizon, sloping towards the eye, while the eye is opposite the middle of the height of this slope, then that hill will increase in darkness throughout its length. This is proved by the seventh of this, which says that a tree looks darkest when it is seen from below. The proposition is verified, since this hill will, on its upper half, show all its trees as much from the side which is lighted by the light of the sky, as from that which is in shade from the darkness of the earth, whence it must result that these trees are of a medium darkness. And from this spot towards the base of the hill, these trees will be lighter by degrees by the converse of the seventh and by the said seventh. For trees so placed, the nearer they are to the summit of the hill, the darker they necessarily become. But this darkness is not in proportion to the distance, by the eighth of this, which says, that object shows darkest which is in the clearest atmosphere, and by the 10th, that shows darkest which stands out against a lighter background. Of landscapes. The colors of the shadows in mountains at a great distance take a most lovely blue, much purer than their illuminated portions. And from this, it follows that, when the rock of a mountain is reddish, the illuminated portions are violet, and the more they are lighted, the more they display their proper color. 464. A place is most luminous when it is most remote from mountains. On the treatment of light for views of towns, 465-469. 465. Of light and shadow in a town. When the sun is in the east and the eye is above the center of a town, the eye will see the southern part of the town with its roofs half in shade and half in light, and the same towards the north. The eastern side will be all in shadow, and the western will be all in light. 466. Of the houses of a town, in which the divisions between the houses may be distinguished by the light which fall on the mist at the bottom. If the eye is above the houses, the light seen in the space that is between one house and the next sinks by degrees into thicker mist. And yet, being less transparent, it appears whiter. And if the houses are some higher than the others, since the true is always more discernible through the thinner atmosphere, the houses will look darker in proportion as they are higher up. Let NOP, Q represent the various density of the atmosphere thick with moisture. A being the eye, the house BC will look lightest at the bottom because it is in a thicker atmosphere. The lines CDF will appear equally light, for although F is more distant than C, it is raised into a thinner atmosphere. If the houses BE are of the same height, because they cross a brightness which is varied by mist. But this is only because the line of the eye which starts from above ends by piercing a lower and denser atmosphere at D than at B. Thus the line at F is lower at F than at C, and the house F will be seen darker at E from the line EK as far as M than the tops of the houses standing in front of it. 467. Of towns or other buildings seen in the evening or the morning through the mist. Of buildings seen at a great distance in the evening or the morning, as in mist or dense atmosphere, only those portions are seen in brightness which are lighted up by the sun which is near the horizon, and those portions which are not lighted up by the sun remain almost of the same color and medium tone as the mist. Why objects which are high up and at a distance are darker than the lower ones, even if the mist is uniformly dense. Of objects standing in a mist or other dense atmosphere, whether from vapor or smoke or distance, those will be most visible which are the highest. And among objects of equal height, that will be the darkest which has for background the deepest mist. Thus the IH looking at a BC, towers of equal height, one with another, C's see the top of the first tower at R, at 2 degrees of depth in the mist, and sees the height of the middle tower B through 1 single degree of mist. Therefore the top of the tower C appears stronger than the top of the tower B, and C. 468. Of the smoke of a town. Smoke is seen better and more distinctly on the eastern side than on the western when the sun is in the east, and this arises from 2 causes. The first is that the sun, with its rays, shines through the particles of the smoke and lights them up and makes them visible. The second is that the roofs of the houses seen in the east at this time are in shadow, because their obliquity does not allow of their being illuminated by the sun. And the same thing occurs with dust, and both one and the other look the lighter in proportion as they are denser, and they are densest towards the middle. 469. Of smoke and dust. If the sun is in the east, the smoke of cities will not be visible in the west, because on that side it is not seen penetrated by the solar rays, nor on a dark background, since the roofs of the houses turn the same side to the eye as they turn towards the sun, and on this light background the smoke is not very visible. But dust, under the same aspect, will look darker than smoke, being of denser material than smoke which is moist. The effect of wind on trees, 474-73. 470. Of representing wind. In representing wind, besides the bending of the boughs and the reversing of their leaves towards the quarter whence the wind comes, you should also represent them amid clouds of fine dust mingled with the troubled air. 471. Describe landscapes with the wind and the water and the setting and rising of the sun. The wind. All the leaves which hung towards the earth by the bending of the shoots with their branches are turned upside down by the gusts of wind, and here their perspective is reversed. For, if the tree is between you and the quarter of the wind, the leaves which are towards you remain in their natural aspect, while those on the opposite side, which ought to have their points in a contrary direction, have, by being turned over, their points turned towards you. 472. Trees struck by the force of the wind bend to the side towards which the wind is blowing, and the wind being past they bend in the contrary direction, that is in reverse motion. 473. That portion of a tree which is farthest from the force which strikes it is the most injured by the blow because it bears most strain. Thus nature has foreseen this case by thickening them in that part where they can be most hurt, and most in such trees as grow to great heights, as pines and the like. Footnote. Compare the sketch drawn with a pen and washed with Indian ink on PL. Excel number 1. In the Vatican copy we find, under a section entitled Del Fumo, the following remark: Era stato di questo capitolo in rompimento di Montagna, per dentro del quale racer scherzo affiam di fuoco, desegnate di penna et ombrate di querella, di udir cosa mirabile et uiua ed. Manzi, p. 235. Ed. Ludwig, volume I, 460. This appears to refer to the left-hand portion of the drawing here given from the Windsor collection. And from this, it must be inferred that the leaf as it now exists in the library of the Queen of England was already separated from the original Ms. at the time when the Vatican copy was made. Light and shade on clouds, 474-477. 474. Describe how the clouds are formed and how they dissolve, and what cause raises vapor. 475. The shadows in clouds are lighter in proportion as they are nearer to the horizon. Footnote: the drawing belonging to this was in black chalk and is totally effaced. 476. When clouds come between the sun and the eye, all the upper edges of their round forms are light, and towards the middle they are dark. And this happens because towards the top these edges have the sun above them while you are below them. And the same thing happens with the position of the branches of trees. And again, the clouds, like the trees, being somewhat transparent, are lighted up in part, and at the edges they show thinner. But when the eye is between the cloud and the sun, the cloud has the contrary effect to the former, for the edges of its mass are dark, and it is light towards the middle. And this happens because you see the same side as faces the sun, and because the edges have some transparency and reveal to the eye that portion which is hidden beyond them, and which, as it does not catch the sunlight like that portion turned towards it, is necessarily somewhat darker. Again, it may be that you see the details of these rounded masses from the lower side, while the sun shines on the upper side, and as they are not so situated as to reflect the light of the sun, as in the first instance, they remain dark. The black clouds, which are often seen higher up than those which are illuminated by the sun, are shaded by other clouds, lying between them and the sun. Again, the rounded forms of the clouds that face the sun show their edges dark because they lie against the light background. And to see that this is true, you may look at the top of any cloud that is wholly light because it lies against the blue of the atmosphere, which is darker than the cloud. Footnote: a drawing in red chalk from the Windsor collection, CPL. Roman 29, representing a landscape with storm clouds, may serve to illustrate this section as well as the following one. 477. Of clouds, smoke, and dust, and the flames of a furnace or of a burning kiln. The clouds do not show their rounded forms excepting on the sides which face the sun. On the others, the roundness is imperceptible because they are in the shade. Footnote: the text of this chapter is given in facsimile on PLS, Roman 36 and Roman 37. The two halves of the leaf form but one in the original. On the margin close to lines 4 and 5 is the note, Rossor Daria in verse, L horizont, of the redness of the atmosphere near the horizon. The sketches on the lower portion of the page will be spoken of in number 668. If the sun is in the east and the clouds in the west, the eye placed between the sun and the clouds sees the edges of the rounded forms composing these clouds as dark, and the portions which are surrounded by this dark are light. And this occurs because the edges of the rounded forms of these clouds are turned towards the upper or lateral sky, which is reflected in them. Both the cloud and the tree display no roundness at all on their shaded side. On images reflected in water. 478. Painters often deceive themselves by representing water in which they make the water reflect the object seen by the man. But the water reflects the object from one side and the man sees it from the other. And it often happens that the painter sees an object from below, and thus one and the same object is seen from hind part before and upside down, because the water shows the image of the object in one way and the eye sees it in another. Of rainbows and rain, 479, 480. 479. The colors in the middle of the rainbow mingle together. The bow in itself is not in the rain nor in the eye that sees it, though it is generated by the rain, the sun, and the eye. The rainbow is always seen by the eye that is between the rain and the body of the sun. Hence, if the sun is in the east and the rain is in the west, it will appear on the rain in the west. 480. When the air is condensed into rain, it would produce a vacuum if the rest of the air did not prevent this by filling its place, as it does with a violent rush. And this is the wind which rises in the summer time, accompanied by heavy rain. Of flower seeds. 481. All the flowers which turn towards the sun perfect their seeds, but not the others, that is to say those which get only the reflection of the sun. 9. The practice of painting. It is hardly necessary to offer any excuses for the division carried out in the arrangement of the text into practical suggestions and theoretical inquiries. It was evidently intended by Leonardo himself as we conclude from incidental remarks in the MSS. For instance, No. 110. The fact that this arrangement was never carried out either in the Old Mis copies or in any edition since is easily accounted for by the general disorder, which results from the provisional distribution of the various chapters in the old copies. We have every reason to believe that the earliest copyists, in distributing the materials collected by them, did not in the least consider the order in which the original Mis lay before them. It is evident that almost all the chapters which refer to the calling and life of the painter and which are here brought together in the first section, Nos. 482-508, may be referred to two distinct periods in Leonardo's life. Most of them can be dated as belonging to the year 1492 or to 1515. At about this later time, Leonardo may have formed the project of completing his Libro della Pittura, after an interval of some years, as it would seem, during which his interest in the subject had fallen somewhat into the background. In the second section, which treats first of the artist's studio, the construction of a suitable window forms the object of careful investigations. The special importance attached to this by Leonardo is sufficiently obvious. His theory of the incidence of light, which was fully discussed in a former part of this work, was to him by no means of mere abstract value, but being deduced, as he says, from experience or experiment, was required to prove its utility in practice. Connected with this, we find suggestions for the choice of a light with practical hints as to sketching a picture and some other precepts of a practical character, which must come under consideration in the course of completing the painting. In all this, I have followed the same principle of arrangement in the text as was carried out in the theory of painting. Thus the suggestions for the perspective of a picture, Nos. 530-6569, are followed by the theory of light and shade for the practical method of optics, Nos. 548-566, and this by the practical precepts or the treatment of aerial perspective, 567-570. In the passage on portrait and figure painting, the principles of painting as applied to a bust and head are separated and placed first, since the advice to figure painters must have some connection with the principles of the treatment of composition by which they are followed. But this arrangement of the text made it seem advisable not to pick out the practical precepts as to the representation of trees and landscape from the close connection in which they were originally placed, unlike the rest of the practical precepts with the theory of this branch of the subject. They must therefore be sought under the section entitled Botany for Painters. As a supplement to the Libro di Pittura, I have here added those texts which treat of the painter's materials as chalk, drawing paper, colors and their preparation, of the management of oils and varnishes. In the appendix are some notes on chemical substances. Possibly some of these, if not all, may have stood in connection with the preparation of colors. It is in the very nature of things that Leonardo's incidental indications as to colors and the like should be nowadays extremely obscure and could only be explained by professional experts by them, even in but few instances. It might therefore have seemed advisable to reproduce exactly the original text without offering any translation. The rendering here given is merely an attempt to suggest what Leonardo's meaning may have been. Lamazzo tells us in his Trattato dell'arte della pittura, Sculptura ed Architettura, Milano 1584, Libro Roman 2, cap. Roman 14, va discorrendo ed argomentando Leonardo Vinci in un suo libro letto di me. Questioni passati, si egli scristi mano stanca e I preghi di Ludovico Sforza Duca di Milano, in determinazione di questa question, sii più noba la pittura o la scultura. Dicendoci quanto più un'arte porta sico fatica di corpo, e sudor, tanto più e vile, e men pregiata. But the existence of any book specially written for Ludovico il Moro on the superiority of painting over sculpture is perhaps mythical. The various passages in praise of painting, as compared not merely with sculpture, but with poetry, are scattered among MSS, of very different dates. Besides, the way in which the subject is discussed appears not to support the supposition that these texts were prepared at a special request of the Duke. 1. Moral precepts for the student of painting. How to ascertain the dispositions for an artistic career. 482. A warning concerning youths wishing to be painters. Many are they who have a taste and love for drawing, but no talent, and this will be discernible in boys who are not diligent and never finish their drawings with shading. The course of instruction for an artist, 483-485. 483. The youth should first learn perspective, then the proportions of objects. Then he may copy from some good master, to accustom himself to fine forms, then from nature, to confirm by practice the rules he has learnt. Then see for a time the works of various masters, then get the habit of putting his art into practice and work. Footnote: the Vatican copy and numerous abridgments all place this chapter at the beginning of the Trattato, and in consequence, Dufresne and all subsequent editors have done the same. In the Vatican copy, however, all the general considerations on the relation of painting to the other arts are placed first, as introductory. 484. Of the order of learning to draw. First draw from drawings by good masters done from works of art and from nature, and not from memory, then from plastic work, with the guidance of the drawing done from it, and then from good natural models, and this you must put into practice. 485. Precepts for drawing. The artist ought first to exercise his hand by copying drawings from the hand of a good master. And having acquired that practice, under the criticism of his master, he should next practice drawing objects in relief of a good style, following the rules which will presently be given. The study of the antique, 486-487. 486. Of drawing. Which is best, to draw from nature or from the antique, and which is more difficult to do outlines or light and shade. 487. It is better to imitate the antique than modern work. Footnote 486, 487. These are the only two passages in which Leonardo alludes to the importance of antique art in the training of an artist. The question asked in number 486 remains unanswered by him, and it seems to me very doubtful whether the opinion stated in no. 487 is to be regarded as a reply to it. This opinion stands in the MS, in a connection as will be explained later, on which seems to require us to limit its application to a single special case. At any rate, we may suspect that, when Leonardo put the question, he felt some hesitation as to the answer. Among his very numerous drawings, I have not been able to find a single study from the antique, though a drawing in black chalk, at Windsor, of a man on horseback, pi. LXZI, may perhaps be a reminiscence of the statue of Marcus Aurelius at Rome. It seems to me that the drapery in a pen and ink drawing of a bust, also at Windsor, has been borrowed from an antique model, PL. XXX. G. Rossi has, I believe, correctly interpreted Leonardo's feeling towards the antique in the following note on this passage in Manzi's edition, p. 501. Sappiamo dalla storia, ci I valorosi artisti toscani dell'età, deloro dell'art studiarono, suglianticai, marmi raccolti dal magnifico Lorenzo de Medici. Per chi il Vinci a tali monumenti non sia costes. Quest uomo sempre riconos per maestra la natura, e questo principio lo stringeva alla sola imitazione di essa compare number 10, 2628 footnote. The necessity of anatomical knowledge, 488, 489. 488. Of painting. It is indispensable to a painter, who would be thoroughly familiar with the limbs, in all the positions and actions of which they are capable, in the nude, to know the anatomy of the sinews, bones, muscles, and tendons, so that, in their various movements and exertions, he may know which nerve or muscle is the cause of each movement and show those only as prominent and thickened, and not the others all over, as many do who, to seem great draftsmen, draw their nude figures looking like wood, devoid of grace, so that you would think you were looking at a sack of walnuts rather than the human form, or a bundle of radishes rather than the muscles of figures. 489. How it is necessary to a painter that he should know the intrinsic forms of man. The painter who is familiar with the nature of the sinews, muscles, and tendons will know very well in giving movement to a limb how many and which sinews cause it, and which muscle, by swelling, causes the contraction of that sinew, and which sinews, expanded into the thinnest cartilage, surround and support the said muscle. Thus, he will variously and constantly demonstrate the different muscles by means of the various attitudes of his figures, and will not do, as many who, in a variety of movements, still display the very same things in the arms, back, breast, and legs. And these things are not to be regarded as minor faults. How to acquire practice. 490. Of study and the order of study. I say that first you ought to learn the limbs and their mechanism, and having this knowledge, their actions should come next, according to the circumstances in which they occur in man. And thirdly, to compose subjects, the studies for which should be taken from natural actions and made from time to time, as circumstances allow, and pay attention to them in the streets and pias and fields, and note them down with a brief indication of the forms. Footnote 5. Lines 5-7, explained by the lower portion of the sketch number 1 on PL. Roman 31. Thus for a head make an O, and for an arm a straight or a bent line, and the same for the legs and the body. Footnote 7. Lines 5-7, explained by the lower portion of the sketch number 1 on PL. Roman 31. And when you return home, work out these notes in a complete form. The adversary says that to acquire practice and do a great deal of work, it is better that the first period of study should be employed in drawing various compositions done on paper or on walls by divers masters, and that in this way practice is rapidly gained and good methods. To which I reply that the method will be good if it is based on works of good composition and by skilled masters. But since such masters are so rare that there are but few of them to be found, it is a surer way to go to natural objects than to those which are imitated from nature with great deterioration, and so form bad methods. For he who can go to the fountain does not go to the water jar. Footnote: this passage has been published by Dr. M. Jordan, Das Mallerbuch des L. da Vinci, p. 89. His reading, however, varies slightly from mine. Industry and thoroughness, the first conditions, 491-493. 491. What rules should be given to boys learning to paint? We know for certain that sight is one of the most rapid actions we can perform. In an instant, we see an infinite number of forms, still we only take in thoroughly one object at a time. Supposing that you, reader, were to glance rapidly at the whole of this written page, you would instantly perceive that it was covered with various letters. But you could not, in the time, recognize what the letters were, nor what they were meant to tell. Hence you would need to see them word by word, line by line, to be able to understand the letters. Again, if you wish to go to the top of a building, you must go up step by step. Otherwise, it will be impossible that you should reach the top. Thus, I say to you, whom nature prompts to pursue this art, if you wish to have a sound knowledge of the forms of objects, begin with the details of them, and do not go on to the second till you have the first well fixed in memory and in practice. And if you do otherwise, you will throw away your time, or certainly greatly prolong your studies. And remember to acquire diligence rather than rapidity. 492. How that diligence should first be learnt rather than rapid execution. If you, who draw, desire to study well and to good purpose, always go slowly to work in your drawing, and discriminate in the lights, which have the highest degree of brightness, and to what extent, and likewise in the shadows, which are those that are darker than the others, and in what way they intermingle. Then their masses and the relative proportions of one to the other. And note in their outlines, which way they tend, and which part of the lines is curved to one side or the other, and where they are more or less conspicuous and consequently broad or fine. And finally, that your light and shade blend without strokes and borders looking like smoke. And when you have thus schooled your hand and your judgment by such diligence, you will acquire rapidity before you are aware. The artist's private life and choice of company, 493-494. 493. Of the life of the painter in the country. A painter needs such mathematics as belong to painting, and the absence of all companions who are alienated from his studies. His brain must be easily impressed by the variety of objects, which successively come before him, and also free from other cares. Footnote 6. Leonardo here seems to be speaking of his own method of work as displayed in his MSS. And this passage explains, at least in part, the peculiarities in their arrangement. And if, when considering and defining one subject, a second subject intervenes as happens when an object occupies the mind, then he must decide which of these cases is the more difficult to work out, and follow that up until it becomes quite clear, and then work out the explanation of the other. Footnote 11. Leonardo here seems to be speaking of his own method of work as displayed in his MSS. And this passage explains, at least in part, the peculiarities in their arrangement. And above all, he must keep his mind as clear as the surface of a mirror, which assumes colors as various as those of the different objects. And his companions should be like him as to their studies, and if such cannot be found, he should keep his speculations to himself alone, so that at last he will find no more useful company. Footnote: in the title line, Leonardo had originally written Del Pictor Filosofo, the philosophical painter, but he himself struck out Filosofo. Compare in number 363 Pictor Anatomista, anatomical painter. The original text is partly reproduced on PL. CI. 494. Of the life of the painter in his studio. To the end that well-being of the body may not injure that of the mind, the painter or draftsman must remain solitary, and particularly when intent on those studies and reflections which will constantly rise up before his eye, giving materials to be well stored in the memory. While you are alone, you are entirely your own, and if you have one companion, you are but half your own, and the less so in proportion to the indiscretion of his behavior. And if you have many companions, you will fall deeper into the same trouble. If you should say, I will go my own way and withdraw apart, the better to study the forms of natural objects, I tell you, you will not be able to help often listening to their chatter. And so, since one cannot serve two masters, you will badly fill the part of a companion and carry out your studies of art even worse. And if you say, I will withdraw so far that their words cannot reach me and they cannot disturb me, I can tell you that you will be thought mad. But, you see, you will at any rate be alone. And if you must have companions, find it in your studio. This may assist you to have the advantages which arise from various speculations. All other company may be highly mischievous. The distribution of time for studying, 495-497. 495. Of whether it is better to draw with companions or not. I say and insist that drawing in company is much better than alone, for many reasons. The first is that you would be ashamed to be seen behindhand among the students, and such shame will lead you to careful study. Secondly, a wholesome emulation will stimulate you to be among those who are more praised than yourself, and this praise of others will spur you on. Another is that you can learn from the drawings of others who do better than yourself, and if you are better than they, you can profit by your contempt for their defects, while the praise of others will incite you to farther merits. Footnote: the contradiction by this passage of the foregoing chapter is only apparent. It is quite clear, from the nature of the reasoning which is here used to prove that it is more improving to work with others than to work alone, that the studies of pupils only are under consideration here. 496. Of studying in the dark when you wake, or in bed before you go to sleep. I myself have proved it to be of no small use, when in bed in the dark, to recall in fancy the external details of forms previously studied, or other noteworthy things conceived by subtle speculation. And this is certainly an admirable exercise, and useful for impressing things on the memory. 497. Of the time for studying selection of subjects. Winter evenings ought to be employed by young students in looking over the things prepared during the summer. That is, all the drawings from the nude done in the summer should be brought together, and a choice made of the best limbs and bodies among them, to apply in practice and commit to memory. Of positions. After this, in the following summer you should select someone who is well grown and who has not been brought up in doublets, and so may not be of stiff carriage, and make him go through a number of agile and graceful actions. And if his muscles do not show plainly within the outlines of his limbs, that does not matter at all. It is enough that you can see good attitudes, and you can correct the limbs by those you studied in the winter. Footnote: an injunction to study in the evening occurs also in No. 524. On the productive power of minor artists, 498.5.1. 498. He is a poor disciple who does not excel his master. 499. Nor is the painter praiseworthy who does but one thing well, as the nude figure, heads, draperies, animals, landscapes, or other such details, irrespective of other work. For there can be no mind so inept that after devoting itself to one single thing and doing it constantly, it should fail to do it well. Footnote: in Manzi's edition, p. 502, the painter Gigi Bossi indignantly remarks on this passage. Parla il vince in questo luogo, cum si tutti gli artisti, avessero quella sublimita d'ingegno capace di abbracciare tut la cose, di cui era egli dotato, and he then mentions the case of Claude Lorraine. But he overlooks the fact that in Leonardo's time landscape painting made no pretensions to independence, but was reckoned among the details, particulari, lines 3, 4. 500. That a painter is not admirable unless he is universal. Some may distinctly assert that those persons are under a delusion who call that painter a good master who can do nothing well but a head or a figure. Certainly, this is no great achievement. After studying one single thing for a lifetime, who would not have attained some perfection in it? But since we know that painting embraces and includes in itself every object produced by nature or resulting from the fortuitous actions of men, in short, all that the eye can see, he seems to me but a poor master who can only do a figure well. For do you not perceive how many and various actions are performed by men only? How many different animals there are, as well as trees, plants, flowers, with many mountainous regions and plains, springs and rivers, cities with public and private buildings, machines, too, fit for the purposes of men, divers costumes, decorations, and arts. And all these things ought to be regarded as of equal importance and value by the man who can be termed a good painter. 501. Of the miserable pretenses made by those who falsely and unworthily acquire the name of painters. Now there is a certain race of painters who, having studied but little, must need take as their standard of beauty mere gold and azure, and these, with supreme conceit, declare that they will not give good work for miserable payment, and that they could do as well as any other if they were well paid. But ye foolish folks, cannot such artists keep some good work, and then say, this is a costly work and this more moderate, and this is average work, and show that they can work at all prices? A caution against one-sided study. 502. How, in important works, a man should not trust entirely to his memory without condescending to draw from nature. Any master who should venture to boast that he could remember all the forms and effects of nature would certainly appear to me to be graced with extreme ignorance, inasmuch as these effects are infinite, and our memory is not extensive enough to retain them. Hence, O painter, beware lest the lust of gain should supplant in you the dignity of art, for the acquisition of glory is a much greater thing than the glory of riches. Hence, for these and other reasons which might be given, first strive in drawing to represent your intention to the eye by expressive forms, and the idea originally formed in your imagination. Then go on taking out or putting in, until you have satisfied yourself. Then have living men draped or nude, as you may have purposed in your work, and take care that in dimensions and size, as determined by perspective, nothing is left in the work which is not in harmony with reason and the effects in nature. And this will be the way to win honor in your art. How to acquire universality, 503-5-6. 503. Of variety in the figures. The painter should aim at universality, because there is a great want of self-respect in doing one thing well and another badly, as many do who study only the measure and proportion in the nude figure and do not seek after variety. For a man may be well proportioned, or he may be fat and short, or tall and thin, or medium. And a painter who takes no account of these varieties always makes his figures on one pattern so that they might all be taken for brothers. And this is a defect that demands stern reprehension. 504. How something may be learnt everywhere. Nature has beneficently provided that throughout the world you may find something to imitate. 505. Of the means of acquiring universality. It is an easy matter to men to acquire universality, for all terrestrial animals resemble each other as to their limbs, that is, in their muscles, sinews, and bones, and they do not vary excepting in length or in thickness, as will be shown under anatomy. But then there are aquatic animals which are of great variety. I will not try to convince the painter that there is any rule for them, for they are of infinite variety, and so is the insect tribe. 506. Painting. The mind of the painter must resemble a mirror, which always takes the color of the object it reflects and is completely occupied by the images of as many objects as are in front of it. Therefore you must know, O painter, that you cannot be a good one if you are not the universal master of representing by your art every kind of form produced by nature. And this you will not know how to do if you do not see them and retain them in your mind. Hence, as you go through the fields, turn your attention to various objects, and in turn look now at this thing and now at that, collecting a store of divers facts selected and chosen from those of less value. But do not do like some painters who, when they are wearied with exercising their fancy, dismiss their work from their thoughts and take exercise in walking for relaxation, but still keep fatigue in their mind which, though they see various objects, does not apprehend them. But even when they meet friends or relations and are saluted by them, although they see and hear them, take no more cognizance of them than if they had met so much empty air. Useful games and exercises, 507, 508. 507. Of games to be played by those who draw. When, O draftsman, you desire to find relaxation in games, you should always practice such things as may be of use in your profession, by giving your eye good practice in judging accurately of the breadth and length of objects. Thus, to accustom your mind to such things, let one of you draw a straight line at random on a wall, and each of you, taking a blade of grass or of straw in his hand, try to cut it to the length that the line drawn appears to him to be, standing at a distance of 10 brachia. Then each one may go up to the line to measure the length he has judged it to be. And he who has come nearest with his measure to the length of the pattern is the best man, and the winner, and shall receive the prize you have settled beforehand. Again, you should take foreshortened measures, that is, take a spear, or any other cane or reed, and fix on a point at a certain distance, and let each one estimate how many times he judges that its length will go into that distance. Again, who will draw best a line 1 brachio long, which shall be tested by a thread. And such games give occasion to good practice for the eye, which is of the first importance in painting. 508. A way of developing and arousing the mind to various inventions. I cannot forbear to mention among these precepts a new device for study which, although it may seem but trivial and almost ludicrous, is nevertheless extremely useful in arousing the mind to various inventions. And this is when you look at a wall spotted with stains, or with a mixture of stones, if you have to devise some scene, you may discover a resemblance to various landscapes, beautified with mountains, rivers, rocks, trees, plains, wide valleys, and hills in varied arrangement. Or again, you may see battles and figures in action, or strange faces and costumes, and an endless variety of objects, which you could reduce to complete and well-drawn forms. And these appear on such walls confusedly, like the sound of bells, in whose jangle you may find any name or word you choose to imagine. 2. The artist's studio instruments and helps for the application of perspective, on judging of a picture. On the size of the studio. 509. Small rooms or dwellings discipline the mind, large ones weaken it. On the construction of windows, 510 512. 510. The larger the wall, the less the light will be. 511. The different kinds of light afforded in cellars by various forms of windows. The least useful and the coldest is the window at A. The most useful, the lightest and warmest and most open to the sky is the window at B. The window at C is of medium utility. Footnote: from a reference to the notes on the right light, for painting, it becomes evident that the observations made on cellar windows have a direct bearing on the construction of the studio window. In the diagram B, as well as in that under number 510, the window opening is reduced to a minimum, but only, it would seem, in order to emphasize the advantage of walls constructed on the plan there shown. 512. Of the painter's window and its advantage. The painter who works from nature should have a window, which he can raise and lower. The reason is that sometimes you will want to finish a thing you are drawing, close to the light. Let a BCD be the chest on which the work may be raised or lowered, so that the work moves up and down and not the painter. And every evening you can let down the work and shut it up above so that in the evening it may be in the fashion of a chest which, when shut up, may serve the purpose of a bench. Footnote, CPL. Roman 31, number 2 in this plate, the lines have unfortunately lost their sharpness, for the accidental loss of the negative has necessitated a reproduction from a positive. But having formerly published this sketch by another process, in von Lützow's Zeitschrift für Bildende Kunst, volume Roman 17, pg. 13, I have reproduced it here in the text. The sharpness of the outline in the original sketch is here preserved, but it gives it from the reverse side. On the best light for painting, 513-520. 513. Which light is best for drawing from nature? Whether high or low, or large or small, or strong and broad, or strong and small, or broad and weak, or small and weak. Of the quality of the light. A broad light high up, and not too strong, will render the details of objects very agreeable. 515. That the light for drawing from nature should be high up. The light for drawing from nature should come from the north in order that it may not vary. And if you have it from the south, keep the windows screened with cloth, so that with the sun shining the whole day the light may not vary. The height of the light should be so arranged as that every object shall cast a shadow on the ground of the same length as itself. 516. The kind of light requisite for painting light and shade. An object will display the greatest difference of light and shade when it is seen in the strongest light, as by sunlight, or, at night, by the light of a fire. But this should not be much used in painting, because the works remain crude and ungraceful. An object seen in a moderate light displays little difference in the light and shade, and this is the case towards evening or when the day is cloudy, and works then painted are tender, and every kind of face becomes graceful. Thus, in everything extremes are to be avoided. Too much light gives crudeness, too little prevents our seeing. The medium is best. Of small lights. Again, lights cast from a small window give strong differences of light and shade, all the more if the room lighted by it be large, and this is not good for painting. 517. Painting. The luminous air which enters by passing through orifices in walls into dark rooms will render the place less dark in proportion, as the opening cuts into the walls which surround and cover in the pavement. 518. Of the quality of light. In proportion to the number of times that a B goes into CD, will it be more luminous than CD. And similarly, in proportion as the point E goes into CD, will it be more luminous than CD. And this light is useful for carvers of delicate work. Footnote 5. For the same reason a window thus constructed would be convenient for an illuminator or a miniature painter. Footnote, M. Ravison in his edition of the Paris Mise remarks on this passage. La figure porte les letters F et G, auxquels rien ni renvoie dans l'explication. Par consequent, cette explication est incomplete. La figure semblerait dès lors si rapporter à l'effet de la réflexion par un miroir concave. So far as I can see, the text is not imperfect, nor is the sense obscure. It is hardly necessary to observe that CD here indicate the wall of the room opposite to the window E, and the semicircle described by FG stands for the arch of the sky. This occurs in various diagrams, for example under 511. A similar semicircle, PL Roman 3, number 2, and compare number 149, is expressly called horizont in writing. 519. That the light should fall upon a picture from one window only. This may be seen in the case of objects in this form. If you want to represent a round ball at a certain height, you must make it oval in this shape, and stand so far off as that, by foreshortening, it appears round. 520. Of selecting the light, which gives most grace to faces. If you should have a courtyard that you can at pleasure cover with a linen awning, that light will be good. Or when you want to take a portrait, do it in dull weather, or as evening falls, making the sitter stand with his back to one of the walls of the courtyard. Note in the streets, as evening falls, the faces of the men and women, and when the weather is dull, what softness and delicacy you may perceive in them. Hence, O painter, have a court arranged with the walls tinted black and a narrow roof projecting within the walls. It should be 10 braccia wide and 20 braccia long and 10 braccia high, and covered with a linen awning. Or else paint a work towards evening or when it is cloudy or misty, and this is a perfect light. On various helps in preparing a picture, 521-530. 521. To draw a nude figure from nature, or anything else, hold in your hand a plumb line to enable you to judge of the relative position of objects. 522. Of drawing an object. When you draw, take care to set up a principal line which you must observe all throughout the object you are drawing. Everything should bear relation to the direction of this principal line. 523. Of a mode of drawing a place accurately. Have a piece of glass as large as a half sheet of royal folio paper, and set thus firmly in front of your eyes, that is, between your eye and the thing you want to draw. Then place yourself at a distance of 2/3 of a brachia from the glass, fixing your head with a machine in such a way that you cannot move it at all. Then shut or entirely cover one eye, and with a brush or red chalk draw upon the glass that which you see beyond it. Then trace it on paper from the glass, afterwards transfer it onto good paper, and paint it if you like, carefully attending to the aerial perspective. How to learn to place your figures correctly. If you want to acquire a practice of good and correct attitudes for your figures, make a square frame or net, and square it out with thread. Place this between your eye and the nude model you are drawing, and draw these same squares on the paper on which you mean to draw the figure, but very delicately. Then place a pellet of wax on a spot of the net which will serve as a fixed point, which, whenever you look at your model, must cover the pit of the throat, or, if his back is turned, it may cover one of the vertebrae of the neck. Thus these threads will guide you as to each part of the body which, in any given attitude, will be found below the pit of the throat, or the angles of the shoulders, or the nipples, or hips and other parts of the body. And the transverse lines of the net will show you how much the figure is higher over the leg on which it is posed than over the other, and the same with the hips, and the knees and the feet. But always fix the net perpendicularly, so that all the divisions that you see the model divided into by the network correspond with your drawing of the model on the network you have sketched. The squares you draw may be as much smaller than those of the net as you wish that your figure should be smaller than nature. Afterwards, remember, when drawing figures, to use the rule of the corresponding proportions of the limbs as you have learnt it from the frame and net. This should be 3 brachia and a half high and 3 brachia wide, 7 brachia distant from you and 1 brachio from the model. Footnote: Leonardo is commonly credited with the invention of the arrangement of a plate of glass, commonly known as the vertical plane. Professor E. von Bruck, in his Bruchstück aus der Theorie der Bildenden Kunst, Leipzig 1877, pg. 3, writes on this contrivance: Unser Glastafel ist die Sogenannte Glastafel des Leonardo da Vinci, die in Gestalt einer Glastafel vorgestellt Bildfläche. 524. A method of drawing an object in relief at night. Place a sheet of not too transparent paper between the relievo and the light, and you can draw thus very well. Footnote: bodies thus illuminated will show on the surface of the paper how the copyist has to distribute light and shade. 525. If you want to represent a figure on a wall, the wall being foreshortened, while the figure is to appear in its proper form, and as standing free from the wall, you must proceed thus. Have a thin plate of iron and make a small hole in the center. This hole must be round. Set a light close to it in such a position as that it shines through the central hole. Then place any object or figure you please so close to the wall that it touches it, and draw the outline of the shadow on the wall. Then fill in the shade and add the lights. Place the person who is to see it so that he looks through that same hole where at first the light was, and you will never be able to persuade yourself that the image is not detached from the wall. Footnote: Uno piccolo spiracillo nel mezzo. M. Ravaisin, in his edition of Misoparis, p. 52, reads nel muro evidently a mistake for nel mezzo, which is quite plainly written, and he translates it, Fate lui une petite ouverture dans le mur, adding in a note, Les mots dans le mur paraissent être trop. Leonardo a dû les écrire par distraction, but nel mezzo is clearly legible even on the photograph facsimile given by Ravaisin himself, and the objection he raises disappears at once. It is not always wise or safe to try to prove our author's absence of mind or inadvertence by apparent difficulties in the sense or connection of the text. 526. To draw a figure on a wall 12 brachia high, which shall look 24 brachia high. If you wish to draw a figure or any other object to look 24 brachia high, you must do it in this way. First, On the surface MR, draw half the man you wish to represent, then the other half. Then put on the vault MN the figure spoken of above. First set out the vertical plane on the floor of a room of the same shape as the wall with the coved part on which you are to paint your figure. Then, behind it, draw a figure set out in profile of whatever size you please, and draw lines from it to the point F, and, as these lines cut MN on the vertical plane, so will the figure come on the wall, of which the vertical plane gives a likeness, and you will have all the heights and prominences of the figure. And the breadth or thickness which are on the upright wall MN are to be drawn in their proper form, since, as the wall recedes, the figure will be foreshortened by itself. But the figure which goes into the cove you must foreshorten, as if it were standing upright. This diminution you must set out on a flat floor, and there must stand the figure which is to be transferred from the vertical plane RN. Footnote 17. Chi leverai dalla pariat RN. The letters refer to the larger sketch, number 3 on PL, Roman 31. In its real size and reduce it once more on a vertical plane, and this will be a good method. Footnote 18. Leonardo here says nothing as to how the image foreshortened by perspective and thus produced on the vertical plane is to be transferred to the wall, but from what is said in Nos. 525 and 523, we may conclude that he was familiar with the process of casting the enlarged shadow of a squaring net on the surface of a wall to guide him in drawing the figure. Pariat di Rilluo, sur un peri en relief, Ravesen, auf einer Schnittlinie zum Aufrichten, Ludwig. The explanation of this puzzling expression must be sought in number 545, lines 15-17. Footnote, CPL, Roman 31. 3. The second sketch, which in the plate is incomplete, is here reproduced and completed from the original to illustrate the text. In the original, the larger diagram is placed between lines 5 and 6. 1-2. CA 157A, 463A has the similar heading, Del Cressiere della Figura, and the text begins, See voli faire 1A Figura Grand BC, but here it breaks off. The translation here given renders the meaning of the passage as I think it must be understood. The Ms is perfectly legible, and the construction of the sentence is simple and clear. Difficulties can only arise from the very fullness of the meaning, particularly towards the end of the passage. 527. If you would to draw a cube in an angle of a wall, first draw the object in its own proper shape, and raise it onto a vertical plane until it resembles the angle in which the said object is to be represented. 528. Why are paintings seen more correctly in a mirror than out of it? 529. How the mirror is the master of painters. When you want to see if your picture corresponds throughout with the objects you have drawn from nature, take a mirror and look in that at the reflection of the real things, and compare the reflected image with your picture, and consider whether the subject of the two images duly corresponds in both, particularly studying the mirror. You should take the mirror for your guide. That is to say, a flat mirror, because on its surface the objects appear in many respects as in a painting. Thus you see, in a painting done on a flat surface, objects which appear in relief, and in the mirror also a flat surface they look the same. The picture has one plane surface, and the same with the mirror. The picture is intangible, in so far as that which appears round and prominent cannot be grasped in the hands, and it is the same with the mirror. And since you can see that the mirror, by means of outlines, shadows, and lights, makes objects appear in relief, you, who have in your colors far stronger lights and shades than those in the mirror, can certainly, if you compose your picture well, make that also look like a natural scene reflected in a large mirror. Footnote, I understand the concluding lines of this passage as follows. If you draw the upper half a figure on a large sheet of paper laid out on the floor of a room, salabi piana, to the same scale, con la suvir grosses, as the lower half, already drawn upon the wall, lines 10. 11. You must then reduce them on a pariat di relievo, a curved vertical plane which serves as a model to reproduce the form of the vault. 530. Of judging your own pictures. We know very well that errors are better recognized in the works of others than in our own, and that often, while reproving little faults in others, you may ignore great ones in yourself. To avoid such ignorance, in the first place make yourself a master of perspective, then acquire perfect knowledge of the proportions of men and other animals, and also study good architecture, that is so far as concerns the forms of buildings and other objects which are on the face of the earth. These forms are infinite, and the better you know them, the more admirable will your work be. And in cases where you lack experience, do not shrink from drawing them from nature. But to carry out my promise above, I say that when you paint you should have a flat mirror and often look at your work as reflected in it, when you will see it reversed, and it will appear to you like some other painter's work, so you will be better able to judge of its faults than in any other way. Again, it is well that you should often leave off work and take a little relaxation, because, when you come back to it, you are a better judge, for sitting too close at work may greatly deceive you. Again, it is good to retire to a distance, because the work looks smaller and your eye takes in more of it at a glance, and sees more easily the discords or disproportion in the limbs and colors of the objects. On the management of works, 531, 532. 531. Of a method of learning well by heart. When you want to know a thing you have studied in your memory, proceed in this way. When you have drawn the same thing so many times that you think you know it by heart, test it by drawing it without the model. But have the model traced on flat, thin glass, and lay this on the drawing you have made without the model, and note carefully where the tracing does not coincide with your drawing, and where you find you have gone wrong, and bear in mind not to repeat the same mistakes. Then return to the model, and draw the part in which you were wrong again and again till you have it well in your mind. If you have no flat glass for tracing on, take some very thin kit-skin parchment, well oiled and dried. And when you have used it for one drawing, you can wash it clean with a sponge and make a second. 532. That a painter ought to be curious to hear the opinions of everyone on his work. Certainly, while a man is painting, he ought not to shrink from hearing every opinion. For we know very well that a man, though he may not be a painter, is familiar with the forms of other men and very capable of judging whether they are hump-backed, or have one shoulder higher or lower than the other, or too big a mouth or nose, and other defects. And, as we know that men are competent to judge of the works of nature, how much more ought we to admit that they can judge of our errors, since you know how much a man may be deceived in his own work. And if you are not conscious of this in yourself, study it in others and profit by their faults. Therefore be curious to hear with patience the opinions of others, consider and weigh well whether those who find fault have ground or not for blame, and, if so, amend. But, if not, make as though you had not heard, or if he should be a man you esteem, show him by argument the cause of his mistake. On the limitations of painting, 533 535. 533. How in small objects errors are less evident than in large ones. In objects of minute size, the extent of error is not so perceptible as in large ones, and the reason is that if this small object is a representation of a man or of some other animal, from the immense diminution the details cannot be worked out by the artist with the finish that is requisite. Hence it is not actually complete, and not being complete, its faults cannot be determined. For instance, look at a man at a distance of 300 braccia, and judge attentively whether he be handsome or ugly, or very remarkable or of ordinary appearance. You will find that with the utmost effort you cannot persuade yourself to decide. And the reason is that at such a distance, the man is so much diminished that the character of the details cannot be determined. And if you wish to see how much this man is diminished, hold one of your fingers at a span's distance from your eye, and raise or lower it till the top joint touches the feet of the figure you are looking at, and you will see an incredible reduction. For this reason, we often doubt as to the person of a friend at a distance. 534. Why a painting can never appear detached, as natural objects do. Painters often fall into despair of imitating nature when they see their pictures fail in that relief and vividness which objects have that are seen in a mirror. While they allege that they have colors which for brightness or depth far exceed the strength of light and shade in the reflections in the mirror, thus displaying their own ignorance rather than the real cause, because they do not know it. It is impossible that painted objects should appear in such relief as to resemble those reflected in the mirror, although both are seen on a flat surface, unless they are seen with only one eye, and the reason is that two eyes see one object behind another, as A and B see M and N. M cannot exactly occupy N because the base of the visual lines is so broad that the second body is seen beyond the first. But if you close one eye, as at S the body F will conceal R, because the line of sight proceeds from a single point and makes its base in the first body, whence the second, of the same size, can never be seen. Footnote: this passage contains the solution of the problem proposed in number 29, lines 10-14. Leonardo was evidently familiar with the law of optics on which the construction of the stereoscope depends. Compare E. von Bruck, Bruchstuckos der Theorie der Bildenden Kunst, pg. 69. Skan Leonardo da Vinci wust, das ein noch so gut gemals Bild nie den vollen Eindruck der Körperlichkeit geben kann, wie ein die Nader selbst gibt. Erklärt dies auch in Cap. Lei und Cap. CCCXLI ed. Du FRESNE'S des Tratado in Satchemasser Weise aus dem Sehen mit beiden Augen. Chapter 53 of Du FRESNE'S edition corresponds to number 534 of this work. 535. Why if two objects of equal size a painted one will look larger than a solid one? The reason of this is not so easy to demonstrate as many others. Still, I will endeavor to accomplish it, if not wholly, at any rate in part. The perspective of diminution demonstrates by reason that objects diminish in proportion as they are farther from the eye, and this reasoning is confirmed by experience. Hence, the lines of sight that extend between the object and the eye, when they are directed to the surface of a painting, are all intersected at uniform limits, while those lines which are directed towards a piece of sculpture are intersected at various limits and are of various lengths. The lines which are longest extend to a more remote limb than the others, and therefore that limb looks smaller. As there are numerous lines, each longer than the others, since there are numerous parts, each more remote than the others, and these, being farther off, necessarily appear smaller. And by appearing smaller, it follows that their diminution makes the whole mass of the object look smaller. But this does not occur in painting. Since the lines of sight all end at the same distance, there can be no diminution. Hence, the parts not being diminished, the whole object is undiminished. And for this reason, painting does not diminish, as a piece of sculpture does. On the choice of a position, 530-6537. 536. How high the point of sight should be placed. The point of sight must be at the level of the eye of an ordinary man, and the farthest limit of the plane where it touches the sky must be placed at the level of that line where the earth and sky meet, excepting mountains, which are independent of it. 537. Of the way to draw figures for historical pictures. The painter must always study on the wall on which he is to picture a story the height of the position where he wishes to arrange his figures, and when drawing his studies for them from nature, he must place himself with his eye as much below the object he is drawing as, in the picture, it will have to be above the eye of the spectator. Otherwise, the work will look wrong. The apparent size of figures in a picture, 530-8539. 538. Of placing a figure in the foreground of a historical picture. You must make the foremost figure in the picture less than the size of nature, in proportion to the number of brachia at which you place it from the front line, and make the others in proportion by the above rule. 539. Perspective. You are asked, O painter, why the figures you draw on a small scale according to the laws of perspective do not appear, notwithstanding the demonstration of distance, as large, as real ones, their height being the same as in those painted on the wall. And why objects seen at a small distance appear larger than the real ones. The right position of the artist, when painting, and of the spectator, 545-47. 540. Of painting. When you draw from nature, stand at a distance of 3 times the height of the object you wish to draw. 541. Of drawing from relief. In drawing from the round, the draftsman should so place himself that the eye of the figure he is drawing is on a level with his own. This should be done with any head he may have to represent from nature, because, without exception, the figures or persons you meet in the streets have their eyes on the same level as your own. And if you place them higher or lower, you will see that your drawing will not be true. 542. Why groups of figures one above another are to be avoided. The universal practice which painters adopt on the walls of chapels is greatly and reasonably to be condemned. Inasmuch as they represent one historical subject on one level with a landscape and buildings, and then go up a step and paint another, varying the point, and then a third and a fourth, in such a way as that on one wall there are 4 points of sight, which is supreme folly in such painters. We know that the point of sight is opposite the eye of the spectator of the scene. And if you would tell you how to represent the life of a saint divided into several pictures on one and the same wall, I answer that you must set out the foreground with its point of sight on a level with the eye of the spectator of the scene, and upon this plane represent the more important part of the story large, and then, diminishing by degrees the figures, and the buildings on various hills and open spaces, you can represent all the events of the history. And on the remainder of the wall up to the top put trees, large as compared with the figures, or angels if they are appropriate to the story, or birds or clouds or similar objects. Otherwise do not trouble yourself with it, for your whole work will be wrong. 543. A picture of objects in perspective will look more lifelike when seen from the point from which the objects were drawn. If you want to represent an object near to you which is to have the effect of nature, it is impossible that your perspective should not look wrong, with every false relation and disagreement of proportion that can be imagined in a wretched work. Unless the spectator, when he looks at it, has his eye at the very distance and height and direction where the eye or the point of sight was placed in doing this perspective. Hence it would be necessary to make a window, or rather a hole, of the size of your face through which you can look at the work. And if you do this, beyond all doubt your work, if it is correct as to light and shade, will have the effect of nature. Nay, you will hardly persuade yourself that those objects are painted. Otherwise, do not trouble yourself about it, unless indeed you make your view at least 20 times as far off as the greatest width or height of the objects represented, and this will satisfy any spectator placed anywhere opposite to the picture. If you want the proof briefly shown, take a piece of wood in the form of a little column, 8 times as high as it is thick, like a column without any plinth or capital. Then mark off on a flat wall 40 equal spaces, equal to its width, so that between them they make 40 columns resembling your little column. You then must fix, opposite the center space, and at 4 brachia from the wall, a thin strip of iron with a small round hole in the middle about as large as a big pearl. Close to this hole place a light touching it. Then place your column against each mark on the wall and draw the outline of its shadow. Afterwards shade it and look through the hole in the iron plate. Footnote: in the original there is a wide space between lines 3 and 4, in which we find 2 sketches not belonging to the text. It is unnecessary to give prominence to the points in which my reading differs from that of M. Ravaisin, or to justify myself, since they are all of secondary importance and can also be immediately verified from the photograph, facsimile in his edition. 544. A diminished object should be seen from the same distance, height, and direction as the point of sight of your eye, or else your knowledge will produce no good effect. And if you will not, or cannot, act on this principle because, as the plane on which you paint is to be seen by several persons, you would need several points of sight, which would make it look discordant and wrong place yourself at a distance of at least 10 times the size of the objects. The lesser fault you can fall into then will be that of representing all the objects in the foreground of their proper size, and on whichever side you are standing the objects thus seen will diminish themselves, while the spaces between them will have no definite ratio. For if you place yourself in the middle of a straight row and look at several columns arranged in a line, you will see, beyond a few columns separated by intervals, that the columns touch, and beyond where they touch they cover each other, till the last column projects but very little beyond the last but one. Thus the spaces between the columns are by degrees entirely lost. So, if your method of perspective is good, it will produce the same effect. This effect results from standing near the line in which the columns are placed. This method is not satisfactory unless the objects seen are viewed from a small hole, in the middle of which is your point of sight. But if you proceed thus, your work will be perfect and will deceive the beholder, who will see the columns as they are here figured. Here the eye is in the middle, at the point and near to the columns. Footnote: the diagram which stands above this chapter in the original with the note belonging to it. A B. E. La Repruova, a B is the proof, has obviously no connection with the text. The second sketch alone is reproduced and stands in the original between lines 22 and 23. 545. If you cannot arrange that those who look at your work should stand at one particular point, when constructing your work, stand back until your eye is at least 20 times as far off as the greatest height and width of your work. This will make so little difference when the eye of the spectator moves that it will be hardly appreciable, and it will look very good. If the point of sight is at T, you would make the figures on the circle D, B, E all of one size, as each of them bears the same relation to the point T. But consider the diagram given below, and you will see that this is wrong, and why I shall make B smaller than D, E footnote 8. The second diagram of this chapter stands in the original between lines 8 and 9. It is easy to understand that if two objects equal to each other are placed side by side, the one at 3 brachia distance looks smaller than that placed at 2 brachia. This, however, is rather theoretical than for practice, because you stand close by footnote 11. Instead of C preso equals si presso, M. Ravaisan reads sempre C, which gives rise to the unmeaning rendering, parsec taugers. All the objects in the foreground, whether large or small, are to be drawn of their proper size. And if you see them from a distance, they will appear just as they ought, and if you see them close, they will diminish of themselves. Take care that the vertical plan, on which you work out the perspective of the object seen, is of the same form as the wall on which the work is to be executed. 546. Of painting. The size of the figures represented ought to show you the distance they are seen from. If you see a figure as large as nature you know, it appears to be close to the eye. 547. Where a spectator should stand to look at a picture. Supposing a B to be the picture and D to be the light, I say that if you place yourself between C and E, you will not understand the picture well, and particularly if it is done in oils, or still more if it is varnished, because it will be lustrous and somewhat of the nature of a mirror. And for this reason, the nearer you go towards the point C, the less you will see, because the rays of light falling from the window on the picture are reflected to that point. But if you place yourself between E and D, you will get a good view of it, and the more so as you approach the point D, because that spot is least exposed to these reflected rays of light. 3. The practical methods of light and shade and aerial perspective. Gradations of light and shade. 548. Of painting, of the darkness of the shadows, or I may say, the brightness of the lights. Although practical painters attribute to all shaded objects trees, fields, hair, beards, and skin 4 degrees of darkness in each color they use. That is to say, first a dark foundation, secondly a spot of color somewhat resembling the form of the details, thirdly a somewhat brighter and more defined portion, fourthly the lights which are more conspicuous than other parts of the figure. Still to me it appears that these gradations are infinite upon a continuous surface, which is in itself infinitely divisible, and I prove it thus. Let a G be a continuous surface, and let D be the light which illuminates it. I say by the fourth, which says that that side of an illuminated body is most highly lighted which is nearest to the source of light, that, therefore, G must be darker than C in proportion, as the line DG is longer than the line DC. And consequently that these gradations of light, or rather of shadow, are not 4 only, but may be conceived of as infinite, because CD is a continuous surface, and every continuous surface is infinitely divisible. Hence the varieties in the length of lines extending between the light and the illuminated object are infinite, and the proportion of the light will be the same as that of the length of the lines between them, extending from the center of the luminous body to the surface of the illuminated object. On the choice of light for a picture, 549-554. 549. How the painter must place himself with reference to the light to give the effect of relief. Let a B be the window, M the point of light. I say that on whichever side the painter places himself, he will be well placed if only his eye is between the shaded and the illuminated portions of the object he is drawing. And this place you will find by putting yourself between the point M and the division between the shadow and the light on the object to be drawn. 550. That shadows cast by a particular light should be avoided, because they are equally strong at the ends and at the beginning. The shadows cast by the sun or any other particular light have not a pleasing effect on the body to which they belong, because the parts remain confused, being divided by distinct outlines of light and shade. And the shadows are of equal strength at the end and at the beginning. 551. How light should be thrown upon figures. The light must be arranged in accordance with the natural conditions under which you wish to represent your figures. That is, if you represent them in the sunshine, make the shadows dark with large spaces of light, and mark their shadows and those of all the surrounding objects strongly on the ground. And if you represent them as in dull weather, give little difference of light and shade, without any shadows at their feet. If you represent them as within doors, make a strong difference between the lights and shadows, with shadows on the ground. If the window is screened and the walls white, there will be little difference of light. If it is lighted by firelight, make the high lights ruddy and strong, and the shadows dark, and those cast on the walls and on the floor will be clearly defined, and the farther they are from the body, the broader and longer will they be. If the light is partly from the fire and partly from the outer day, that of day will be the stronger, and that of the fire almost as red as fire itself. Above all, see that the figures you paint are broadly lighted, and from above, that is to say all living persons that you paint. For you will see that all the people you meet out in the street are lighted from above, and you must know that if you saw your most intimate friend with a light from below, you would find it difficult to recognize him. 552. Of helping the apparent relief of a picture by giving it artificial light and shade. To increase relief of a picture you may place, between your figure and the solid object on which its shadow falls, a line of bright light, dividing the figure from the object in shadow. And on the same object you shall represent two light parts, which will surround the shadow cast upon the wall by the figure placed opposite. And do this frequently with the limbs which you wish should stand out somewhat from the body they belong to. Particularly when the arms cross the front of the breast show, between the shadow cast by the arms on the breast and the shadow on the arms themselves, a little light seeming to fall through a space between the breast and the arms. And the more you wish the arm to look detached from the breast, the broader you must make the light. Always contrive also to arrange the figures against the background in such a way as that the parts in shadow are against a light background and the illuminated portions against a dark background. Of situation. Remember the situation of your figures, for the light and shade will be one thing if the object is in a dark place with a particular light, and another thing if it is in a light place with direct sunlight. One thing in a dark place with a diffused evening light or a cloudy sky, and another in the diffused light of the atmosphere lighted by the sun. 554. Of the judgment to be made of a painter's work. First you must consider whether the figures have the relief required by their situation, and the light which illuminates them. For the shadows should not be the same at the extreme ends of the composition as in the middle, because it is one thing when figures are surrounded by shadows, and another when they have shadows only on one side. Those which are in the middle of the picture are surrounded by shadows, because they are shaded by the figures which stand between them and the light. And those are lighted on one side only which stand between the principal group and the light, because where they do not look towards the light, they face the group, and the darkness of the group is thrown on them. And where they do not face the group, they face the brilliant light, and it is their own darkness shadowing them, which appears there. In the second place, observe the distribution or arrangement of figures, and whether they are distributed appropriately to the circumstances of the story. Thirdly, whether the figures are actively intent on their particular business. 555. Of the treatment of the lights. First give a general shadow to the whole of that extended part which is away from the light. Then put in the half shadows and the strong shadows, comparing them with each other, and, in the same way, give the extended light in half tint, afterwards adding the half lights and the high lights, likewise comparing them together. The distribution of light and shade. 556-559. 556. Of shadows on bodies. When you represent the dark shadows in bodies in light and shade, always show the cause of the shadow, and the same with reflections, because the dark shadows are produced by dark objects, and the reflections by objects only moderately lighted, that is, with diminished light. And there is the same proportion between the highly lighted part of a body and the part lighted by a reflection as between the origin of the lights on the body and the origin of the reflections. 557. Of lights and shadows. I must remind you to take care that every portion of a body, and every smallest detail which is ever so little in relief, must be given its proper importance as to light and shade. 558. Of the way to make the shadow on figures correspond to the light, and to of the body. When you draw a figure and you wish to see whether the shadow is the proper complement to the light, and neither redder nor yellower than is the nature of the color you wish to represent in shade, proceed thus. Cast a shadow with your finger on the illuminated portion, and if the accidental shadow that you have made is like the natural shadow cast by your finger on your work, well and good. And by putting your finger nearer or farther off, you can make darker or lighter shadows, which you must compare with your own. 559. Of surrounding bodies by various forms of shadow. Take care that the shadows cast upon the surface of the bodies by different objects must undulate according to the various curves of the limbs which cast the shadows, and of the objects on which they are cast. The juxtaposition of light and shade. 560, 561. 560. On painting. The comparison of the various qualities of shadows and lights not infrequently seems ambiguous and confused to the painter who desires to imitate and copy the objects he sees. The reason is this. If you see a white drapery side by side with a black one, that part of the white drapery which lies against the black one will certainly look much whiter than the part which lies against something whiter than itself. Footnote: it is evident from this that so early as in 1492 Leonardo's writing in perspective was so far advanced that he could quote his own statements as bearing on this subject. Compare what is said in number 280, and the reason of this is shown in my perspective. 561. Of shadows. Where a shadow ends in the light, note carefully where it is paler or deeper, and where it is more or less indistinct towards the light. And, above all, in youthful figures I remind you not to make the shadow end like a stone, because flesh has a certain transparency, as may be seen by looking at a hand held between the eye and the sun, which shines through it ruddy and bright. Place the most highly colored part between the light and shadow. And to see what shadow tint is needed on the flesh, cast a shadow on it with your finger, and according as you wish to see it lighter or darker, hold your finger nearer to or farther from your picture, and copy that. On the lighting of the background. 562, 565. 562. Of the backgrounds for painted figures. The ground which surrounds the forms of any object you paint should be darker than the highlights of those figures, and lighter than their shadowed part. And c. 563. Of the background that the painter should adopt in his works. Since experience shows us that all bodies are surrounded by light, and shade, it is necessary that you, O painter, should so arrange that the side which is in light shall terminate against a dark body, and likewise that the shadow side shall terminate against a light body. And by this rule you will add greatly to the relief of your figures. 564. A most important part of painting consists in the backgrounds of the objects represented. Against these backgrounds, the outlines of those natural objects which are convex are always visible, and also the forms of these bodies against the background, even though the colors of the bodies should be the same as that of the background. This is caused by the convex edges of the objects not being illuminated in the same way as, by the same light, the background is illuminated, since these edges will often be lighter or darker than the background. But if the edge is of the same color as the background, beyond a doubt it will in that part of the picture interfere with your perception of the outline, and such a choice in a picture ought to be rejected by the judgment of good painters, inasmuch as the purpose of the painter is to make his figures appear detached from the background, while in the case here described the contrary occurs, not only in the picture, but in the objects themselves. 565. That you ought, when representing objects above the eye, and on one side if you wish them to look detached from the wall to show, between the shadow on the object and the shadow it casts a middle light, so that the body will appear to stand away from the wall. On the lighting of white objects. 566. How white bodies should be represented. If you are representing a white body, let it be surrounded by ample space. Because as white has no color of its own, it is tinged and altered in some degree by the color of the objects surrounding it. If you see a woman dressed in white in the midst of a landscape, that side which is towards the sun is bright in color, so much so that in some portions it will dazzle the eyes like the sun itself. And the side which is towards the atmosphere luminous through being interwoven with the sun's rays, and penetrated by them since the atmosphere itself is blue. That side of the woman's figure will appear steeped in blue. If the surface of the ground about her be meadows, and if she be standing between a field lighted up by the sun and the sun itself, you will see every portion of those folds, which are towards the meadow tinged by the reflected rays with the color of that meadow. Thus the white is transmuted into the colors of the luminous and of the non-luminous objects near it. The methods of aerial, 567-570. 567. Why faces at a distance look dark. We see quite plainly that all the images of visible objects that lie before us, whether large or small, reach our sense by the minute aperture of the eye. And if, through so small a passage the image can pass of the vast extent of sky and earth, the face of a man being, by comparison with such large images, almost nothing by reason of the distance, which diminishes it fills up so little of the eye that it is indistinguishable. Having also to be transmitted from the surface to the sense through a dark medium, that is to say the crystalline lens which looks dark, this image, not being strong in color, becomes affected by this darkness on its passage, and on reaching the sense it appears dark. No other reason can in any way be assigned. If the point in the eye is black, it is because it is full of a transparent humor as clear as air and acts like a perforation in a board. On looking into it, it appears dark and the objects seen through the bright air and a dark one become confused in this darkness. Why a man seen at a certain distance is not recognizable. The perspective of diminution shows us that the farther away an object is, the smaller it looks. If you look at a man at a distance from you of an arrow's flight, and hold the eye of a small needle close to your own eye, you can see through it several men whose images are transmitted to the eye, and will all be comprised within the size of the needle's eye. Hence, if the man who is at the distance of an arrow's flight can send his whole image to your eye, occupying only a small space in the needle's eye, how can you in so small a figure to distinguish or see the nose or mouth or any detail of his person? And not seeing these you cannot recognize the man, since these features, which he does not show, are what give men different aspects. 568. The reason why small figures should not be made finished. I say that the reason that objects appear diminished in size is because they are remote from the eye. This being the case, it is evident that there must be a great extent of atmosphere between the eye and the objects, and this air interferes with the distinctness of the forms of the object. Hence, the minute details of these objects will be indistinguishable and unrecognizable. Therefore, O painter, make your smaller figures merely indicated and not highly finished, otherwise you will produce effects the opposite to nature, your supreme guide. The object is small by reason of the great distance between it and the eye. This great distance is filled with air. That mass of air forms a dense body which intervenes and prevents the eye seeing the minute details of objects. 569. Whenever a figure is placed at a considerable distance, you lose first the distinctness of the smallest parts, while the larger parts are left to the last, losing all distinctness of detail and outline. And what remains is an oval or spherical figure with confused edges. 570. Of painting. The density of a body of smoke looks white below the horizon, while above the horizon it is dark. Even if the smoke is in itself of a uniform color, this uniformity will vary according to the variety in the ground on which it is seen. 4. Of portrait and figure painting. Of sketching figures and portraits, 571-572. 571. Of the way to learn to compose figures in historical pictures. When you have well learnt perspective and have by heart the parts and forms of objects, you must go about, and constantly, as you go observe, note and consider the circumstances and behavior of men in talking, quarreling or laughing or fighting together. The action of the men themselves and the actions of the bystanders, who separate them or who look on. and take a note of them with slight strokes thus, in a little book which you should always carry with you. And it should be of tinted paper, that it may not be rubbed out, but change the old for a new one. Since these things should not be rubbed out but preserved with great care. For the forms and positions of objects are so infinite that the memory is incapable of retaining them, wherefore keep these as your guides and masters. Footnote: among Leonardo's numerous notebooks of pocket size, not one has colored paper, so no sketches answering to this description can be pointed out. The fact that most of the notes are written in ink militates against the supposition that they were made in the open air. 572. Of a method of keeping in mind the form of a face. If you want to acquire facility for bearing in mind the expression of a face, first make yourself familiar with a variety of several heads, eyes, noses, mouths, chins, and cheeks and necks and shoulders, and to put a case. Noses are of 10 types: straight, bulbous, hollow, prominent above or below the middle, aquiline, regular, flat, round, or pointed. These hold good as to profile. In full face, they are of 11 types. These are equal thick in the middle, thin in the middle, with the tip thick and the root narrow, or narrow at the tip and wide at the root, with the nostrils wide or narrow, high or low, and the openings wide or hidden by the point. And you will find an equal variety in the other details, which things you must draw from nature and fix them in your mind. Or else, when you have to draw a face by heart, carry with you a little book in which you have noted such features. And when you have cast a glance at the face of the person you wish to draw, you can look, in private, which nose or mouth is most like, or there make a little mark to recognize it again at home. Of grotesque faces I need say nothing, because they are kept in mind without difficulty. The position of the head. 573. How you should set to work to draw a head of which all the parts shall agree with the position given to it. To draw a head in which the features shall agree with the turn and bend of the head, pursue this method. You know that the eyes, eyebrows, nostrils, corners of the mouth, and sides of the chin, the jaws, cheeks, ears, and all the parts of a face are squarely and straightly set upon the face. Footnote: compare the drawings and the text belonging to them on PL, Roman 9, number 315, PL, X, number 316, PL, XL, number 318, and PL, Roman 12, number 319. Therefore, when you have sketched the face, draw lines passing from one corner of the eye to the other, and so for the placing of each feature. And after having drawn the ends of the lines beyond the two sides of the face, look if the spaces inside the same parallel lines on the right and on the left are equal. But be sure to remember to make these lines tend to the point of sight. Footnote: CPL, Roman 31, number 4, the slight sketch on the left-hand side. The text of this passage is written by the side of it. In this sketch, the lines seem intentionally incorrect and converging to the right. Compare I-12 instead of parallel. Compare, too, with this text the drawing in red chalk from Windsor Castle, which is reproduced on PL. XL, number 2. Of the light on the face, 574-576. 574. How to know which side of an object is to be more or less luminous than the other. Let F be the light, the head will be the object illuminated by it, and that side of the head on which the rays fall most directly will be the most highly lighted, and those parts on which the rays fall most aslant will be less lighted. The light falls as a blow might, since a blow which falls perpendicularly falls with the greatest force, and when it falls obliquely, it is less forcible than the former in proportion to the width of the angle. Exempli gratia, if you throw a ball at a wall of which the extremities are equally far from you, the blow will fall straight. And if you throw the ball at the wall when standing at one end of it, the ball will hit it obliquely, and the blow will not tell. The proof and reason why among the illuminated parts, certain portions are in higher light than others. Since it is proved that every definite light is, or seems to be, derived from one single point, the side illuminated by it will have its highest light on the portion where the line of radiance falls perpendicularly, as is shown above in the lines of G, and also in AH and in LA. And that portion of the illuminated side will be least luminous, where the line of incidence strikes it between two more dissimilar angles, as is seen at BCD. And by this means, you may also know which parts are deprived of light, as is seen at MK. Where the angles made by the lines of incidence are most equal, there will be the highest light, and where they are most unequal, it will be darkest. I will make further mention of the reason of reflections. Footnote CPL, Roman 32. The text, here given complete, is on the right-hand side. The small circles above the beginning of lines 5 and 11, as well as the circle above the text on PL, Roman 31, are in a paler ink and evidently added by a later hand in order to distinguish the text as belonging to the Libro di Pittura, see Prolegomena. Number 12, P3. The text on the left-hand side of this page is given as nos. 577 and 137. 576. Where the shadow should be on the face. General suggestions for historical pictures, 577 581. 577. When you compose a historical picture, take 2 points, one the point of sight and the other the source of light, and make this as distant as possible. 578. Historical pictures ought not to be crowded and confused with too many figures. 579. Precepts in painting. Let you sketches of historical pictures be swift, and the working out of the limbs not be carried too far, but limited to the position of the limbs, which you can afterwards finish as you please and at your leisure. Footnote CPL, Roman 38, number 2, the pen and ink drawing given there, as number 3 may also be compared with this passage. It is in the Windsor collection, where it is numbered 101. 580. The sourced misfortune is when your views are in advance of your work. 581. Of composing historical pictures. Of not considering the limbs in the figures in historical pictures, as many do who, in the wish to represent the whole of a figure, spoil their compositions. And when you place one figure behind another, take care to draw the whole of it so that the limbs which come in front of the nearer figures may stand out in their natural size and place. How to represent the differences of age and sex, 580-583. 582. How the ages of man should be depicted, that is, infancy, childhood, youth, manhood, old age, decrepitude. Footnote, no answer is here given to this question in the original MS. 583. Old men ought to be represented with slow and heavy movements, their legs bent at the knees when they stand still, and their feet placed parallel and apart, bending low with the head leaning forward and their arms but little extended. Women must be represented in modest attitudes, their legs close together, their arms closely folded, their heads inclined and somewhat on one side. Old women should be represented with eager, swift, and furious gestures, like infernal furies, but the action should be more violent in their arms and head than in their legs. Little children with lively and contorted movements when sitting, and when standing still, in shy and timid attitudes. Footnote Bracci-Raccolt. Compare PL, Roman 33. This drawing, in silver point on yellowish tinted paper, the lights heightened with white, represents 2 female hands laid together in a lap. Above is a third finished study of a right hand, apparently holding a veil from the head across the bosom. This drawing evidently dates from before 1500 and was very probably done at Florence, perhaps as a preparatory study for some picture. The type of hand, with its slender, thin forms, is more like the style of the Vierge aux Rochers in the Louvre than any later works, as the Mona Lisa, for instance. Of representing the emotions. 584. That a figure is not admirable unless it expresses by its action the passion of its sentiment. That figure is most admirable which by its actions best expresses the passion that animates it. How an angry man is to be figured. You must make an angry person holding someone by the hair, wrenching his head against the ground, and with one knee on his ribs, his right arm and fist raised on high. His hair must be thrown up, his brow downcast and knit, his teeth clenched and the 2 corners of his mouth grimly set, his neck swelled and bent forward as he leans over his foe, and full of furrows. How to represent a man in despair. You must show a man in despair with a knife, having already torn open his garments, and with one hand tearing open the wound. And make him standing on his feet, and his legs somewhat bent, and his whole person leaning towards the earth, his hair flying in disorder. Of representing imaginary animals. 585. How you should make an imaginary animal look natural. You know that you cannot invent animals without limbs, each of which in itself must resemble those of some other animal. Hence, if you wish to make an animal, imagined by you, appear natural, let us say a dragon, take for its head that of a mastiff or hound, with the eyes of a cat, the ears of a porcupine, the nose of a greyhound, the brow of a lion, the temples of an old cock, the neck of a water tortoise. Footnote: the sketch here inserted of two men on horseback fighting a dragon is the facsimile of a pen and ink drawing belonging to Baron Edmond de Rothschild of Paris. The selection of forms. 586. Of the delusions which arise in judging of the limbs. A painter who has clumsy hands will paint similar hands in his works, and the same will occur with any limb, unless long study has taught him to avoid it. Therefore, O painter, look carefully what part is most ill-favored in your own person, and take particular pains to correct it in your studies. For if you are coarse, your figures will seem the same and devoid of charm, and it is the same with any part that may be good or poor in yourself. It will be shown in some degree in your figures. 587. Of the selection of beautiful faces. It seems to me to be no small charm in a painter when he gives his figures a pleasing air, and this grace, if he have it not by nature, he may acquire by incidental study in this way. Look about you, and take the best parts of many beautiful faces, of which the beauty is confirmed rather by public fame than by your own judgment. For you might be mistaken and choose faces which have some resemblance to your own. For it would seem that such resemblances often please us, and if you should be ugly, you would select faces that were not beautiful, and you would then make ugly faces, as many painters do, for often a master's work resembles himself. So select beauties as I tell you, and fix them in your mind.